Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I will call to order this meeting of July 15th, 2025 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Lee,
Here.
and Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up in our agenda is the approval of a minutes from our last meeting, which was July 1st. May I please get a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. And a second? Second from Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Now we have the CEO's report. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Chair Capps and board members. Good morning. This morning, I am pleased to share with you another video from the county's 175th anniversary series, in which we highlight the history of Santa Barbara County. The video and these series are played on Channel 20 throughout the week, are highlighted in our monthly county newsletter, on CSB TV's YouTube page, and on our social media channels in both English and Spanish. This morning's video highlights the county's historic landmarks from the very first editions to the most recent. And again, thank you very much to Kelsey Batita for putting these together.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, a place with immense natural beauty and rich history. Founded in 1850 as one of California's original counties. Join us as we acknowledge the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara. Across the County of Santa Barbara, historic landmarks tell the story of our region's past, from century-old buildings and iconic structures to sites of cultural, architectural, and historical importance. These places are officially recognized by the county's Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, which works to preserve and protect sites with special historic or aesthetic value, not just for preservation's sake, but to enrich public understanding, community identity, and cultural tourism across the region. In this video, we'll take you on a journey to explore just a few of the more than 50 county-designated historic landmarks, stopping in every corner of the county. Along the way, we'll highlight both the very first sites ever recognized and the most recent additions to this treasured list.
The Historic Landmarks Commission was created by the Board of Supervisors in 1965. The Board of Supervisors decided that, we need to start preserving these landmarks for future generations. The reason for the landmark is if something major is planned in the future, it has to come before the County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission to approve the plans if any changes. So Historic Landmarks helps preserve that for the county resources in the future. The Cisco Church was the very first county historic landmark dedicated in 1966. It's a classic church of that era, built in 1875. It was for the ranching community in that area. The cemetery next to it has a lot of historic people from North County. Frederick Wickenden and also Benjamin Foxen are buried at that local cemetery. The setting makes it very special for the county. Lompoc has one of our first historic landmarks. It's the Artesia Schoolhouse, and it was Lompoc Valley's first one-room country schoolhouse, and it was built in 1876. One that just came up recently was the Cold Springs Canyon Bridge, and that one is interesting because it's not owned by the county, it's not owned by the public, it's owned by the state of California. And what makes it unique is the way it's constructed, the way the steel arch bridge is. And Caltrans was very helpful in getting the approval for us to make that a county landmark. I'm very happy to have Rocky Nook Park as a new county historic landmark. A lot of it is just because of its positioning. It is right in the heart of Santa Barbara. It's a way for residents to get out into nature and enjoy nature. Rocky Nook Park is amazing because it has a geological history. The rocks you see in the park are done by ancient mud flows. The public knows recently what happened in Montecito a few years ago, and this is an ancient mud flow right here in the park that happened many years ago. We've just recently installed a plaque at the entrance to the park. It's very simple. It just shows it's a designated county historic landmark. Landmarks are so important for future generations. After we're long gone, there will be new generations of people in Santa Barbara that can enjoy these. And if they destroy landmarks, we will not have that history to preserve for future generations.
To find out more information on designated landmarks in the unincorporated county, visit the Historic Landmarks section of the County of Santa Barbara website.
That concludes our report this morning.
Thank you for that video, and kudos to the Historic Landmarks Commission. It makes me want to go visit some of those that I haven't been to yet, so that's wonderful. So now we have some changes to our agenda, and I just want to acknowledge one of the priorities of my tenure as chair is to be as responsive to the public as we possibly can when events happen in our community. And so I just appreciate the flexibility of this board and the staff and of our law enforcement leadership to the addition of the item that we'll get to shortly on the ICE raids. And so with that, Madam Clerk, are there any additional changes to today's agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. An addendum was posted on Friday, July 11th, 2025, amending administrative item number 1 and administrative item number 22, and adding administrative item number 52 and departmental item number 7 to today's agenda. Administrative item number 1 is a resolution sponsored by Supervisor Capps proclaiming the week of July 20th, 25 through July 26, 2025 as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week in Santa Barbara County. The addendum modified the date range from July 22nd through July 28th to July 20th through July 26th. Additionally, administrative item number 22 is from the First 5 Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission regarding the appointments of community members to the First 5 Children and Families Commission of Santa Barbara County. The addendum modified recommended actions C and D to correct the date ranges from July 1st, 2027 through June 30th, 2030 to July 15th, 2025 through June 30th, 2027. Additionally, administrative item number 52 was added to the agenda from the County Executive Office and the Social Services Department regarding fiscal year 2025 through 2024 Social Services Department fiscal year-end budget revisions to address shortfall, and there was a 4/5 vote required on this item. Lastly, departmental item number 7 was added to the agenda from Supervisor Capps. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a discussion on recent Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE activities in Santa Barbara County. The changes included in the addendum have been posted and made available online to the board and the public. Additionally, we received a request from the Planning and Development Department to continue departmental item number 1 regarding a proposed update and amendment of the open space element of the county comprehensive plan and options regarding the scope of the proposed update. The requested continuance is to the board meeting of August 26, 2025 in Santa Maria. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. And this is a friendly reminder that Zoom is strictly for providing public comment and not for viewing the meeting. For alternative methods for viewing our meeting today, please see page 2 of the agenda. If you are a member of the public and have signed up for general public comment but intended to speak on departmental item number 7 regarding a discussion on the recent Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE activity, please contact the clerk of the board to update your request so that we can put your name on the appropriate list. Again, if you have signed up for general public comment but intended to speak on the Immigration and Customs Enforcement activities, please contact the clerk of the board's office and we could put you on the appropriate list. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today, but before we proceed with our agenda, I would like to invite our Spanish translators and interpreters up to the podium to make a quick announcement regarding Spanish-speaking public commenters. And if you can please make your way to the podium. And while they're making their way to the podium, I also wanted to announce that once this room is full, which it is about at this time, we do have the Planning Commission room open and available downstairs on the first floor. We have signage located all throughout the building. We do have overflow seating in the Planning Commission hearing room, and you could view the meeting from there. And if you've signed up for public comment, we will be listing off multiple names at a time, so you could just make your way up here for public comment.
Hi, my name is Teresa Staki, and I came with my coworker Celia Hernandez to provide interpretation services from English to Spanish. If you would like to receive the services, will you please pick up your device in the table back? As Celia is there, she will be happy to provide it to you. Hola, mi nombre es Teresa Larestaki y vine con mi compañera Celia Hernández. Nosotros vamos a proveer servicios de interpretación de inglés a español. Si ustedes quieren recibir el servicio, favor de recoger el equipo en la parte de atrás. Mi compañera Celia se los proporcionará. Muchas gracias.
And that concludes my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item of business is our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items of the agenda? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I have a question about A24, and I was going to see if on A52 we can trail that to hear that with D6. Later on, it's about budget overages, and I think it was appropriate to have those two items together. 24 is the one I'm polling for a question, and then A52 for to be held back till when we discuss D6.
Okay.
A45.
A45, okay. Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee.
25.
Okay, and I'd like to pull A12, not for a separate vote, just to acknowledge. And I believe, Madam Clerk, are there any items pulled by the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have requests from the public on A12, A18, and A42.
Okay, so that means we have a little bit of business to get to before our first departmental item, but we'll move quickly here. So let's see, do you want to go through which ones? Yes, let's approve the balance of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the balance of those items that were not polled for discussion or comment.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay. Yes, and then we can also I'll entertain a motion to continue D1 at this moment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, the next item of business is the resolutions to be presented.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of July 20th, 2025 through July 26th, 2025 as pre-trial probation and parole supervision week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Maria Mendoza, Deputy Probation Officer Senior, Ricky Calvillo, Deputy Probation Officer, and Andrea Fernandez Contreras, Juvenile Institutions Officer. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas during the week of July 20th through 2025, probation, pretrial, and parole officers, criminal justice professionals, and communities across the nation will join together to celebrate pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week. And whereas the probation department today consists of over 300 dedicated professionals working collaboratively with other agencies and community partners to deliver evidence-based programs to justice-involved adults and juveniles, while focusing on the enhancement of safety, the reduction of recidivism, and systemic disparities, the protection of and compensation to victims, the promotion of crime prevention services, rehabilitation, and restorative justice principles. And whereas probation officers and juvenile institutions officers provide an efficient and cost-effective use of public resources by supervising approximately 2,373 adults and approximately 281 juveniles within Santa Barbara County. The probation department conducts pretrial assessments and currently monitors 553 individuals on pretrial supervision using the least restrictive options necessary to ensure public safety while allowing them to remain in the community. And whereas during the department's 116th years of service, probation's role has evolved dramatically, and probation now serves as an integral partner in local law enforcement and the criminal justice system. The probation department is an essential connector in the justice system, maximizing the resources available to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services with research-based deterrence and interventions. Probation department staff display a high degree of professionalism, commitment, and pride in the work they perform for the courts, in our juvenile justice facilities, and in the community. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors, County of Santa Barbara, State of California, hereby proclaims the week of July 20th through 26, 2025 as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week, and recognizes these officers for the significant contribution to making Santa Barbara County a safer place to live. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board, and CEO Miyasato. I'm Holly Benton, the Chief Probation Officer, and it is my privilege to represent the dedicated officers and staff of your probation department today, and to thank your board for recognizing the work that these professionals do in the community day in and day out. I think it's important for you to actually hear from the staff. So today we have 3 of them with us, one from our adult services, one from juvenile services, and one from our juvenile justice center, who will briefly introduce themselves and tell you why this work matters to them.
Good morning, supervisors through the chair. I am Juvenile Institutions Officer Andrea Fernandez, and I work at the Santa Maria Juvenile Justice Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of all the staff working in the facility. I began working with at-risk youth in 2018 as a mentor and held a variety of jobs that allowed me to help guide youth away from incarceration. I joined probation as a Juvenile Institutions Officer in September 2023. And upon being hired, I completed thorough training and I was able to work alongside experienced staff who assisted in my job development. As JIOs, we build rapport, teach, mentor, and lead by example. We must be able to use de-escalation and crisis intervention strategies to manage conflicts that arise during moments fueled by emotion and impulsivity. One of the highlights of working at the JJC is providing the youth the chance to succeed and grow in areas they never thought possible. For example, I supervise youth who are given computer access to complete college courses and work closely with Allen Hancock College Rising Scholars to support youth in reaching their college and university goals. I truly enjoy the work I do, even when youth are disruptive and emotionally charged. I remind them that all of the possibilities before them. I often share with the youth that everyone faces challenges and may struggle in their lives, but their struggles do not define their future. While it may sound cliche, seeking change is what truly makes a difference. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors, through the chair. My name is Maria Mendoza, and I am a Senior Deputy Probation Officer assigned to the Juvenile Division, which truly is unique and undeniably strong. We take on a broad range of critical responsibilities, from authoring court reports and supervising youth both in the community and within the Juvenile Justice Center, to ensuring the care of those placed in short-term residential treatment programs. Upon successful completion of probation, we aid in sealing youth's records to enhance their future success. Juvenile probation is about more than ensuring compliance. It's about building trust and showing up again and again for youth who may feel that no one else will. A probation officer is often one of the first people in a young person's life to say, "I believe in you, and I will not give up on you." The success that we promote ranges from a gang member severing gang ties and successfully completing probation to a youth who, through the dedicated support of a caring team, finally breaks free from runaway behavior, substance use, or even exploitation. These moments form the foundation for why we do what we do. I am incredibly proud to be a part of this small but mighty team. Through collaboration, resilience, and sustained commitment, we've accomplished what many would consider miracles, despite limited time and resources. And we will continue to rise to that challenge because every youth deserves a chance at a better path. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, supervisors through the chair. My name is Ricky Calvillo. I'm a deputy probation officer assigned to the Familiar Faces team here in Santa Barbara. This pilot program, launched in April 2024, is a partnership between probation, the Public Defender's Office, and Behavioral Wellness. We serve people who frequently interact with the justice and social service systems, often facing mental health or substance use challenges. My role with Familiar Faces is to provide support, resources and referrals, develop care plans, and monitor clients' progress as they work towards stability. As someone born and raised in Santa Barbara, I find this work personal. Not long ago, the team connected with someone I hadn't seen in over 35 years. This individual was struggling with homelessness, substance use, mental health issues. His family had tried everything to help him, but nothing seemed to work. Through Familiar Faces, we were able to connect him with mental health, assist him with entering a residential treatment program, secure shelter where he has remained for 6 months, and connect him with employment. Most recently, this individual's family reached out to say how grateful they were for the help Familiar Faces has provided. They said they could finally sleep at night knowing he was in a safe place and getting the care needed. That moment reminded me, when we help someone in crisis, we're not just helping one person, we're easing the pain and worry of their families and friends too. I believe it's important to remember that our strength as a community comes from how we care for one another, and this collaboration is strengthening the fabric of our community. Thank you for supporting programs like Familiar Faces and believing in the community's power to change lives. Thank you.
We would just like to thank your board for your continued support of our department's work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Benton. Thank you for being here. And I'm sure it was difficult to choose just 3 of your staff. They're such dedicated and compassionate people. Thanks for being here. Okay. Madam Clerk, the next resolution when you're ready.
Chair Capps, members of the board, before we proceed with administrative item number 2, I would like to stress that if you are a member of the public here in the room today, can you please start filling in any empty seats? If you see an empty seat, it would be great if you can take an available seat. If you are standing along the sides, the room capacity is only 40 standing, so we are going to start having to move people downstairs to the Planning Commission room once we reach that capacity, which it's looking like we are at. And if you are a county employee who's here for an item, if you could perhaps watch from your office or go to our conference room next door, that would be much appreciated as well. Again, if you see any open seats, if you could please fill them in, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is from Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing AmeriCorps National Service and expressing full support for continued investment in local service initiatives for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Leanne Martindale, And if Leanne can please make her way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas AmeriCorps has empowered thousands of volunteers across the U.S., including hundreds in Santa Barbara County, to address critical community needs in education, homelessness, disaster response, and public health. And whereas AmeriCorps Home for Good members have provided vital services to the County of Santa Barbara, supporting unhoused individuals, at-risk youth, and veterans through housing assistance and stability programs. And whereas from September 2024 to April 2025, members delivered over 4,000 essential services in the county, housing 80 people and assisting 300 others in finding permanent housing. And whereas the potential loss of AmeriCorps due to federal defunding poses a serious threat to local service efforts and community progress. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara affirms its commitment to service and supports the creation of a Santa Barbara County Service Corps led by Northern Santa Barbara County United Way to continue vital programs if federal funding is lost. And whereas in the absence of federal support, the city supports the creation of a Santa Barbara County Service Corps led by Northern Santa Barbara County United Way to continue vital work in housing, education, disaster response, and health, provide service opportunities for youth, veterans, and those with lived experience, offer education awards of up to $5,000 annually, and build the program through local partnerships. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes AmeriCorps National Service and expresses full support for continued investment in local service initiatives, passed and adopted today.
I am Eddie Taylor. I'm the CEO of the Regional United Way in Northern Santa Barbara County. We operate the AmeriCorps program countywide. I wanted to make a couple of comments before Leon addresses you and start by telling you that on about 5 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon, I got the notice that I was to disband our AmeriCorps program effective immediately. On a Sunday evening, by 8 o'clock that evening, these folks had been notified that they no longer had a job, and they couldn't report to work on Monday. Within 48 hours, these folks and 16 others who are serving the unsheltered homeless throughout the county went to Leon and Liam and they said, we're not going to stop. Can we volunteer? And for 6 weeks, they volunteered their services. Leon and Liam made the bold decision not to exit these members from service. And I say bold, and I'll explain that, so that 6 weeks later, when the court reversed the order, they were able to come back to work and continue to serve all of us. I say bold because if I were to show you the heat map of AmeriCorps service in the state of California, you'd be shocked. There's a very small section of the state that's not served by AmeriCorps, and most of that is in the Mojave Desert. When I show you the heat map today, because of the way the order was implemented, there's a hot spot in the state of California, and it's us, because we didn't exit our members. We held tough. The decision that Leon and Liam made deserves a round of applause because I would have said, no, we have to do it. And they bucked me. Thank you. That said, this is about continuing community service at a level that most of us aren't aware of. We all are involved in community service in one way or another. AmeriCorps members do something entirely different. Our programs are threatened, and Leon is going to explain that in a moment. But this, thank you, all of you, for signing this. This says, yes, let's move forward. We cannot allow community service at this level to die, and we won't. We're committed to this effort. I'm working on the business plan. The operations model is complete, and the financial models are in development. In the case that we have to replace AmeriCorps, we'll be ready. And thank you for your support.
So hello, Supervisor Capps, and hello, members of the Board of Supervisors. I can't thank you enough for your support for our AmeriCorps program. We deeply appreciate it. I just wanted to also highlight that the Service Corps that is highlighted in this proclamation has the full support also of the State Commission. And we are trying to go forward with this. We're in the planning stages, in the early planning stages of the Service Corps. The problem right now is the United States Office of Management and Budget, who is holding up our funds that have already been designated for our program. AmeriCorps has been zeroed out in the proposed presidential budget so far. So we are looking to for a collaboration between city governments, county governments, service providers, and other foundations so that we can go ahead and fill in if the proposed budget does go forward that the president has at this moment. So we want to continue to offer the services that we have. We have 3 AmeriCorps members that are currently serving right now, right here, that are doing amazing work right here in Santa Barbara County, that wanted to come and show their support for this. More than half of the members, despite all the uncertainties, want to come back, have said, yes, can we come back? We want to serve. Given the opportunity, they want to continue serving the homeless population here in Santa Barbara County. So I'm going to go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I work at the Public Defender's Office, and I'm serving our justice-involved and homeless population. I would appreciate the opportunity to continue doing this work because it matters and it is impactful. We want to alleviate the homelessness crisis, not let this crisis exacerbate. So thank you to the Board of Supervisors for continuing to support our AmeriCorps chapter.
Chair Capps and members of the board, my name is Gina Quiros, and I am a proud AmeriCorps member. And I was also somebody who was actually a client of AmeriCorps. I was recruited by my case manager, and I've been housed for a couple of years now, and I just love what I do with them. And so I appreciate the fact that you guys are recognizing our work and truly appreciate this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Horton, and I'm an AmeriCorps member. My job site is at Santa Barbara City College, working with students who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. I take great pride in being able to help them so that they can focus on studies rather than where they're going to sleep at night or charge their electronics. My other job site is called Home for Good, and I work out in the community. I serve at Pershing Park on Fridays from 5 to 7. Helping people there. They have a dinner handout that they do, and I help people get their IDs, set up doctor's appointments. And I also work out in Isla Vista in the community there. We have a CES site, which is a community entry site where people can come sign up for services. It has been one of the most amazing experiences and skill-building opportunities of my lifetime. I also was able to get into the university of my dream because of my AmeriCorps membership. And so the benefits that it gives to the community as well as to its service members are unfounded, and you should definitely continue to support us. And thank you very much for this. It means the world to me.
Melissa's gone to Pepperdine. I want to be clear for everybody. This service corps concept is not about replacing Home for Good. It's about providing service opportunities for every aspect of service, education, every nonprofit in the room that can use AmeriCorps members, VISTA members. We intend to keep this alive for the entire community. Thank you so much again.
Well, thank you so much to our AmeriCorps team. We need community service now more than ever. Really appreciate it. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next resolution.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Growing Grounds' 25th anniversary and proclaiming the month of July 2025 as Growing Grounds Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Transitions Mental Health Executive Director Jill Bolster-White and Transitions Mental Health Board President James J.T. Haas. And joining us in Santa Maria, we also have Eric Blanco, and I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Transitions Mental Health launched the Growing Grounds Farm on West Foster Road in 2000, and whereas Growing Grounds has been one of California's most effective and compassionate forms of treatment for adults challenged by mental illness. And whereas over the course of 25 years, Growing Grounds has provided paid employment, vocational training, therapeutic horticulture, and guidance in securing jobs in the greater community to over 1,000 people living with mental illness. And whereas over the course of 25 years, Growing Grounds has been a source of volunteer opportunities for community members, service clubs, and local students. And whereas Growing Grounds Farm is a business that puts the interests of people and planet ahead of financial gain and represents one of the very first social enterprises in the state of California. And whereas Growing Grounds provides hundreds of community members with fresh produce and beautiful flowers each month of the year. And whereas Growing Grounds Farm of Santa Maria has been so successful, it is one of 3 Growing Grounds social enterprise businesses, including a nursery and a downtown store in San Luis Obispo. Now therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of July 2019 as Growing Grounds Month in Santa Barbara County, encouraging citizens to increase their understanding and awareness of mental wellness and to celebrate the remarkable achievement of Growing Grounds Farm, passed and adopted today.
Good morning. I'm J.T. Haas. I'm currently president of the board for Transitions Mental Health Association. Just wanted to tell you that I've been involved in the provision of mental health services for over 40 years. And kind of back in the old days, I want to say that, we would provide, diagnosis for folks with mental illness and then provide, therapy and counseling, et cetera. And then over the years, we have learned now that a couple of other key items really need to take place in order to send someone on their, long-term road to recovery, and that would be housing and then a job, if you just want to say it's simply a job. And hence, we use the little fancier name of vocational services. But really what we're talking about is getting people to a place where they can have a home and then where they can have a job and be, integrated back into the community again and give them something that they can be proud of. So we provide training to folks and supported employment services. And then a really great thing happened 25 years ago. We got the opportunity to use a piece of land over on Foster Road that the county had, and we turned it into a farm. Hence the vocational piece of being able to bring our folks over there, train them to do a job, and then just the fantastic benefits of horticultural therapy. We all know, like, working in the garden and how that can make you feel good about yourself, and watching things grow as these folks grow. And then with the notion that then they go back out in the community, they get a more standard job, working for businesses that we partner with. And then they're on their long-term road to recovery, and it integrates people right back into our community, and we keep them here in our community, and it has just been so beneficial. So it just, I almost sort of get emotional about the notion that it's been there now for 25 years. We've been providing these job opportunities for folks with a mental illness and have integrated them right back into the Santa Maria area, Santa Barbara, kind of what we call the whole Central Coast area. And it's just been this wonderful partnership between Transitions Mental Health Association and the County of Santa Barbara. So thank you for that.
Thanks, JT. I don't have much to add to that, but we really have appreciated the partnership, the ability to use the property, and the ability, as JT said, to get people back to work. There is a lot of therapeutic value in being outside, in growing things, being part of the community. Agriculture is a rich part of Santa Maria, and so it's a really perfect fit. So we also have appreciated the support of the community. We have a farm stand, we have cut flowers, we have vegetables, we have plants, and the community has supported us by buying those things. So we're able to combine being a small business and a therapeutic spot in the community, and we're just really pleased. Eric Blanco is going to speak in just a minute, but I'm going to hand you all a flyer and invite you all to our 25th anniversary party this Saturday. And I know Supervisors Lavanino and Hartman, and I think Supervisor Nelson will all be there. He's going to try. depends on. But there's going to be free ice cream, music, and of course, you'll be able to buy produce and flowers and plants. So I will hand it over to Eric Blanco, who's in Santa Maria, and I will leave these flyers here with the clerk. Thank you again so much for your support and 25 years of partnership.
Good morning, supervisors and chair. My name is Eric Blanco. I am the vocational services director for the Growing Ground Enterprises for the farm, the nursery in San Luis Obispo, and the downtown store. Since 2000, this is a one-of-a-kind program that has made a positive impact on our community, growing plants and people. We have provided employment and vocational training to over 1,000 adults living with the challenges of mental illness, and provide fresh produce and beautiful cut flowers to the community who shop our farm stand each week. There's so much to celebrate, and we have a big party planned, and you are all invited. The Growing Grounds is turning 25. Please come and celebrate with us. As Jill mentioned, we're going to have live music, family-friendly activities, food trucks, free ice cream, and we're going to have a local chop challenge. We're going to have some individuals provide some food that was grown at the farm to have judges taste test, and there's going to be a reward for a $100 gift card to the farm stand. What we do at the farm is we provide opportunities for individuals. We have a client, we'll name him Joe, who's been with the farm now for 5 years. Through the therapeutic horticulture services that we provide there, he states that it's somewhere to go where he has a sense of purpose. The ability to socialize with peers is a blessing to him, and someone like Joe is really an example of the fruits of our labor, of what the farm does and what we stand for. So thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to seeing you this Saturday at the farm. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this dovetails really well in with the AmeriCorps and just the ability, the community that we have out there that really has a giving heart, regardless of what's happening everywhere else around us. This community does come together. And I really want to thank Behavioral Wellness Director Tony Navarro as well, because I've struggled to find funding for Transitions Mental Health, the Growing Grounds farm over the years. It's always been a struggle. But when she showed up, she embraced it. She saw the value in it. And she's been a staunch supporter of the farm. And I really appreciate her grabbing onto it and running with it. So thank you.
Okay, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of August 3rd, 2025 through August 9th, 2025 as National Health Center Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Dr. Mohamed Humami, Dr. Preciado, Chief Medical Officer, Lindsay Walter, Deputy Director, Paola Hurtado, Division Chief, and Cynthia Guerrera, Health Center Board Chair. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the National Association of Community Health Centers sponsors National Health Center Week each August in recognition of America's 1,400 community health centers, and the Santa Barbara County Health Department operates 5 healthcare centers, 3 shelter-based clinics, and the Health Care for the Homeless program, providing high-quality, affordable primary care in our county's underserved communities. And whereas California Government Code Section 26227 authorizes the Board of Supervisors to expend money from the general fund of the county to establish county programs deemed by the Board of Supervisors to be necessary to meet the social needs of the population of the county, included but not limited to the areas of health, public safety, and welfare. And Section 26227 further authorizes officers and employees to use county resources to carry out any such program established by the Board of Supervisors. And whereas this year's National Health Center Week celebrates the past, present, and future of community health centers in the United States, and this year marks the 100th anniversary of Santa Barbara County's Health Department, the department is bringing together community partners and county agencies to provide services at back-to-school health events in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara. Now therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby proclaim August 3rd through 9th of 2025 as National Health Center Week. Find that hosting back-to-school health events serves a public purpose by bringing county and community services together in one accessible location to meet the social needs of the population of the county, and authorize the Santa Barbara County Health Department to host the back-to-school health events, passed and adopted today.
Deputy Director of Clinical Services for the County Health Department, and we're just very excited about Healthcare Center Week. In our nation, there have been healthcare centers for 60 years. There's over 16,000 centers providing primary care to the underserved. Essentially, when someone comes in throughout our country, they're provided services that range from OB-GYN, primary care appointments, behavioral health. And within our county, we serve within our 5 centers 25,000 to 30,000 residents in a year. That's a huge amount of our residents that our dedicated staff are supporting, and we're going to be celebrating this through our back-to-school health fairs. They'll be on August 5th, August 6th, and August 7th. And I just wanted to introduce Chair Cynthia Guerrero. She is our board chair. She is the first consumer board chair that we have, and she had a couple words to say.
Well, not really a couple, but hello, Madam Chair. How's it feel, that chair? Feels good, huh? Supervisors, it's hard to believe that it's been a year that here we are again, and I want to thank you all for this wonderful, wonderful piece of art, I call. It's amazing. The turnout we had was amazing, and it's not only reflects to our children, but senior citizens as well. That's very helpful. There was a lot of information and a lot of help that people didn't know they could get and are familiar with it now. Although, as we know, time has changed politically in areas, and we are not going to hesitate with that. We're going to do the best to do that we do for our community, and with that, our team as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of those who go into public health. There's, as we all know, there's a lot of money in other areas of healthcare in our sector, but those who choose to go into public health are really true public servants, and this is an opportunity to say thank you. Okay, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of July 2025 as Black, Indigenous, and People of Color BIPOC Mental Health Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Tony Navarro, Department Director, and Lila Rangel-Reyes. If you can please make your way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas July 2025 is recognized as BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Mental Health Month in Santa Barbara County and across the nation, raising public awareness and promoting a sense of belonging and inclusion in support of the well-being and mental health of BIPOC individuals. And whereas nearly 1 in 5 American adults experience a diagnosable mental health condition in any given year, while rates among people of color, POC, are similar, these conditions are more likely to last longer and result in more significant impacts when untreated, particularly in communities of color, where barriers to access, stigma, and systemic inequalities often delay or prevent care. And whereas it is essential to commit to community-based healing and to acknowledge the historical and present-day burdens carried by BIPOC communities, including those who have been marginalized, discriminated against, or persecuted. And whereas BIPOC communities have long been at the forefront of social change, drawing upon deep cultural traditions, resilience, and collective strength to uplift others, foster belonging, and advocate for those whose voices have been silenced. And whereas promoting culturally responsive practices that support health, equality, and prioritizing access for all are essential steps towards building a healthier and more inclusive future for all residents of Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge July as BIPOC Mental Health Month, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Lilia Rangel Reyes, Equity Services Manager at Behavioral Wellness, and I want to thank you all for your support. This month is dedicated to raising awareness about the unique mental health challenges faced by Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC communities. It honors the legacy of B.B. Moore Campbell, a mental health advocate who championed the needs of these communities. BIPOC individuals face systemic barriers to mental healthcare, including cultural differences, socioeconomic disparities, stigma, and historical trauma. Culture, ethnicity, and race all play a role in the way that each person experiences the world. These factors, among others, have profound effects on mental health, especially for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So I want to thank you for your support so that we can continue to support all in the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now go to our last resolution. Resolution number 6, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing Elvia Lopez for her 29 years of service in Santa Barbara County. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Elvia Lopez has dedicated over 29 years of outstanding service to the residents of Santa Barbara County, holding various roles including patient representative, administrative office professional senior, AOP senior, and most recently, health center administrator at the Franklin Healthcare Center. She started her career by assisting patients with registration and financial support before becoming an AOP senior, where she managed front office operations for 19 years. For the past 8 years, she has served as the health center administrator, leading her team with compassion. And whereas Elvia has been a strong role model, demonstrating a consistent commitment to high-quality patient care throughout her tenure, she played a key role in important initiatives, including helping implement a new practice management system and electronic health record system. Her clear guidance and support around front office policies and procedures have been instrumental in supporting her colleagues. Additionally, she actively contributed to county's emergency response efforts, serving as plans manager during the COVID-19 pandemic and helping lead mass vaccination events in the community. And whereas Elvia has been a steady and valued member of her department and community, her years of dedicated service, thoughtful guidance, and ongoing support for patient-centered care have made a positive impact. Her contributions are appreciated by colleagues, friends, and family alike. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Elvia Lopez for her extraordinary service, leadership, and commitment to the health and well-being of the residents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
I recently joined County Health, and Elvia has just been a critical leader and so welcoming to me when I went to the Franklin Center. She is the face of the Franklin Healthcare Center. It's located in a little neighborhood right next to a school, and people are just coming in for services, and Elvia has been the rock, I believe, for that healthcare center for many years. She had mentioned she wants to go play with her grandbabies. When I tried to tell her, please don't retire, she says, it's time. I have a family, and I want to spend time with them. And I'd like to introduce Chief Dr. Hughes. She's the chief physician, just to say some additional words.
We want to thank, can you hear me? We want to thank Elvia Lopez for her nearly 3 decades of dedicated service to our community. Her expertise and outstanding leadership during this time will be greatly missed. But we wish her very well in her next chapter of life and a wonderful time with her grandbabies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm honored, and it's been a great ride. I really have enjoyed working for the department and for the county, so thank you so much.
Congratulations, Alvia. The Franklin Center is the heartbeat of that community, so thank you for all of your service. Well, with that, that wraps up a lengthy resolutions, and we will now, let's just make sure I know where we're going here. We will go to the administrative items pulled by the board. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk, please read the item number into the first ones that we need to read into the record.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will first go to administrative item number 12. Administrative item number 12 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding agreements with the Immigrant Legal Defense Center. And we have requests to speak from the board as well as the public. We have 3 requests to speak from the public. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein, to be followed by Shauna Stillwell, then Victoria Green. Karen? Is Karen Howenstein here? Perhaps she's in the overflow room, so we will go to Shauna Stillwell. Oh, I see Karen making her way in. Karen, this is on A12 from Community Services Department regarding agreements with the Immigrant Legal Defense Center.
Good morning, Board. Karen Howenstein from North County. I would like to recognize and commend the county for this significant investment you're making in over $100,000 that's being designated to immigrant youth legal and support services. Additionally, you are designating almost $250,000 to undesignated immigrant mental health services at this time. And that goes noticed by me and commended for certain. These services are directed towards all immigrants, regardless of their legal status. I want to appeal to everyone not to villainize any law enforcement personnel who are doing their jobs. This is not a race issue. Removal by ICE focuses on known, repetitive, and gang-involved
Actually,
criminals.
we're going to have respect and order. During the resolutions, we clap, we enjoy letting people, celebrate retirements, et cetera. But during public comment, we do adhere to the Brown Act, which means that the speaker has the right to speak. We do not comment either negatively or positively. If you do want to express support, you can do this, but there'll be no negative expression of support. Otherwise, we will have to stop. So please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have researched.
And this is not the ICE item. We just have to.
I understand.
Yes.
But I'm just closing my comment.
Thank you.
I have researched their policies, and I am proud that our immigrant youth demographic is supported in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
We will now go to Shauna.
And again, no clapping at the end of, this is now different rules from we had a lot of resolutions because of a lot of good things to celebrate, but now we're into a different portion of the agenda, and I ask you all, so that we can hear each other with respect, no clapping, no commenting, no hissing, all of those things. You know the rules. Thank you.
And if you hear your name, if you could please be prepared to come to the podium. We're going to Shauna Stillwell, to be followed by Victoria Green. Shauna?
Hi, good morning, Chair Capps, supervisors, county staff. My name is Shauna Stillwell, and I'm here to express strong support for agenda item A12 and to respectfully ask that the county go further. The $105,000 in legal support and $240,000 in mental health services for immigrant youth is a powerful start. It shows the board understands that families in crisis need more than just words. They need infrastructure. But when we look at the scale of our county's $1.5 billion budget, this investment just 0.02% of total funding is not nearly proportional to the weight of what these families are facing. The legal defense alone can mean the difference between a young person being deported or protected. And mental health care can determine whether trauma gets treated or buried. That being said, while I appreciate the inclusion of mental health funding, I also want to name a truth that many in this room know. Western therapy isn't always what our communities reach for first, especially not in Indigenous, migrant, or undocumented households. To many, it can feel unfamiliar, clinical, and even alienating. If we truly want this funding to heal, it must reflect the practice that the community already turns to when in pain. I urge the board to carve out funding for space for culturally grounded healing for Indigenous and ancestral care, community-based circles, and trusted local practitioners who bring their own traditions of support, resilience, and recovery. Otherwise, we risk offering help that doesn't land where it's needed most. So yes, please approve item A12, but don't let it stop there. Consider increasing the investment and make sure it's reaching people in the ways that actually work for them. When we back trusted care with real resources, we don't just check a box, we restore dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Victoria Green, who is our final public speaker on this item. Victoria?
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. First, I just want to say thank you to your board and to the Human Services Commission for recommending that you provide us with this Human Services grant, and I appreciate your vote to do so. Also, thank you, Chair Capps, for breaking some good ground with redesignating cannabis funds to our cannabis enforcement funds, I believe, to the important issue of helping to address the mental health needs of our immigrant neighbors who are under an incredible amount of stress. So thank you, and I hope you'll approve those contracts.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. And Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, I pulled this not for a separate vote, but just to extend my thanks as well. First to this board for supporting these funds at a necessary time unanimously with strong support. And also really to our staff for moving quickly. Government doesn't always do that, but we turn these around really quickly at a time of crisis. And I just want to acknowledge that, as well as the Human Services Commission. So we don't need an extra vote on this, so we could just move forward. But just wanted to extend my thanks also to the Immigrant Legal Defense Center. Thank you. Oh, we do. I guess we do need a vote.
I'll move this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Levino.
I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, next item, administrative item that's been pulled. You have to help me out because I think I've lost track.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will now go to administrative item number 18, which is from County Council. It is to consider recommendations regarding proposed amendments to the Conflict of Interest Code of the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we're going to Karen Howenstein. Karen? Is Karen in the conference room? If you can please make your way to the hearing room to provide your comments on administrative item number 18.
Karen Hallenstein from North County. I pulled this item because the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District is involved in a money grab from private well owners in our area of the county. I would like to put on public record, my telephone number is 805-944-8110. Any members of the public who are dealing with this issue, if you would contact me. I've been researching this for quite some time. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I'll move item A18.
Hartman seconds.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next administrative item that's been pulled.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 24 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a second amendment to the professional service agreement with Knott and Lewis Architects, Inc., and this is in the 2nd District. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item. We're going to Gail Osharenko via Zoom. Gail?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. We didn't pull this, but our League of Women Voters and CLUE Criminal Justice Group strongly supports this item. It came up during the April 1st hearing on adding more to the North County Jail. And we weren't, it kind of took us by surprise and it wasn't really discussed. So now we're happy to see that there is support to amend the contract with Knott and Lewis to investigate using the northwest wing of the jail. We understood that the sheriff was not intending to permanently close that wing down in any case, but to hold it is a possible place for surge. And so learning more about what would be entailed in the costs of making it possible to retain that wing when much of the rest of the jail would be shut down seemed important to a decision as to where we are going to house people in the future in the jail. We support this and hope that the board will. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on A24.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson. You have
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I pulled this item just for some clarification. I want to make sure that what I understand is what is accurate and what the public, make sure we're all on the same page on this. This is to do some additional work on investigating the northwest section of the South Branch Jail as an addition, not as in lieu of the 1.5 pods that the board has directed staff to work on moving forward with. So I just wanted to confirm that because I think that there's some people out there in the public that might think that this is now a way to now reduce that down to a single pod, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page on what we're voting for today moving forward, that the board is still committed. At this point, the policy direction is to move forward with the 1.5 pods, and this is just to evaluate other options if we need additional surge capacity in the future. So I guess my question is for the CO's office to confirm that that is what we're moving forward with today.
Yes, and Mr. Lagerquist, why don't you come up to the podium and tell the board what is actually in the scope so there's no confusion.
Services direction is continue with the 1.5 pods at the Northern Branch Jail, so we're continuing our efforts with that. In addition, we were directed from June 17th to take a look at Northwest Annex, what would have to happen there in order to continue to use it for beds. So the scope here is general requirements or improvements needed to meet Americans with Disabilities Act, improvements related to life and safety, so fire, sprinklers, et cetera, and then any improvements related to programming needs that come out of the stipulated judgment.
All right, thank you. I was pretty familiar with what the scope was. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the policy as moving forward, and that, just for those that might be following this issue out there, I know that some might see this as something other than what it is, and which it is just to evaluate the northwest section of the South Branch Jail for future operations if it's going to be used moving forward. So that's all. I just want a clarification for myself and for those on the public. Sounds like it's a prudent decision to move forward with, and so I'll make the motion to approve item A24.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next pulled administrative item, please, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Director Lagerquist.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a summary vacation and disposition of unused portions of Golden Gate Avenue, Colby, and Shelby Streets, county fee-owned right-of-ways in the community of Summerland, RP folio numbers 004039, 004040, and 004041, and this is in the 1st District. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Tom Evans. And Tom is in Santa Barbara. Tom Evans. Great, thank you so much. And since I know there are members of the public who are scattered throughout our building, I will, if Emily Engel and Mark Chatillo, if you're not in our room, and just be prepared to speak on A42 next. Thank you. Tom?
Thank you. My name is Tom Evans. I'm a long-term Summerland activist and resident. I'm here on A25, I guess you know that. It's good that we seem to be making progress on trail maintenance, which was one of the issues, and also including the physical Summerland community and the use of the actual proceeds from these types of agreements. So I think those are good steps that we've been trying to do for a long time. Since it is also important that the long-term ambiance of the trail is retained, I bring up the following issues. As you descend from Golden Gate Avenue, there's a very nice view of the Pacific Ocean slightly off to the left. This view corridor needs to be protected through conditioning or whatever of this in this process. Allowed heights of fences and hedges needs to be researched and possibly conditioned so that the very pleasant semi-open feeling that currently exists on the trail is maintained. Early on in this process, there was discussion that drainage improvements might result in an all-weather surface. Is this still the case? I don't have any idea. We have now had at least 3 examples of this type of agreement come forward. This type of appraisal process seems to undervalue the property being sold, and this example is the most extreme so far. Summerland lots are small, 1,500 square feet and up, with the most common sizes being 6,000 and 9,000 square feet. In this case, the surplus land is valued at less than 10% of its value as part of a lot. Extra square footage allows for more floor area ratio through increased effective lot area, and in some cases has even resulted in lot splits. As an example, the Noble lot is being increased by 6,400 square feet. A Summerland lot of this size, which is about the size of mine, is currently worth about $1.2 million if it's a nice lot, good view and everything. She's in line to pay $55,000 for 6,400 square feet. So that's more than 10 times the value of the property as a lot, just because it's categorized as surplus property. And I used to buy and sell these lots when I first moved to Summerland in the 60s. And in my mind, surplus land was, if you increase the size of your lot just because of the small lots and so on, you could, it was easily worth at least half of what the lot would normally be worth.
Thank you, Tom. That is your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on that item.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, so I pulled this item, and if I can ask Kurt from General Services to come up, please, 'cause I just have a couple of questions. The first one being my office has had some calls from some land residents who are concerned that this sale will affect the existing public trail. Can you confirm that this trail will be still available to the public?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, correct, the trail's still available.
Got it. And can you confirm where these funds from this sale will go? And can we keep those funds in Summerland for trail improvements?
Correct. When we do right-of-way vacation, typically the funds go to Public Works, and that's what's going to happen in this case. They have indicated they plan to use the funding for trail maintenance.
Good. Thank you. That's my questions, and I do support this item, so.
Okay,
make
is that
motion.
a motion?
Move. Correct. I move to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Thank you, Director Rehnquist. Next item, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 42, my apologies, is from the Public Works Department Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding the annual routine maintenance plan fiscal year 2025 through 2026. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, or two requests, my apologies, Emily Engel and Mark Shatillo. Emily? Is Emily here? Let's go to Mark Shatillo, and I believe we had a third request on this item as well, Brian Trapline. Mark?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo. I'm here today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Audubon Society, the Committees for Land, Air, Water, and Species, and the Friends of Mission Canyon. We submitted a letter on this item, and I wanted to make a few comments. We're here today rising to speak on a longstanding issue concerning the Public Works Department Flood Control District's annual maintenance plan. The community has been deeply involved in these issues since 1988. We've been through now 2 programmatic EIRs, but it is a particularly important community issue because of the importance of creeks as reservoirs of biodiversity in our county. In any other context, if there were development as is contained in the annual maintenance plans, subject to planning and development review process, there would be a much more exhaustive review process and the need for accurate and current and peer-reviewed biological surveys. You're asked to make findings today in approving this project that there are no changed circumstances. There's no new information affecting the impacts associated with this project from that which existed 25 years ago in 2001. We recognize that the Flood Control Department must balance and work in ESHA and work with the biological resources, that the agency is subject to a number of other regulatory agencies and programs, and we appreciate the difficulty and the staff commitment to try and balance those issues. But we come to you today to ask that you recognize the great level of public concern and interest in this issue. I did speak with Mr. Rubalcava before the hearing this morning, and I shared with him what I'll share with you. We're seeking 2 things. First, increased public accessibility and transparency in the planning, implementation, and reporting of all flood control department activities in our creeks. And secondly, a commitment on the part of the county, and this would have to come from your board, to update this 25-year-old programmatic EIR, which is the environmental baseline for all the activities that are being proposed today and will be into the future. The first programmatic EIR was adopted in 1990, generated in 1990, certified in 91, and then the second one 10 years later, and now we've had a 25-year gap. So the 2001 document lacks current information about endangered species, about newly threatened populations. It lacks reference to cumulative impacts, and it lacks reference to climate changes. So those are issues articulated in our letter, and we'd ask that your board consider that and direct staff to ensure that these two issues are addressed in this critically important program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we will now go to Zoom with Emily Engel, to be followed by Brian Trautwein, back in Santa Barbara. Emily? Emily, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Hold on, Lindsay, hold on.
Emily, we did hear you for just a brief moment.
Hello?
Hi,
Sorry.
please
Give me
proceed.
just a second. I'm having trouble connecting.
Emily, we could hear you. If you could please proceed.
1 second. Thank you. Hi. Thank you for taking my comment. I apologize. You caught me a little off guard. I wasn't prepared. 1 second. I know my time is going. Thank you for considering our sign-on letter. We are representing many local organizations. I would like to thank the board here for considering our comment regarding the Santa Barbara County Flood Control District Annual Routine Maintenance Program. As you can see from our sign-on letter from the Watershed Alliance, the South Coast organizations and partners we bring today strongly support the county's goals to reduce flood hazards and protect and restore creeks in our region. We urge the board to direct staff to prioritize watershed protection, stewardship, and restoration in future flood control projects through collaboration, nature-based solutions, and habitat restoration. We know that you all are committed to choosing the most effective and environmentally sound practices. And as a leader in the local Sierra Club, I and our members, as well as all of the undersigned, request that the board provide guidance to staff to approach future flood control maintenance and capital projects with increased environmental protection, including the establishment of a collective environmental flood control working group consisting of staff, nonprofits working on stream and watershed protection and restoration to guide future maintenance plans and flood control projects. We also request the reduced use of stream bank hardening, such as riprap and concrete, increased removal of invasive, non-invasive species, including flammable, non-flammable, non-native plants, and finally, increased planting of native plants to stabilize creek banks and increase riparian habitat. Not only do these changes obviously strengthen the natural environment and ecosystem, they also provide vital resources for our community. And we encourage you to consider our requests, and we look forward to collaborating with staff and the board in the future. Thanks for taking my comment, and thanks to all of our partners.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Brian Trautwein, who is our final speaker on this item. Brian?
Members, I'm Brian Trautwein, Senior Analyst and Watershed Program Director with the EDC, and I convene the Watershed Alliance. I've been involved in stream and flood control projects since 1987. At that time, I reported a flood control bulldozer filling a steelhead spawning pool. No criticism is intended, that's just the way creeks were managed back then. The board then required a program EIR, and flood control obtained their permits. The board established an interagency and public advisory committee. EDC and Urban Creeks Council were on that committee, and we worked closely with flood control to develop new standard maintenance practices. The situation improved. Such collaboration, as proposed in the sign-on letter, proved very effective. For example, the Mission Creek Flood Control Project was developed by consensus after the county established a similar working group to develop alternatives to the Corps of Engineers' proposed concrete channel. The city and county approved an alternative to enlarge Mission Creek to reduce flooding and restore the creek. The Flood Control District is now building that project. But recent flood control projects raise environmental concerns. Last year, dredged mud from Atascadero Creek was dumped in the sensitive riparian habitat. The state found this was inconsistent with permits and gave a, quote, verbal enforcement warning to the district. In December, approximately a quarter acre of riparian habitat was cut down in San Jose Creek, which Goleta had recently restored for steelhead. The district utilized a CEQA exemption intended for 500 square feet of herbicide application, far different than removing native trees from approximately 10,000 square feet. EDC published a report that shows district revegetation sites often do not meet the measurable success criteria in the California Fish and Wildlife Permit. Now, based on experience, we know that we can have flood protection and protect and restore our creeks at the same time. That's why 20 community groups signed a letter to the board asking the board to direct staff to take a more environmentally sustainable approach, including planting more native vegetation and relying less on armoring creeks, which is environmentally harmful, and establishing a working group of flood control staff and nonprofit experts to collaborate on future maintenance and flood control projects. Flood protection and watershed protection can and must go hand in hand. We've seen this work before. Given recent circumstances, it's time to reestablish a collaborative working group to ensure that as needed flood control projects move forward, our streams are also protected and restored. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to our speakers. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, could we have Walter come up and talk about this? I was curious what happened to the advisory committee, and would you be open to reestablishing a working group?
Yes. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, we would be. I spoke to Mr. Chichillo this morning. We're willing to have those discussions. I feel that our community outreach has been good. I feel our environmental team is one of the best teams around. I feel that public outreach is good. This is. I'm just going to add to this a little bit. This is the challenge where we're at right now. We have regulations that are saying either don't even do hand clearing or do minimal vegetation. We have case law and lawsuits saying you have to clear to design capacity. We need balance. We understand the environmental concerns, and we understand the exposure we have on the flood side. We just saw it in Texas. We've seen it in 2018. We update our environmental document every year. Yes, the base document is 2001. We go and get new permits, new regulatory regulations. We work with the state, the feds, the local plan development every year to update our documents. Like I said, our environmental team is great. Our flood control responsibility is gigantic. We understand that we have to work with the regulatory groups. We're willing to do that. But if we keep delaying and expanding our program, right now we're working year-round. We do our annual creek walks, then we jump right into our permitting, then we do our annual plan approval. If we keep delaying, we will not get our work done by the end of the year. We're barely finishing our process by winter time right now as it is. Yes, we will continue to collaborate, but the more we expand this process, the less work we're going to get done.
If I may, well, thank you very much for that. As a supervisor, one of the things I hear most about are people who live next to streams who have been flooded or are worried about flood damage. And I understand that waterways are extremely complex with federal and state regulations. But it does seem to me of value, even if it's only for educational purposes, to work with some of the nonprofits, and that could happen in parallel, that it doesn't have to be a step that interferes with your timeline, but could happen in parallel. And I think it sounds like there have been successes in that regard in the past. I don't know what happened to the advisory committee, but I would strongly encourage you to think about a working group that could be in parallel.
Any other board members on this topic? No, we're good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. I'll entertain a motion then.
I'll move A42.
I'll second.
Okay.
Would you consider with direction to establish a working group?
I guess my concern is about the scope of what that looks like on the fly here. It sounded like the staff was going to take that into consideration, and they've usually been really responsive, and I think we need to bring it back for specific direction at a later date. I'm fine with that, but I thought your guys' exchange was pretty well received from staff.
Okay, so I'll support the motion with the understanding that there will be, we'll get, that there's at least some direction or we'll hear back on this issue.
I understood that as well. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, my apologies. Can the direction please be restated?
It was
It's
just staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to, we're a little behind where I indicated where I thought we'd be, so I just want to acknowledge that for everyone who's patiently waiting. I'd hoped that would get to the immigration item around 10. I was optimistic, so we're almost there. Just wanted to thank everyone for watching us do our business. We do have a very packed agenda, as you can tell, a lot of important things to get through, flood control, et cetera, so we're almost there. Thank you. Okay, we have one more item. Two more items.
Chair Capps and members of the board, before we proceed with A45, I was just informed that there is a large number of people who signed up for general public comment that had wished to speak on item A52, which was added in our addendum. That is from the County Executive Office and the Social Services Department regarding fiscal year 24-25 Social Services Department fiscal year end budget revisions to address shortfall. And if you do fall in that category and you sign up for general public comment, can you please go to Leah Graham in the back, and they will help sort that out. And if you're on Zoom, can you please use the raise hand feature now to indicate that you did not want to speak in general public comment, you wanted to speak on A52, which was part of our addendum. And if you did sign up on general public comment and you wanted to speak on the ICE item, that is D7. So that is not general public comment. So if that is also you, please contact the clerk of the board's office via phone or email. Or if you're in person, please let our clerk know in the back so we can move you to the appropriate list. All right, we will now go.
I'm just worried that, and I want to hear from everybody, and what I'm worried about is people sign up for 52 and do 2 minutes, speaking about kind of the same thing, because I don't know how 52 relates to, no, it's different, it's going to be UDW, okay, good.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Captain. I asked for A52 to maybe be trailed to be heard when we did D6. So I was hoping that public comment could come at that later time.
Supervisor, when we're done with 845, which is on the master plan on aging, I was going to make a request that we actually hear 52 with the admin agenda. I was going to make that request. I know Supervisor Nelson, you want to have parity. We put it as an A item because the circumstances are a little different than the item on the D agenda. The Social Services Department is here. We don't expect a long presentation or to answer the board's questions, and we can talk about that if the board wishes to still hear it at the admin agenda. I would recommend that. The department didn't know there was going to be, it's a long day today. They didn't know they would be coming back at the end of the day, and I'd prefer just to have the item held earlier if you would make that consideration.
I mean, we have 40 requests to speak on that item.
I think there was a misunderstanding, so that's why we're asking the clerk of the board to see if that was a misunderstanding of people not knowing it's public comment or if they thought it was the ICE item.
Let's just read that item out loud to make sure that people understood that they signed up for an administrative item on 52.
Chair Capps and members of the board, again, for any members of the public who are interested in one of our addendum items that was added on Friday, A52, that's from the County Executive Office and the Social Services Department. It's regarding the Social Services Department fiscal year-end budget revisions.
That button, make sure it goes green.
I'm sorry, we can hear you up in North County, just as a heads up. Excuse me, it's 52 is regarding the Social Services Department fiscal year-end budget revisions to address any shortfalls. So that is anyone who wanted to speak on that item that inadvertently signed up for general public comment. If you can please go to the back and let our clerk know, Leah Graham, to move you from the general public comment list. It looks like there are about 8 individuals so far, and we do have one raised hand on Zoom, which I'm assuming you also want to speak for A52 as well. So that would be a total of 9 speakers.
Okay, I think given the speakers and our CEO's request, with your permission, Supervisor Nelson, we'll just keep things as is and keep it in the administrative agenda.
Yeah, I was just trying to consolidate things.
I
That's all I
appreciate
was
that.
trying to do.
And also, too, just to be very clear, to repeat what the clerk has said, general public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. I know most of you are well aware of that. That means not talking about immigration raids, not things that aren't covered by the topics that are already on the agenda, just so we're not duplicating and we get through this as quickly as we can and make it as efficient as possible. So, okay, with that, we will go to the next administrative item, which I believe is A52. Is that correct? A45.
Chair Capps and members of the board, A45 is from the Social Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding approval of the Santa Barbara County Master Plan for Aging 2025 through 2030.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I pulled this item just I want to showcase, and I wonder if Barb Finch and Margaret Weiss would come up. They've been working hard on this master plan, and it's finally here for the board approval, and I would like to, it's been a model really of public outreach and finding people who typically don't participate in these kinds of issues and hearing their voices. And it's also been a tremendous effort in collaboration. So I'd like you to just summarize a little bit and where we go next, because in approving this, we make a commitment up here, and I want us to be clear about what that is.
Chair Capps, members of the board, I'm honored to be here with Margaret before you again with the completed Santa Barbara County Master Plan for Aging. On behalf of the Master Plan Advisory Committee, the Adult and Aging Network, and the community members who contributed to the plan, we thank you for your support of our efforts. This plan was informed by local data and the experiences of local people. Its goals and objectives center on the most pressing needs identified by members of our community, both service providers and service recipients. That includes awareness of community resources, access to different types of community support, support for caregivers, and addressing the housing and homelessness issues as they relate to older adults and people with disabilities. The plan's intended to guide our actions over the next 5 years, starting with goals and objectives that are achievable with our current resources. As the population of older adults grows, we know that needs will expand and challenges will be faced. We expect that the plan will evolve as new opportunities arise and as policies shift at the federal, state, and local level. We're encouraged by the partnerships that have been forged in creating this plan, by the engagement of county departments, community-based organizations, community members, and elected officials. I especially want to thank and recognize Margaret Weiss, the Master Plan for Aging Coordinator, who shepherded this project with passion and purpose from start to finish. Margaret is officially returning to retirement and will stay involved with the Master Plan as a community member. We also want to thank Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Lee for serving as co-chairs of the Adult and Aging Network, where much of this work will take place over the next 5 years. The plan opens with their letter to the community in which they issue the following call to action, and I quote, "The Master Plan for Aging is more than a policy document. It is your plan. We invite you to read it, engage with it, and help shape its implementation. Your voice and involvement are essential to creating a future where everyone in Santa Barbara County can age with health, safety, and happiness." End quote. We are excited to get to work, and thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you both so much for your hard work. It took a lot to shepherd this. There was a state template, but there was a lot of flexibility in that, and I think we've really come up with a product that suits our community. And you've given us guiding principles and strategies for moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Supervisor Lee.
I just want to echo Supervisor Hartman's saying amazing work, Barbara and Margaret. You've done great things for our community, and thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for all your hard work on this. So, great job.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I want to echo my thanks and appreciation for my colleagues and for staff. I just want to make sure I understand, though, the first phase is of things that are already within our existing structure, and I just want to make sure that when there are things that might take additional funding, that those things would then come back to the board so that we could weigh those against other priorities. Is that how that works?
Yep, that's how it works.
Okay.
We
so-
just know with all the uncertainty, this is not the
course.
time to ask for additional funding. So we really wanted to make the plan something that could be actionable, given the resources that we have. We're also paying attention to what's happening at the state and with the master plan for aging at the state level. So as opportunities become available there, we'll be poised to take advantage of those opportunities as our county.
All right, thank you. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion on this item. Thank you.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Supervisor Hartman, thank you.
Second.
Supervisor Lee, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now, administrative item number 52. Again, given the volume of public comment, we are going to, I believe it's still 9 or so, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 52 is from the County Executive Office and Social Services Department. Again, it's regarding fiscal year 2024 through 2025, Social Services Department fiscal year and budget revisions to address shortfall. There's a 4/5 vote required on this item, and we have currently 8 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, we're going to entertain 2 minutes for public comment on this item. Director Nielsen. Or CEO Miyasato.
Thank you. Let me just open this item and why it's on your board's agenda and as an A item. So as you know, this is the time of year where the auditor controller closes the books. She has to make certain accounting entries to ensure that we are closing balanced overall as a county. The Department of Social Services is a special revenue fund, and there had to be an increase of $1.5 million at year end to their budget. And so this item is to bring awareness to your board. The auditor has already made the posting. Of that, 623 is from the department's own fund balances, and 960,000 is from general county programs. The reason it's on your A agenda today, unlike another item, is because of the general fund transfers. These were previously approved or set aside by my office for the Department of Social Services. $655,000 is part of a set-aside already approved by your board for the 25-26 adopted budget. And $304,000 is from a general county set-aside that was approved by my office from Program Stabilization Fund balance. But we thought it was important enough as we close the books for the department to talk about that, and Director Nielsen will. And just to let you know, unlike the other general fund department that we're talking about later today, because this increases a hole in their budget for this fiscal year, 25-26, they will come back to your board and talk about how they're going to address that.
Great.
Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you, Director. Director Nielsen.
I apologize. I thought we were doing the public comment first. Supervisor Nelson, did you have a specific question you want me to start off on? Oh, okay. So CEO Miyasato summarized it very well. We have a budget deficit from the last fiscal year that needs to be filled by the moving of funds from the current fiscal year back, as the CEO described. I think it's important to know that the deficit referenced in the board letter of the categorical aid of $3.1 million, there's actually 17 different items that fall under the definition of categorical aid, the biggest of which are foster care placements, adoptions assistance payments, and CalWORKs. And those are all payments that we have to make as they're incurred. For example, a child in a specialized foster care placement might need to be put in a specialized facility that costs $50,000 a month.
It's a little bit louder,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So I was trying to get close. So in the categorical aid category where we are over budget, those are all expenses that we are mandated to make. We have no ability to control those or to challenge those or to do anything differently about those. Related to the amount that's addressed in the board letter in terms of being over budget on our salary and benefits, we begin every year with an estimation based upon historical record of what our attrition rate will be by program area. and we monitor and track to see that that happens. Unfortunately, in the current year, we did not have as much attrition as planned. However, in January, when we were creating our budget for the current year, we recognized that, and we have not filled any positions, I think, since March 2nd or March 3rd, because of recognizing that we weren't meeting our goal, which also helped us to come into the current fiscal year approximately 35 FTEs less than we had budgeted for the current year, which helps us with our issues in the current year because we took that stance of not filling vacancies. So that's kind of a high-level summary overview of the two items listed in the board letter and why they exist.
And supervisors, through the chair, if I could just add, I think the public speakers may be speaking about IHSS, in-home support services. The department is in negotiations. The board letter does mention that's one of the funds that we're using, but I wanted to have, that's just in how we're doing the transactions and the transfers, but I wanted Mr. Nielsen to speak to that.
Right, thank you. So yes, none of this involves any funds negatively impacting the IHSS program. As the board knows, we're currently in negotiations on that program. But all of the action today does is to make us whole for the last fiscal year. And then when we come back to your board in September, we will be laying out our plan for moving forward through the rest of the fiscal year with the funds that we do have. But this is totally and absolutely separate from the IHSS program.
Okay. Questions from the board. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Got a few questions here. So make sure I understand the general fund that's being used to close out 24-25 is the general, in part, the general fund that this board allocated for 25-26, knowing that there was going to be a hole in the department. So it's not usually our practice to take general fund and spend it on social services, as those are mostly state and federally mandated programs that come with their own dollars that are different than the dollars that we get for general fund programs. So we're taking out of that pot, so it's kind of a bigger hole that your department is looking at for 25-26. Is that what I'm seeing?
That's correct, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. It's an unfortunate reality largely related to the categorical aid increases with a $3.1 million above budgeted categorical aid expense in the prior fiscal year. And anticipated to continue on into the next fiscal year. That's exactly right. Your board gave us, very graciously gave us the one-time funding to help us maintain staffing stability with the anticipation that through the course of the year, there could be further attrition and potentially better news on the economic front in terms of realignment. Unfortunately, the May revise downgraded our realignment expectations for the coming year. And so, yeah, it does create a larger problem for the current year that we're going to have to be grappling with and have a plan for when we come back to your board in September.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I also understand that you're coming back. So I think that's good that we're going to get a chance to have that conversation. It just seems like it's going to be even more drastic at that time if we're already having to backfill this 24-25 year with $25-26, then likely we're looking at some maybe draconian efforts to try to get that thing balanced for next year. That was my first question, just about where your department is, but also want to make sure I understand, what's going on where we didn't necessarily catch this sooner is one of my concerns. We have a third quarter budget update. We obviously have an update that happens at the budget hearings, and I just want to, my question for you and my question for the other department that we're going to be talking about later is, what are we doing so that we don't have this happen next year is definitely one of my priorities. I think it's probably hasn't been an ideal process for us to get this done, on July 15th. Right. And we really want to, in the future, get this stuff buttoned up during the fiscal year. What else is out there that you guys might be able to do on communicating between the budget staff and your budget team?
So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'll answer that in two segments. The first segment is related to categorical aid. Because in April budget workshops, I did raise that as an issue that we were facing of increased costs in categorical aid. In our third quarter ORM meeting with the CEO's office, we highlighted that from February estimated actuals till the April updated estimated actuals, that we had an increase in categorical aid of over $1.5 million. And then subsequent to that communication with the CEO's office at the end of April, during the fourth quarter, there was an additional increase of categorical aid of $327,000. So that's something that has been front and center on our radar as we've seen it evolve. And we hoped 3 or 4 months before the end of the fiscal year, we thought that by reducing contracts and holding vacant positions that, we would get to the end of the year without the categorical aid issue totally wiping us out. That's not what ended up happening. I'm going to let my Chief Financial Administrative Officer answer the question related to the salary and benefits issue. I will start off with that by saying that of that amount, there was about $733,000 total in overtime for the year. We've been controlling overtime throughout the department since January. The one area we cannot control it absolutely is in child welfare and adult protective services, because people need to go where they need to go and do what they need to do. And then we did have $357,000 of unanticipated salary costs in the current year related to the management classification and the management equity adjustments that happened in January or February. So out of that total $1.7 million, that was a component of that. But I'll let CFAO Rachel Lippman address the other question related to tracking and monitoring on the salary issue. On the awareness front, from my perspective, other than going to staff reductions, there wouldn't have been a lot we could have done about it, but I think it could have been more visible earlier, but I'll let her address that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So we had, there were 3 components to, which led to our salaries and benefits coming in above our expectations. One was the overtime that Director Nielsen mentioned, and the management classification and compensation and equity adjustments. And then about $650,000 of the overage was due to our assumption about attrition. So even as we entered the third quarter of the fiscal year, we were still using an attrition projection based on a 5-year average. And we did carry that out through the remainder of the year. And unfortunately, we just were not conservative enough. We do recognize this. And we, in the current year's budget, we have adopted a more conservative attrition factor to avoid this sort of projection issue.
Okay.
Supervisor Nelson, if I may, just add one more thing, please. In recognizing the need to be even more on top of our game than we normally are, my department has changed our structure and has instituted monthly meetings between the executive staff and the fiscal staff with key elements such as realignment revenues, categorical aid expenditures, and other items being a topic of discussion on a monthly basis, so that rather than the quarterly updates that we historically have received from our fiscal staff, we can be looking at those things on a monthly basis and see trends earlier, and where we have the option of making decisions to do something differently, have the ability to do that faster.
I just wanted to finish off with that in making the point that, Daniel here is our longest standing department head. And this is a abnormality for his department, not the usual course of action. And I just wanted to make sure I stated that and understood that this is more of a victim of circumstances than bad management by the department that we always know that runs quite well. That said, I know we're going to have some tough conversations in the fall. And so, one of my recommendations is that we come back with, what are the things that are, the wants versus the needs, what is really mandated by state law and which things that are things that we've done because we wanted to be able to reach more people and, really, diving deep into those general fund programs that are a part of your organization and getting a real clean look with this board. I know that's been done in past boards in the past and, other times, but I think it's probably a time for us to take a fresh look at some of those and determine, where they can be funded through other programs or, worked out with nonprofits or, we might have to do some delegation as we maximize our resources to make sure we fit in budget next year. So thank you, Daniel.
I sincerely appreciate your comments. I'm celebrating my 16th anniversary as a director this Saturday. This sort of circumstance is not one I'm used to finding myself in. It means a tremendous amount to me that you made those comments. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Director Nelson. We'll go to comment on this item. I just want to point out that I know it's very warm in here. We are working on that. It's cranked up as much as it can be. Down in the overflow room, which is on the first floor, it's nice and cool, I'm told. If anyone wants to head down there, there's plenty of room. And so we're going to head to the comments on this agenda item. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak on administrative item number 52. We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara to begin with Brenna Bolt, to be followed by Lucrecia Barrera. Brenna?
Good morning, board members. My name is Brenna Bolt, and I'm here to speak in support of IHSS and IHSS caregivers as we are currently in negotiations with the county for our new contract. I do want to start by recognizing the difficult financial reality that we are all facing. The federal government under the Trump administration is slashing billions of dollars from Medicaid. About 50% of IHSS funding comes from Medicaid. These cuts are going to hurt counties across the country, and ours is no exception. But while these cuts are very real, they should not come at the expense of caregivers, the very people keeping our communities safe, our elders at home, and our loved ones out of institutions. We're not the ones who created this crisis, but for some reason, we're the ones being told we should accept just cents more to our wage. That's not a raise. That's an insult. Our wages have not kept up with inflation. Our hours are often capped. And now that budgets are getting tight, we're the ones told to understand, to sacrifice. We do understand. We understand what it means to choose between rent and groceries. We understand what it's like to put our bodies through physical labor for poverty wages. And we understand what happens when counties choose to balance budgets on the backs of caretakers. People leave. Clients suffer. The entire system becomes unstable. So today, I'm not here just to talk about policy. I'm here to pass the mic to those of us who live this reality every day. So I ask you, please listen to us. We're not just asking for more money. We're asking for recognition, respect, and dignity. And now, I invite fellow caregivers to speak for themselves. Thank you.
And we will now go to Lucrecia Pereira, to be followed by Olga Bravo. And since we have a few members of our public that will require Spanish translation, I'm going to give a moment for our translators to make their way to the podium. Is our translator ready to translate?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Lucrecia Pereira.
Un momento. And we will also provide double the amount of time for the translation, so we will have 4 minutes each. Please proceed.
Mi nombre es Lucrecia Pereira de Santa María y soy cuidadora del programa del IHSS y miembro del sindicato.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucrecia Pereira y soy del sindicato de... No. Okay. So, de Santa María, ¿verdad?
My name is Lucrecia Pereira and from Santa Maria. I'm from the program IHSS and the UDW.
There we go. I didn't know we just speak. Okay. Okay.
He sido cuidador por 2 años.
I've been a caregiver for 2 years.
Cuido a mi hijo Ricardo.
I take care of my son. Ricardo.
que tiene la condición de frágil
He
X,
has a condition of fragile,
Fragile X,
fragile X
y disabilidad mental.
and mental disability.
Los proveedores como yo cuidamos a miles
The
de
providers like
personas
us, we take care of millions of people
con especiales necesidades en el condado.
with special needs in the county.
Hay crisis de proveedores
There's
actualmente
of providers at the moment.
y va a haber más
And there's going to be more
por la explosión demográfica
because of the explosion of demographics
de los baby boomers,
of the baby boomers
que nacimos de los 60 a los
that were
70,
born in the 60s and 70s,
que ya tenemos entre 60 y 70 años.
that we already have 60 and 70 years.
Y la crisis es por el bajo
Crisis
pago
is because of the low income
y falta de beneficios.
and lack of benefits.
Preferimos irnos a donde nos paguen más y tengamos beneficios.
We prefer to go somewhere else where we have actual benefits and get paid more.
Yo para encargarme de mi hijo,
Me to provide for my son,
dejé mis clases de inglés
I had to leave my English classes
y mi meta de rivalidar mi carrera
and my goal of my career
de contador público
of accounting, public accounting.
y solo me dedico a él de acuerdo a su horario.
And I only take care of him and I adjust my hours according to his hours.
Por estas razones, creo que los proveedores
For this reason, I believe the providers
merecemos
We should-
aumento más que unos cuantos centavos
would deserve a pay increase
por el costo de vida
because of the cost of life, inflation,
y apoyo al resto de nuestra familia.
and to support the rest of our families.
Mi hijo solo recibe seguro
alone
social
Only gets Social Security
y el programa del IHSS,
and the IHSS program,
siendo ciudadano de este país
even though he's a citizen
a
of
partir
this,
de los 18 años nada más.
since he was 18.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We will now go to Olga Bravo, to be followed by Maria Rojas. Olga?
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Rojas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Rodas.
Soy un cuidador de
I'm a
IHSS
caregiver of IHSS
y un orgulloso miembro de mi sindicato UDW.
and a proud member of the
UDW.
syndicate UDW.
He sido cuidador de IHSS
I've been a caregiver
por 21 años.
for 21 years.
Yo cuido a mi hija Leslie Piña,
I take care of my daughter, Leslie Piña,
que vive con síndrome Turner.
that lives with Down syndrome.
IHS es
IHSS.
es el ancla de nuestro sistema
Has been the support of our family,
de salud en
of
el,
our system of health
en el condado de Santa Bárbara.
in the county of Santa Barbara.
Los proveedores como yo
The
cuidan a
providers
miles
like me take care of millions
de personas voluntables
people
en nuestro condado
volunteer in our county
para mantener a mi hija Leslie
to
vivo,
support my daughter
vivo y
Leslie.
confortable en su casa.
I live in her house.
Yo ayudo a mi hija desde que se levanta,
I help her since she wakes up.
le hago de comer,
I feed her.
la peino,
I comb her
la
hair,
baño,
give her baths,
le lavo sus dientes,
brush her teeth,
le doy su ropa,
give her clothes,
vigilarla para que no se lastime,
and watch that she doesn't hurt herself.
le amarro sus agujetas,
I tied her shoes.
le llevo a sus citas
I take her to her
y,
appointments
y todo lo que necesita.
and everything else that she needs.
Tiene 21 años.
And she's 21 years old.
Si estuviera bien,
If she would be
ella
good,
podría hacerlo todo.
she would be able to do everything.
Como se puede ver en mi historia es trabajo,
Since you can see in my history, this is work.
es gratificante,
It's
pero
very
muy
gratifying-
difícil.
gratifying, but very hard.
Merecemos algo más que unos centavos
We deserve more than just a few pennies.
a nuestro
of
sueldo
increase.
porque todo está muy caro, la comida,
The reason is because everything is so expensive.
La
Food is
renta.
expensive, rent is expensive,
principalmente por el trabajo que hacemos.
principally because of the work we do.
y porque nadie la va a cuidar mejor que yo.
Nobody else will take care of her the way she takes care of
Ella es una niña y no sabe
She's a
los
daughter.
peligros.
She doesn't know.
Y yo ganaba más en mi trabajo,
She doesn't know of the dangers, and she earns more in her regular job.
pero primero está mi hija antes que el trabajo.
But her daughter comes first.
Me la cuidaba mi hija y mi hermana.
She used to be taken care of by
Y ya,
my
y ya
sister.
no pueden, por eso
but
me
now they
salí de
can't.
trabajar.
So that's why she had to leave her
Merecemos
work.
más que centavos.
She just, caregivers deserve a higher pay.
La tengo que levantar a las 4:30 de la
I
mañana
have to wake her up at 4 in the
para
morning
llevarla a cuidar.
to get her taken
Y es,
care of
muy
somewhere else.
y es muy triste para
And
mí
it's sad for me
cuando me pregunta por qué no me dejas en la casa.
when she asks me, why can't I stay
No
home?
quiero levantarla.
I feel sad having to wake her up,
Pero no puedo dejarla solita.
but I can't afford to leave her by herself.
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you.
We will now go to Maria Rojas, to be followed by Lore Galvan. Maria?
Buenos días,
Good morning.
mi nombre es Lourdes Galván
My name is Lourdes Galvan.
y soy cuidadora del IHSS
I am a caregiver of IHSS,
y un orgullo miembro
and
de
I'm
mi
proud
sindicato,
member of the syndicate,
del UDW.
UBW.
He sido,
UDW.
he sido cuidadora del IHSS
I've been a caregiver
por 10 años.
for 10 years.
Yo cuido a mi hijo Francisco,
I take care of my son Francisco.
quien vive conmigo y tiene autismo
Since he
nivel
lives with
2.
me and he's got autism level 2.
Todos los proveedores como yo cuidan a miles de
All the
personas,
providers like me take care of millions of people.
ya sean familias o personas vulnerables.
They're either family members or vulnerable elderly
En este condado,
in this county.
para mantener a mi hijo Francisco
To
vivo
support my son Francisco vivo
y confortable
comfortably
en su casa,
in his home
es mantenerlo seguro
is to keep him safe
todo el tiempo
all the time
y dirigirlo para que se bañe,
and direct him to
se cambie,
shower,
se lave los dientes,
brush his teeth,
se ponga los zapatos.
put on his shoes.
Yo lo llevo a todas sus citas
I take him to all his appointments
y a la escuela,
and to school.
ya que mi hijo por su condición
Since my son, because of his condition,
enfrenta desafíos significativos en la comunicación
he finds difficulties in communication
y en
when
lo
he's out in the
social
community and
y
socializing,
y en su comportamiento.
and the way he behaves.
Como se puede ver en mi historia,
Because of, as you can see in my history,
este trabajo es gratificante pero muy difícil.
this job is very gratifying but very difficult.
Merecemos algo más,
We deserve more,
unos centavos más a nuestro
higher
sueldo,
raise to our income, our salaries,
porque por el trabajo que hacemos,
but because of the work we do,
no es nada fácil.
it is not easy.
Y más siendo madre soltera,
And more being a single parent.
trabajé en el campo
I worked in the fields,
y el sueldo era era más,
salary was a lot more.
pero me tuve que salir por mi hijo.
But I had to leave that job to take care of my son.
Es todo para mí y lo
He's
amo.
everything to me. I love him.
Y ustedes saben
And all of you know
que todo está subiendo,
that everything is going up.
la renta,
Rent,
los biles,
utilities,
la comida,
food,
el gas,
gas.
ya no alcanza para nada.
It's not enough.
Por eso merecemos un sueldo digno,
That's why
no
we
centavos.
deserve a dignified salary, not just pennies.
Cada uno de nosotros lo merecemos.
Each and one of us, we deserve it.
Reflexionen mi historia,
Please reflection on my story that I'm telling.
tengan empatía a cada uno de
Have
nosotros.
empathy for every single one of us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lourdes Galvan, to be followed by Josefina Santillan. Lourdes?
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Josefina Santillán
Mi nombre es Josefina Santillán.
y yo soy proveedora de IHSS por
Yo soy
15
proveedora
años
de IHSS for 15 years.
y pertenezco a la unión, a
And I
la
am part of the syndicate
UDW,
UDW,
orgullosamente, gracias a
very
Dios.
proudly. Thanks to
Y
God.
quiero compartirles con su debido respeto que ustedes se merecen mi
I would like to
historia.
share, with all the respect that you guys deserve, I want to share my story.
Yo tengo a una hija que
I have a
tiene
daughter
espina bífera
That has
y pues su
spinal
condición de
disease,
ella
and
es
because of her
muy
disease,
drástica
and because of the
porque
drasticness of it,
de la cintura para abajo no
from her
siente.
waist down more
Entonces muy
specifically.
fácil se fractura las piernas.
It's very easy for her to
Ha tenido
fracture
muchas
bones.
cirugías
She has many surgeries,
y es muy
and
difícil
it's very difficult
estar viviendo así,
to live like that.
estarla viendo, estarla
see her,
ayudando en todo
her
porque
in everything
desgraciadamente
because
no puede
She is not able to
hacer sus cosas como ella
do
quisiera.
everything as she would
Yo
like
soy
to.
su fuente de motivación para
I am her
motivarla,
motivator,
ayudarla a que se levante día con
help her wake
día,
up,
hacerle todas sus cosas que ella
get everything
necesita.
done that she needs.
También dependía de una sonda para extraerle la pipí porque si no
She also
agarraba,
has to have a catheter.
agarraba infección muy seguido en los riñones.
She's very prone
Entonces
for
son
infections,
situaciones muy
situations very
fuertes
difficult.
y ahorita como están estos tiempos tan
And because of the way of
difíciles,
this
la economía
situation,
está todo
the way
muy caro,
economy
muy
is,
difícil.
everything's
A veces
pricey.
uno no sabe si pagar
Sometimes
sus
we
biles
don't always know if we're going to
o
be able to pay our bills
llenar las despensas de comida.
or
Y
go to
así
groceries.
tenemos muchas situaciones, muchas
We
circunstancias
have situations like
muy
that very difficult.
difíciles y por eso yo pienso que pues
that's
la
why I
verdad en
think,
esta situación
truly, I
como
believe
seres humanos
in
que
this
somos
situation,
no
because
nos
of the kind of
merecemos
human
solo
beings we
unos
are,
centavos sino
we
algo
deserve
más
more than
porque
just
en esa situación
pennies
es
as
muy
rice.
difícil
In this
salir
sit-
adelante.
And
Y por eso estamos aquí. Y muchas
That's why
gracias
we're
por
here.
escucharnos y que Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
thank you for listening to us. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Josefina Santillan, to be followed by Maria Avila. Josefina?
I think the
Was that
names
Jo-
have been like gone out of order because I think she was saying what's her name? Olga? Oh, so she says there was an error in her name, so her name had to be changed.
Okay.
She should have been the second one, she said.
Can we just have them state their names when they come up then?
So, but como ya hubo esa confusión, como estén en la orden que están, van a venir pasando, ¿ok? Okay, so, yeah, gracias.
Has Maria Avila already spoken?
Here she comes. So después
To be
ella-
followed by Lorenzo Navarro.
Okay.
Maria?
So after her, I told her she can go. Is that okay?
We'll just need to get the name of who did speak for Olga.
Okay.
Thank you. Maria?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Ávila.
My name is Maria Avila.
Soy un cuidador de IHSS,
I'm a caregiver of IHSS,
un miembro orgulloso de mi sindicato UDW.
a proud member of the syndicate of UDW.
He cuidador de IHS por 4 años.
I've been a caregiver for IHSS for 4 years.
Yo cuido a 3 personas de la comunidad.
I take care of 3 elderly people in the community.
Salomé, que le dio un derrame cerebral y perdió la movilidad del lado derecho.
Salome, that she had a brain, a blood injury,
Y a su esposa Cirila,
and she is not able to have mobility.
y a su esposa Cirila,
And his wife,
que tiene
Cirila,
diferentes problemas de salud,
that has different types of health.
que recientemente le operaron de la vista.
She recently had surgery, eye vision. in
Tiene
eyes.
artritis avanzado en sus rodillas
She has arthritis advanced in her
que le
knees.
impiden caminar.
Then she's not able to walk.
Mi cliente Felipe tiene 87 años de edad.
My other client of 87 years old
con muchos problemas de salud,
has many health issues.
entre ellos 2 derrames cerebrales
Amongst them, also another 2 strokes
y un parálisis cerebral.
and brain paralyzed.
Y está perdiendo la vista
He's losing his
por la causa de la diabetes.
because of diabetes.
IHSS es la ancla de nuestro sistema de salud
And IHSS has been a support
en el condado de Santa
in the
Bárbara.
county of Santa Barbara.
Los proveedores como yo cuidamos a miles de personas vulnerables
The providers like me take care of many elderly that are vulnerable in the community
y olvidados por sus familias desafortunadamente.
and forgotten, but by their family members.
Para que Cirila, Salomé y Felipe tengan un ambiente confortable,
So all these 3 elderly that I take care of, so
En
they
ca-
can have a healthy life
en casa
in their homes,
y para mantenerlos a salvo,
to keep them safe,
es cuidarlos con amor,
is to take care of them with love,
paciencia,
patience,
empatía
empathy,
y responsabilidad.
and responsibility.
Ayudo a preparar sus alimentos,
I help them prepare their meals,
limpio su casa,
in their home,
los acompaño a sus citas
take them to their
y
appointments,
agendarlas también.
and organize their,
Llevarlos a sus terapias
take them to therapy
y hacer sus ejercicios en casa con ellos.
and exercises at home.
Que tomen sus medicamentos
Make sure they take care of,
a tiempo.
they take their medications on time.
Cirila y Salomé no saben leer ni escribir.
Cirila y Salome do not know how to read or write.
Tengo que apoyarlos extra.
I need to help them a little extra.
Y hay muchas cosas más que por el tiempo no puedo mencionar.
There's a lot more, but I'm not able to mention.
Como pueden ver en mi historia,
As you can hear from my story,
el trabajo es gratificante
the work is gratifying,
y muy difícil.
but very difficult.
Estoy convencida,
I am convinced
merecemos algo más que centavos
we deserve more than pennies
a nuestro sueldo.
to our salaries.
Un sueldo digno,
A salary that is enough and dignified for us.
En años pasados trabajé en otros lugares
In previous times, I've worked
y ganaba un poco más.
in other places, and I used to earn a lot more.
Soy madre de 6 hijos, soy madre soltera.
I am a single mother of 6 children.
Cuando apliqué a este trabajo,
When I applied to this job,
me daba tiempo para estar con mis hijos y ponerles atención.
I was able to take care of my children as well.
Pero con el tiempo vi el cambio
But within time, I saw the change
en mi economía.
in my economy, in my finances.
El salario había cambiado.
The salary had changed.
Tengo un hijo que va a ir a la universidad, no es fácil.
I have a son that is going to the university,
Con
and
este
it's not
sueldo.
and it's not easy with the salary we get.
Les pido que se pongan una mano en su corazón
I really would like you guys to put your hand in your heart,
y se humanicen un poco y escuchen
humanize, and hear us,
las historias de cada uno de nosotros
the stories of every single one of us
en estos tiempos difíciles.
in these very difficult times.
En estos 2 últimos años he asumido
Thank you,
This
Maria.
last
That
2
is your
years.
time.
I've assumed.
Gracias.
Thank you.
And the last speaker I have on this item is Lorenzo Navarro. So we just need to figure out the confusion with who spoke for Olga, who was the 3rd speaker. And if you can clear that up with the clerk in the back. Lorenzo?
Good morning. My name is Lorenzo Navarez. I'm a proud UDW member and an IHSS caregiver from Guadalupe. I'm here today not just as a worker, but as a father and a provider and an advocate for my son, Raven Navarez. Raven just turned 19 today, but in many ways he still thinks and acts like he's 10. He lives with autism, ADHD, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenic psychosis. Every day, I'm his full-time caregiver because he needs me every moment of every day. I bathe him, I cook for him, I help him get the rest he needs. If something goes wrong, and if his medication stops working, or if he doesn't sleep, he could spiral into a psychotic episode. That's not something I take lightly. His life depends on this care. There was one moment that changed everything for me. During one of his episodes, Raven was taken to Marion Hospital without notifying us. They transferred him to another hospital in Santa Rosa, 6 hours away. We had no say in the decision, and worse, they were preparing to release him even though he wasn't clearly stable. Simply because no one could get him, that terrifying experience made it clear to me that I had to become his legal conservator. He needed someone to fight for him, someone who understood him, loved him, and would never let him fall through the cracks. This is not a part-time work. This is not minimum wage work. This is real healthcare work. It takes 24/7 commitment, strength, and compassion, and yet caregivers like me, many of us single parents like me, are barely scraping by while the cost of gas, food, and rent keep going up. We give our all to care for others, and in return we are offered cents, not dollars, just cents. We do this work out of love, but love doesn't pay the bills. Love doesn't keep the lights on or put food on the table.
Thank you, Lorenzo. That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you for sharing your very compelling stories.
I want to be able to allow that final speaker. There's just some misunderstanding about who spoke in whose turn. So why don't we just have Olga come down to speak?
Okay.
And we'll try and figure that out. Thank you.
Bueno, mi nombre es Olga Bravo.
My name is Olga Bravo.
Hubo una confusión en los nombres,
There was some mistake,
pero estoy aquí.
misunderstanding, but I'm here.
Soy madre de 2 hijos con discapacidad.
I am a mother of 2 children with disabilities.
Hace 2 años me uní al programa del IHSS.
2 years ago, I joined the IHSS program,
Estoy en el sindicato del
and I'm in the syndicate of UDW.
UW. Y pues ya mis compañeras ya dijeron todo lo que tenían que decir.
I think my colleagues have said many of the things I wanted to say.
¿Por qué estamos aquí? ¿Por qué estamos siendo la voz de nuestros hijos?
And why we're being a voice of our family members.
Especialmente yo por mi hijo, se llama Miguel Bravo.
Especially because of my son, Miguel Bravo.
Él no puede escuchar, no puede hablar y aparte tiene autismo.
He can't hear, he can't speak, and he has autism.
Como pueden entender, el autismo es
As you can hear,
una deshabilidad donde él no se puede cuidar para nada completamente en su seguridad.
he's not able to take care of himself or his security.
Él va a un programa de día que se llama BTC.
He goes to a program during the day, which is called BTC.
Ahí lo tienen que cuidar de persona a persona porque él no se fija si un carro va para atrás, si una persona lo va a pisar, una bicicleta.
So he doesn't know, he's not aware of his surroundings, therefore his security is very easily compromised.
Pero el problema más grande que tiene Miguel es que él no duerme.
His biggest problem for him is not being able to sleep.
En mi casa tengo toda la seguridad posible, cámaras, timbre, candados, tengo todo y
So in my house, I had to set it up to accommodate his security. I have cameras, everything possible that I can ensure that he will be safe.
así es de que Miguel no duerme, yo tampoco. Miren mis ojeras.
If he can't sleep, I can't sleep. Look at the circles under my eyes.
No puedo dormir, me siento cansada,
I'm
agotada.
tired all the time.
Y yo pienso que si Miguel viviera en otro lado donde hay personas que cuidan de ellos, no sería lo mismo para él en su seguridad.
I believe that if he is taken care of in a different facility, no one will take care of him the way she does,
Así
and
es
the
de-
love that she does.
Así es de que pido que ahora que están las negociaciones, piensen en el ahorro que yo les puedo dar cuidando a mi hijo a una costa de mi propia salud.
Please, right now that you guys are considering the new budget, please consider, the people in IHSS, that we do this job with all the love and sacrifices for the salary we have. And in a way, it's also money saving to the budget, because going to different facilities that they would have to go, it will be a lot more expensive. Therefore, I believe that we're also a savings to the budget. So please consider that as you are making your decisions to the budget.
Es muy gratificante cuidar a nuestros propios hijos, pero ya él es mayor de edad. Para mí sería fácil decirle, vete a vivir a otro lado, ya eres adulto.
It might be easy for me to tell him, go live somewhere else, put him in a different facility, have different care providers, have to go through the insurances and do all those accommodations and services that are a lot more expensive. When I can take care of him in my own home, that I have everything and I have provided all the security for him. Nowhere else he will be having that care for the salary that she's getting. So please consider that in this new budget.
Muchas
Or
gracias.
also a savings.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
And that concludes public comment on A52.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair, this is one of those situations where I'm going to tell you how things change in 15 years. When I first got here, I didn't understand this program, and I thought people were getting paid basically to take care of family members, which I thought, well, that's the family's responsibility. That's how uneducated I was about the issue 15 years ago. And because of you coming here year after year, sharing your stories, and making me realize that not only is it the right thing to do, and that you guys are just doing amazing work, but it's also fiscally responsible for us to have you, because the alternative is the costs are exorbitant. I appreciate every one of your stories. I can't imagine some of the lives that you're living. And I just appreciate all the work that you do. And it does not go unheard. And I want you to realize that when you've come here, even if you just changed one person's opinion, it mattered. So thank you for showing up.
Yeah. Thank you. Supervisor Lee? No. Okay. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion on A52.
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And with that, we have concluded our administrative agenda. We need to take a short break for our interpreters, just 5 minutes. And we are going to, when we come back, we're going to move to departmental item number 7. So the ICE activity is next. Just a short 5-minute break, and we'll come next. If you are planning to speak, we are going to prioritize those who are speaking 1 minute first. So if you are speaking just for 1 minute, you will be first in line. So just if you're thinking through what you'd like to say.
Thank you, Chair. And if I can make a...
Yes, hold on.
If I can make a quick, brief announcement again, we still have quite a few members of the public signed up for general public comment. So I just want to ensure if you're signed up for general public comment and your comments are related to the ICE item, you want to change your name over to departmental item number 7. Again, if you signed up for general public comment and your comments are related to ICE, please move your name to departmental item number 7. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for that quick break. We are back. Hopefully it's a little cooler in here by now. Thanks for your patience. And now we're going to take a bit out of order, but the item at hand, which is administrative item number 7. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 7 was previously read into the record, but again, I will read it into the record. It is from Supervisor Capps. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding discussion on recent immigration and customs enforcement ICE activities in Santa Barbara County.
Okay, thank you. I do have some slides to accompany, and I appreciate, again, as I prefaced in my opening remarks, that the request came from the community to address what happened, the crisis that happened July 10th in our community in Carpinteria. There was also a raid that happened previously on June 10th in Santa Maria, and we know that this is not a one-time thing. Unfortunately, this is a new reality, and so a lot of questions have been surfaced, a lot of concern by the community. I had the benefit of being able to speak with the sheriff the next morning, and that's when it occurred to me that if I have the benefit of asking our sheriff a lot of questions, I know that the public would like to ask the sheriff some questions and hear, because it helped me to understand a bit more about different roles, different responsibilities in a very terrifying time. So we don't know a lot, but here's what we do know. Next slide, please. Here are some of the images, if you could go back, taken by Ingrid Bostrom for The Independent. Just terrifying images of militarization of immigration enforcement, of tear gas, of military-style enforcement. Next slide, please. We know that there are 40 to 50 ICE agents, at least 10 individuals taken into custody in Carpinteria. I understand from a recent report, a lot more in Camarillo. 200 community members, many of you were there. The use of flashbang grenades, smoke canisters, et cetera. And as I mentioned, it's important not to forget that this also happened in Santa Maria a month previously. Next slide. This board has been very strong when it comes to supporting our immigrant community. I'm very proud of that. We were the first jurisdiction locally to pass a resolution in support of our immigrant and migrant communities early December 2024. And it's important, to, I believe, to remember that. We've done several Know Your Rights forums. We've had our Truth Act forum. Many of you attended that. As has been discussed here earlier in the agenda, we've dedicated funds. Certainly more could be dedicated, but we dedicated funds to the Immigrant Legal Defense Center for youth legal support services, and as well for therapy for those who've been, the family members of those who've been detained. I have a lot of pride that this board has unanimously taken all of these actions with enthusiasm. So this is, again, like I said, we don't know a lot, but here are the things that I know in my heart. That respect for constitutional rights is not optional. It's foundational to a just and democratic society. Every person, regardless of immigration status, is entitled to due process, equal protection under the law, and freedom from unlawful searches, seizures, and discriminatory enforcement. And now our community, again, many of you who are here, are dealing with the aftermath of the very real trauma of an out-of-control military response. And I believe that no one should be forced to interact with anonymous agents of the state. I really am grateful that the district attorney is here today, and we are going to hear from him, as well as our public defender and other leaders in law enforcement. And he has said that, quote, the actions of July 10th can rightfully be viewed as an attempt to fulfill some xenophobic quota at the expense of disrupting the lives of hardworking immigrants who've become part of the fabric of our society. So we are going to hear from many of you today, and we're going to do so with respect. This is democracy in action, and we do so with just respect for all opinions, all experiences. We're going to hear from many of you who were there, many of you who rushed in to support your hardworking neighbors in their time of need. And that's you are who I'd like to thank. On Sunday, I was reminded of one of the most well-known and compelling parables by Reverend Sarah Thomas, the Good Samaritan. Many of you know this parable. It's a story that will stand the test of time because it's a story of mercy, compassion, and loving one's neighbor, even those whom you don't know, especially those whom you don't know. So I just want to, before we get going, and tempers might get flared and emotions run high, I just want to extend my thanks to so many of you in this time in our history, because I believe that you are standing up and you are being the Good Samaritans of our time. So it's now time to hear from my colleagues. I'd like to begin with Supervisor Roy Lee. He was on the ground. It's his district. He was there with many of you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Cap. So, you know something's wrong with the militaries in Carpinteria because we are a peaceful community.
Yeah.
So I was there to see what was happening, to listen and feel what was happening at the corner of Casitas and Foothill. It was chaotic scene. People were upset, angry, afraid of what was happening to the family members who were being targeted. These actions are tearing our community and our business community apart in Carpinteria. It's the first time that I, as an immigrant, did not feel safe, that I was being targeted. So it's hard, but to see the outpour of support from many of you is incredible. So thank you. And I'm here to do whatever I can to protect you and the immigrant community. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board members wish to speak now at this point? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what's difficult is, I think it's the first time in 15 years up here that don't know who to even go to for information.
Yeah.
You know, that's the scary thing is, and kind of wanted to do this on the down low, but Supervisor Nelson and myself, before this even happened, were contacted by Congressman Carbajal and asked if we would like to go to the Santa Maria ICE facility and to, no press, we didn't want a crowd. We just wanted to go and find out what's going on. Like, what's the plan? What's your plan? And honestly left there with not a lot of information. We were assured at that point that at least the Santa Maria ICE facility was supposedly going to target, or had been targeting, only folks that were coming out of either the federal prison or that had a warrant out for their arrest, violent criminals. We found that, obviously, I think what happened down in Carpinteria turned out not to be true. But even then, in talking to that agent, he kind of shrugged his shoulders. He's like, look, I can tell you what I'm doing, but I don't know what Border Patrol is doing. There's another group that just came up from LA. They have different orders than we have orders. And I saw the congressman struggling with, like, probably the first time as a member of Congress, you don't know who to ask, or you know who to ask, you're just not getting any information. Yeah. And when you don't have information, you don't know what to tell your constituents. And so, you know, while I want to be part of the solution, also feel like we're kind of blocked out. Yeah. And I don't really understand why, but we are kind of in the, and I do want to say, for those of you here today and you're looking to us, we're here for support, but this is going to take everybody in the community. This is going to take you showing up. This isn't us passing a resolution, because I can imagine at the White House that probably doesn't carry a lot of weight. But it takes the community, and if you feel like you want to be part of the solution, you know, showing up is half the battle. So I also I haven't received any information about, you know, there's reports out that there were 10 children taken. I don't know if that's a 17-year-old or a 5-year-old, or were they working with their aunt or their uncle, or what else was going on. I just don't have any information whatsoever. So what that does is misinformation then is allowed to proliferate. And when that happens, we all don't know what's going on. So I saw a sign earlier that said, "Stop the chaos." There's a lot of chaos going on, and it's very frustrating to kind of be in charge and not know what's going on. So appreciate everybody being here today.
Yeah, well said. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, we are hearing a myth that they are apprehending violent people, gang members who are undocumented. But we're seeing that in our county, it's masked ICE officers. I mean, that is creepy. And in unmarked vehicles, and they're detaining people without identifying themselves. So we don't even know, are they DEA, are they National Guard? What are they? And they're tearing families apart and they're spreading fear. We recognize that the federal government has a role in immigration, but this conduct really crosses a dangerous line. It's chillingly reminiscent of the brown shirts in Germany, operating in secrecy, unchecked by oversight, and traumatizing entire communities. Even U.S. citizens are being swept up. I have a young man who's very close to me. He is documented. He was born in this country, but he was pulled over because he has brown skin, and he works. He works as a paramedic. And they said, and he said this, and he asked, "Why are you pulling me over?" And they said, "Get on the ground. Get on the ground." That is so humiliating. That is so traumatizing, and it is so wrong. No one in this country, regardless of status, should be treated this way. Unidentified officers are creating chaos, not safety, and they open the door to vigilantes impersonating law enforcement. It's kind of like the man who murdered the Minnesota legislator, Melissa Hortman, impersonating a cop. I mean, how do we know who these people are? At Cottage Hospital last week, we had people claiming to be First Amendment auditors, really assaulting my friend and neighbor. When people don't know who's pulling them over, they may run or hide or resist, putting lives at risk. That's exactly why democratic societies require officers to be clearly identified. Badges, uniforms, and marked vehicles aren't optional. They're essential to public trust and accountability. So if we accept fear and secrecy as standard practice, we aren't just failing to protect people, we're really forgetting who we are. This is really a travesty and an embarrassment, and I echo what Supervisor Lavanino said. We're limited. People look to us like we're all powerful. The state really tells us what to do in many areas of our responsibility. We carry out what the federal policies dictate, but we don't have to cooperate with ICE. We don't have to give them information, and I'll be pushing very hard to ensure that we don't. But it's going to take a movement. It's going to take all of us together.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I mean, this is one of those examples that in our country that you can have good people on both sides have different interpretations of circumstances that might be occurring in a community. There's a lot of things that are being conflated out there, and a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos that's been discussed here, and a lack of information. A lot of rumors and anecdotes sometimes lead to people's thoughts on policy. And I think that's something that we need to be careful about, making sure that we have as much information as possible before we jump to certain conclusions. I represent a significant agricultural area. Most of our larger farms are in my district or Steve's district up in the North County, and I've been checking in on how does it look out there at the farm. I know one of the big concerns about what's happening is how does that impact our county's economy. We just had an item a couple weeks ago where we had our crop report, and that we talked about agriculture is our largest industry in this county, over $2 billion. And we know that much of the activity is revolving about this, how this might impact that. So I've gone out and I've reached out to some of my farmers, and I asked, what does the absenteeism look like? Because some of the messaging that our growers have been providing to their workers is that, being at work is probably one of the safest places for you to be. And that has been the truth to this point. The advice that they also is given is make sure that you're not with people that are bad guys. Somebody that's, don't be living with them, don't be traveling in their car with them. do not associate with them, because there has definitely been a more focused target on those who have committed crimes. The conversation that Supervisor Lavanino and Congressman Carvajal and I had, there is a significant amount of people that are criminals that are undocumented that are in our country. I think it's 5 to 10 just a week that are coming out of Lompoc Federal Prison. Okay, these are people that we don't necessarily want to get released back into our community. These are people that have harmed our immigrant community. These are people that don't have the privilege to stay here. And that's been a big focus. It's something that I continue to hope is a focus. But one of those farmers wrote an op-ed, just to describe what's going on right now, because they wanted to kind of correct the record on what they're experiencing out in their farms. 'Cause I think that that's something that a lot of people need to understand, because what might be happening down here in the South Coast might be a little bit different than what's happening out in the North County. So I'm just going to read this op-ed. It's from an unnamed farmer. It says, ground truth, what the headlines got wrong about California farms. While headlines claim up to 70% of farm workers fled California fields during recent immigration raids, our farm ran at 95% labor capacity. If there's a crisis, it hasn't arrived here. And I'd know it if it had. I manage a farm in Santa Barbara County, California, with more than 1,000 employees, and we grow the same produce that was alleged to be at risk, berries and vegetables. We're part of the state's agricultural backbone, and I'm also active in the broader farming community. I haven't seen any evidence of the extreme labor collapse being cited by national and local media. According to our attendance logs, we average a 5% absentee rate during this summer's peak harvest, just 55 out of over 1,000 employees absent. That's an improvement from 2024, where absenteeism hovered around 7.5%. Our labor force is stable, skilled, and dedicated. Not only are we not losing 70% of our crew, we're actually performing better than the last season. Just for some perspective, we have been harvesting over 2 million pounds of berries and vegetables per week for the last 8 weeks. In conversations with other growers, processors, and farm work advocates, I've heard the same stories. Some anxiety, some worker caution, but not widespread no-shows. So where did the 70% figure come from? It appears to originate from a single quote in a Reuters article attributed to an unnamed grower in Ventura County. That number, unverified and uncollaborated, was picked up by national outlets and advocacy organizations and repeated as fact. To date, I have seen no reports, surveys, or official data from CDFA, USDA, or labor groups that back up such an alarming statistic. What should have been presented as one grower's experience became a statewide narrative. This kind of exaggeration can damage public trust and distort real policy discussions. It draws attention away from the genuine, long-standing labor issues that agriculture faces. Instead of sound bites, we need solid analysis. Modern farming in California is technical, precise, efficient, and highly regulated. This means we require technical, precise, and efficient solutions with enforcement and scientific regulations. My observations have been fear and rumors do far more damage to workforce dynamics than actual enforcement actions. Precision matters, especially when food security is on the line. Farmers across California have contingency plans. We invest in our people. We prepare. To suggest that 70% of our workforce has vanished overnight is not only misleading, it disrespects the resilience of the agricultural community. Worse, it can panic markets, mislead consumers, and undermine collaborative solutions. So here's my call to the media, to policymakers, and to fellow advocates. Talk to more growers. Look at attendance data. Ask local ag commissions and field reps. Seek verification before turning isolated anecdotes into alarmist headlines. We feed the country. We don't need pity. We need precision. And I think that goes along with what some of the things that we're hearing. We are hearing anecdotes that are very real, but we also need to look at this from the bigger picture. I know that the data on the June 10th that the chair mentioned, my understanding from what I had heard was that was actually a raid of a field, but that was actually an enforcement action that ended up on a field where that person was arrested, that started off-site. So there's things like that get out in the community that we start to think, okay, they're going after these fields, and we're starting to get out rumors out there into the community that might not be accurate. And again, I'm not sure what happened in Carpinteria. It sounds like there's multiple,
Yeah, let's be respectful.
With the amount of different departments within the federal government that were involved, I think there's going to be a lot more information that's going to be coming out of that. I think it is not an accident that was at a cannabis location and not at a strawberry field. I think that there's a lot more to that story that will be told over the coming months. And I also want to be cautious in the decision-making that we engage in based on something that we may not see the full picture on, something that we may not be actively participating in, and then look to ourselves and figure out ways that we can engage in those conversations so that we can have the information to make the best decisions possible. I'll have some additional comments, but I'll wait to hear from the public.
Thank you. And here's the way this is going to flow. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. So I've asked our top law enforcement officials to be here, beginning with our district attorney, our sheriff, and our public defender. We're also going to hear from Julissa Pena from the Immigrant Legal Defense Center, as well as our state representatives from Senator Monique Lamone's office, as well as Assemblyman Hart's office. At each juncture, my colleagues can ask questions, for sure, because again, we want to make sure we do get as much information out as possible to the public and to ourselves. And then we'll take public comment. It's a quite lengthy public comment, no surprise. And then at the end, if any board members have any direction for staff, I do have some ideas, beginning with a request for more information of our federal government partners. We will do that as well. So that's the flow here. So first up is our district attorney. And again, I just want to thank you for your comments. District Attorney John Savernake.
Chair Capps, members of the board, I'm going to just turn around. And this is what I'm talking about. And at the end of my comments, that will make sense. I'm here today because I felt the need to comment about enforcement action. Immigration enforcement action has been militarized. And what that has led to, whether you agree or disagree, you have to agree that it has caused fear. You have to agree that it has caused outrage. You have to agree that people who care about our constitutional democracy are worried about the optics of that. I'm a public safety officer, and I see us sitting on a powder keg. It's a powder keg caused by enforcement action, which seems directly disproportionate to the threat of any location that is being searched. Now, contrary to the opinions of certain commentators, I support the rule of law. If a federal officer, a state officer, has a search warrant signed by a federal judge or a state judge, we as citizens are required to comply. The lack of compliance is in and of itself an offense. To be clear, I am not advocating the rejection or of the rule of law. I have built a career on it. I've built my life on it, and I support it. My issues are with targets and tactics. It is difficult to argue that this level of force is needed because of the hostility surrounding it when it is the level of force itself that led to the hostility. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think it's wrong for anybody to come up to this podium and not acknowledge the importance of immigration to this country at every step. I still remember my great-grandparents. Great-Granny Savernake didn't speak English, but she spoke candy, and I got candy from her. My great-grandfather worked the coal mines in Pennsylvania, the jobs nobody wanted. Then my grandfather, when they emigrated to Wisconsin, had a career in a factory, a union job, good paying with a retirement and a gold watch. Then my father went to college and got an MBA, and his son went to college, got an MBA, a law degree, and is now an elected official in the greatest county in the United States of America. That is the story of immigration. My first generation friends, the friends I have in my life whose parents work the fields. They are lawyers, prosecutors, public defenders. A lot of them are judges, and one of them is even the CEO of a neighboring coastal county. That's the story of immigration in that country. So it pains me to see the fear, because the fear is leading to confrontation, and I don't want the confrontation. The First Amendment requires us all to assemble peacefully. And that's where I say, that's where this is what I'm talking about. Because it is a fair assumption, whether you can prove it or not, it is a fair assumption given the reports that are coming out of Carpinteria and Camarillo that there is an atmosphere that is almost encouraging confrontation. And I'm telling you, don't do the confrontation. Don't throw the rocks. I don't want anybody hurt. I don't want any of you hurt. I don't want any of you arrested. I don't want any federal law enforcement officer to fear for his or her life either. I'm trying to get this from blowing up. We didn't cause this. But by goodness, we need to be the adults in the room. We are at a critical juncture. We need to show our love and support for our immigrant communities. We need to respect the rule of law, but we do not have to sit quietly and take what we think is actually undercutting the principles upon which this country was founded. So that's when I say, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we need to do. I walked all the way from the Hilton to the newly renovated bandshell on the No King celebration. 10 to 15,000 people out there, and we didn't even impede traffic. It is an opportunity for us to show that we care, that we are right, that we support people who are here, who are hardworking. My office deals every day with people who are victimized. Many of those people are immigrants. I don't cooperate. State law prohibits me. I don't even ask. I don't know. You can search my database. I cannot tell you who is and isn't documented because I don't have that information. But is somebody going to be afraid to come forward? Is somebody going to be afraid to report victimization because what it may mean to them? Or even what they're reporting. Perhaps they don't want the consequence of deportation for the purpose. My victim witness staff, and my victim witness staff are either came to this country after birth, or a number of them are first generation, and all of them are dealing with immigrants to this country on a daily basis, people they support, people they love, people they care about. Well, that's what we're talking about. I don't want victims underground. I think we can all agree violent and dangerous people who are in this country illegally will suffer the consequence. I wholeheartedly support that if one of those consequences is deportation. But we have to come together as a community and say we care. And when I mentioned the quote that Supervisor Capps that you put up about the xenophobic quotas, my fear is that there have been either promises made in the course of an election or after an election describing a number. And those of us in the justice system can never work on a number. Because when the number becomes your goal, you do whatever it takes to get to their number. Justice dictates that we treat each individual as an individual. We look at every case, the circumstances, what is going on in somebody's life, what they have done, what they have not done, that you look at somebody not as a number, but as a person. So if there is anything I can do to maintain the indignation, but calm down the violence, I will do it. We deserve better. I don't want any of you hurt. I have interacted and met with a number of ICE and Homeland Security officers, and they are the ones I've interacted with are good, caring people. I don't want to see them hurt. I don't want to see them hurt, but I also don't want to see them participating in acts of violence. So it is the militarization is something I feel we should all be afraid of.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board for the district attorney? I mean, you've done a lot of good with your words. I think it bears repeating because we get so many questions up here and in our inboxes of coordination with ICE. So the fact that you just stated for the record that your office does not, you do not keep those records, is valuable information, as well as your call for peace in these protests.
Yeah, not only do we not keep the information, we don't possess it because we don't ask for it. It is under California law, not a factor that I'm allowed to introduce in court or consider. To me, a victim is someone who has been harmed through the wrongful acts of another. And if people are committing serious wrongful acts, then I wholeheartedly support their suffering the consequences provided for under the law. But under the law requires not only a violation, but a process.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
You had a question for Diaz Aronach.
Sorry, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. And there's a process, and that's what we're talking about here. And my understanding, or maybe you know, do you know if there was a warrant that was served and signed by a judge for the activity that happened in Camarillo and Carpinteria?
Again, I emphasized early, we do not receive, my office will not receive any of the process that was acquired. To that extent, in a situation like this, my information is the same as anybody else's regarding whether there was. It is my understanding there was a warrant, and my understanding is the employers that were affected they stated they complied with the warrant, and I'm just emphasizing to everybody, if there is legal process, we still need to be subject to the law.
Sure, that's what I'm asking, just because you're a chief law enforcement officer in our county.
Yes.
As the district attorney, and so you have databases where you can see where if there's a warrant, and your office has...
In state court. We would not necessarily we would not have, if a federal warrant is in fact published or made public, we would have the same access as anybody else. But I don't have unique access either to when federal authorities are getting or if they have warrants.
Okay, yeah, because I'd be interested to see what that warrant said, because obviously understanding how this might be different than other situations, or if this is a unique circumstance, or to the details of what was behind it, because again, those are things that we don't know at this point. I mean, we're making some assumptions that it was about a quota, but we don't know the details yet of the warrant and what was being looked at.
Well, I'd say my quota
or the
comment
agency.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Nelson.
I'm just trying to understand the agencies involved, because I think it's important for us to make decisions. Again, is this a one-off, or is this something that is a little bit more complex? So just trying to understand that.
Yeah, when I comment about quotas, I'm commenting about what was promised the American people.
Yep.
And what was promised the American people was a number. And my fear is to attain that number, and it's a ridiculously large number. To attain that number, you can't get to that number by treating everybody individual. You would have to do that en masse to get to that number. So my fear is that there will be more large-scale operations with military force. And I respect and share the opinion of people that are afraid for our constitutional democracy when we have actual military officers participating in domestic operations. That this level of force is unprecedented, and I think it's disingenuous to say this level of force is in response to the hostility that these actions are received, when it's the level of response that caused the hostility. It's just the hypocrisy of that is difficult for me to process.
Yeah, me too. You talked about peaceful protest, and I want to make sure I understand the bounds of that, and I think the community needs to know what those bounds are. I know that there's marching, but what we saw in some of these videos, we saw, people standing in front of law enforcement vehicles in the roadway. We saw people throwing things at law enforcement officers and pushing them. We saw people shooting at them, throwing cinder blocks at vehicles. Can you
Let's be respectful.
give us an understanding of where's that bar so the community understands?
I can certainly comment on that. And yes, if you assault or batter, assault is a threatened use force, battery is actual force. Throwing a large, heavy object at an individual, actually hitting them with that, pushing, shoving, there are things that would be violations of the law. And one of the reasons I am here to pitch peaceful protests is I don't want to be in the situation of having to respond to people that committed. I want everybody to be safe. I don't want this to blow up. But yes, if people destroy property, if they threaten officers, if they batter officers, if you hit them, I'm not commenting as to whether any of that occurred. In the hypothetical, if it does occur, if you throw a cinder block that damages or destroys federal property or state property or anybody's property, that is an offense. And that's not who we as Santa Barbara County are. I mean, we can't meet their force with force. There are more. They have bigger guns. This is not a situation where anybody is pitching that kind of force. We meet their force with our voices. We meet their force with our votes. We meet their force with reason. We meet their force with our numbers. That's what I'm trying to encourage.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you. And let's just say the number, 2,000 a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff Brown, thank you so much for being here today. No, we're going to be very respectful, everyone.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board, members of the public. I'm going to be a little more circumspect than my distinguished colleague and friend who just preceded me, but nevertheless, I hope to accomplish three things with you today. One is to give you some information, as I have it, as to what happened yesterday, as it was given to me. Obviously, I was not there personally, and we were not involved in any way ahead of time on this, but I can piece together a few things that we do know. I also want to talk to the community, particularly to the immigrant community, and address some of the fears that are obviously palpable in the community right now. And then lastly, just want to give you some candid thoughts on where we can maybe go from here. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me just say that the Sheriff's Office is proud to serve our Santa Barbara County communities as its law enforcement agency. The Sheriff's Office would like to remind our communities that we do not participate in immigration enforcement, including assisting with ICE operations, nor do we interfere with those operations. SB 54, also known as the California Values Act, is a state law that restricts California law enforcement agencies from using their resources to assist federal immigration enforcement. The Sheriff's Office is dedicated to serving all of the members of the Santa Barbara County community. We cannot and we will not fail to provide core public safety services to everyone in our community, and that includes to undocumented immigrants who live and work here. Our primary focus will continue to be the protection of and the service to our entire community. We do not ask questions about or otherwise attempt to determine anyone's immigration status in the course of our duties. Generally, federal agencies do provide the Sheriff's Office with deconfliction notice prior to conducting investigations or enforcement activities within areas that are served by the Sheriff's Office. The purpose of this deconfliction notice is to ensure that local area law enforcement is aware of the outside agency's activity in order to prevent officer safety concerns should we receive calls for service related to their activity or happen upon them during routine patrol. They do not, the federal agencies, do not provide the Sheriff's Office with specific information about their investigative or enforcement activities when providing deconflicting notice, just basically the location and the time that they're there. Last Thursday, federal agents conducted an operation to secure a federal search warrant, and serve rather, a federal search warrant at the Glass House Farm at 5601 Casitas Pass Road. The Sheriff's Office was notified of the operation just prior to its onset, literally just a few minutes, for deconfliction purposes. We did not respond to assist with this operation. We did answer several calls from community members who expressed concern about the activity of federal agents. Deputies fielded these calls and shared what our limitations are in regard to federal agency law enforcement activity in Santa Barbara County. Members of the California Highway Patrol responded to assist with traffic control, as this section of the roadway is their jurisdiction as far as traffic control. There were no local law enforcement issues reported that required on-scene intervention by sheriff's deputies. As has been seen via extensive media reporting, a similar but much larger federal warrant service operation was conducted simultaneously at another Glass House Farm located in the Camarillo area in Ventura County. The actions, it's important to understand, that occurred were not a raid or a sweep. These were the service of two federal judge-signed search warrants at these two locations. And they were served in furtherance of a criminal investigation. And just this morning, I was notified by the field director for ICE that this was a HSI-led operation, Homeland Security Investigations. They are a part of ICE, and it's important to understand that there's two distinct components of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is itself a subcomponent of Customs and Border Protection. But the ICE chart or breakdown is HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. Think of these as the detectives of the agency. They're the ones that do the investigations into crimes that are committed with respect to people who are foreign nationals or who are undocumented in the United States. And the other part of ICE, the one that is more thought of, I think, as ICE, is the ERO, Enforcement and Removal Operations branch of ICE. So there's confusion as to what happens there, but the reality is that there are some concerns that we have and that I share and that I think all of us share in terms of the impact that accelerated ICE arrests are having on our communities. The fear factor that I mentioned that is evident, people afraid to go out of their homes, to go to work, afraid to send their children to school, et cetera. That is a negative impact on our community. There is a distinction, however, between federal and local law enforcement that many immigrants coming from foreign countries that have national police forces may not understand. And we try to emphasize this with the immigrant community and reiterate that the Sheriff's Office does not enforce immigration law in the field. We only cooperate with ICE as permitted under SB 54, that California law, and that's only with respect to notifying them of the release of criminal undocumented immigrants who are in our custody that are also wanted by that law enforcement agency. We, the Sheriff's Office, are here to protect and serve everyone in our community, again, regardless of their immigration status, and we encourage anyone who is a victim of or a witness to crime to contact us about it. I just wanted to say, in closing, some personal thoughts. I've been dealing with this issue for a long time. As you know, I'm currently the president of the Major County Sheriffs of America. I represent the largest county sheriffs in the country. And as you can imagine, we have a diverse membership, but it's probably very similar to what the outlook is in terms of the country. It's about 50-50 probably in terms of those who are, many actually run as partisan sheriffs, Republican and Democrat, but those of us who are nonpartisan, whether you consider yourself conservative, moderate, or liberal, we're a very mixed bag, our organization. I've spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C., building relationships with federal law enforcement partners. I've spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C., sitting down with elements of the administration and talking about issues, frankly, not immigration enforcement, but a number of other issues that sort of come up and broach the line here with the immigration enforcement. And I want to make sure that we understand that my personal view, having dealt with this issue for a long time, is that one of the biggest problems is that many people on both sides of this issue look at it and see it as a black and white issue. And the reality is it simply is not. There are an incredible amount of gray areas on both sides of this equation. And we, as a people, get into trouble if we oversimplify this and want to say that this is a black and white response. Personally, I don't believe that we should be working in absolutes. As a law enforcement officer, one of the things that we are given is discretion. And there are times when that discretion is appropriate to be exercised. And it's difficult when we see situation now that is being certainly an accelerated amount of enforcement that is being done out in the community, which is creating problems in the community with trust issues and so forth, as I've mentioned. So those are all the remarks that I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. But I do want to let the public know that, again, this was a Homeland Security investigations, a dual operation. And if there are complaints or there are issues, you can't bring it to the Sheriff's Office for us to resolve. They have to be taken to HSI. They have an Office of Professional Responsibility, and they have a system for people making complaints and issues to them. They have people that are, that is their role, is to investigate complaints and to make sure that their people are being held accountable. Well, we can't do that because we are not a federal agency. We are a local law enforcement agency. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. question, Supervisor Lee.
Sheriff Brown, I just want to say that your deputies did a great job protecting the city of Carpinteria. Recently, we had a St. Joe's Festival, and they were present. They were there protecting the whole community. So I want to say a great job on that. So my question to you is, what can you do to protect people from being approached, intimidated, kidnapped from our streets who fit this profile of racial profiling? What can you do?
Well, there's some loaded words in there, Supervisor. The reality is, we could argue the tactics, we could argue the methodologies, but the reality is that if they are truly bona fide federal agents working for Customs and Border Protection and or Immigration and Customs Enforcement and all the other federal agencies that are, in many cases, seconded to their task forces right now, they have authority to investigate and to arrest people who have entered the country or remain in the country illegally. They are the law enforcement arm that does that, not the locals, not the state agencies. It is their responsibility, their purview is to do that. And so if they are investigating and seeking somebody and locate that person, it is within their right to apprehend that person. The methods or the way force is used, those sorts of things can come into the equation and can be debated and discussed. But if you're talking about someone who is arrested and taken into custody, that is not a kidnapping. That is somebody that is a federal agency that is conducting an operation for which they are authorized to do by federal law.
So how can a deputy verify those identity of these agents?
Well, as I say, we are, and I have to give kudos to ICE. We've had one or two instances where we have not been notified that they have been in our community and have taken some enforcement action. And the reality is, when they make those deconfliction notices, as they did on Thursday in preceding this operation that took place on Casitas Pass Road, if we know that they are in that area and somebody calls us and says, hey, somebody came in military type uniforms and arrested or grabbed somebody and they allege that they were kidnapped, it's unlikely to be a kidnapping. It's likely to be an arrest that was made by them. If someone calls us and we don't have information that somebody was snatched by somebody and put in a car, we will respond and we will investigate that. And we'll make phone calls and we will determine if indeed there was another law enforcement agency that may have been doing that. But the sheriff's office, as I mentioned, is not going to intervene in a federal operation that is underway. That is their responsibility.
So let me rephrase my question then. So if I was walking down the street, I was approached by ICE agents, and I call you, would the deputy show up or not?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So if I'm walking down the street and ICE agents come up to me, ask me about my residency, et cetera, and I call you, will your deputy show up to protect me?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the situation. If somebody stops you, a federal
Let's be respectful and let him speak, please, everybody. Thank you.
A federal agent would be within his or her right to stop someone if they had a reasonable suspicion that that person was undocumented, for example, if that's what they were stopping them for, or if they'd committed a crime. And so that is their...
Please, we're going to have to stop this hearing if people keep interrupting the sheriff. So I'm going to ask you one more time. It's coming from this direction. Please stop interrupting the sheriff.
Yeah. So again, if it truly is a federal officer that is stopping someone, they are within their right to do that. If there's a belief that it might be somebody impersonating a federal officer, we might investigate and make a determination that they are indeed credentialed and that they are a legitimate federal officer. And if that's the case, then that would be the extent. And if there's a complaint about what happened, or it's like I said, that needs to be taken to the federal agency and reported, just as someone would do the same thing if they made a complaint about a sheriff's deputy out in the field. They wouldn't go complain to the police department or to the FBI. They would complain to the sheriff's office. The agency has to be given an opportunity to investigate any claims of misconduct or actions that are not appropriate by their staff.
Got it. So your answer that I'm getting is there's nothing you can do, right?
There's very little that we can do if the agency is operating as a federal law enforcement agency, and if they happen to be in our jurisdiction is also their jurisdiction. They have jurisdiction in the entire United States.
Right. But doing nothing and doing little is not an answer that we're seeking.
I still can't understand.
So seeking it, when you say there's a very little or nothing they can do, that's not an answer.
Well, like
that
I
we can
said,
accept.
we can investigate and determine if there's a question as to whether or not they are federal agents, we can make that determination. But I don't think that there was any question that it was federal agents that were on Casitas Pass Road on Thursday, for example. I mean, you know, we're talking about a case where maybe it's someone in a neighborhood, someone sees somebody get apprehended, put into a vehicle and driven off, and they're concerned that maybe, did that person get kidnapped or did that person get apprehended?
Right.
And we would investigate that if that's all the information that we had and determine what had happened to that person.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Sheriff Brown, you're a student of history, and you've worked very hard to make sure that your deputies are really well trained so that they respect civil rights and they really know a lot about the Constitution because they have a lot of authority and not to abuse it. And I think that that's part of the culture that you've created in the Sheriff's Department. So I would just like you to comment on two things as an educational for all of us. And that is, you know, why is it important that law enforcement identify themselves and not be anonymous? And why do we separate police from military?
Well, as far as why is it important for law enforcement to identify themselves? It's an underlying principle, comes from the early 1800s in Sir Robert Peel's Principles of Policing, that one of his principles was that every officer should have an identifying number and should be available to the public, and that he at the time can be identified and by that number. And that certainly holds true for the majority of law enforcement operations. But you do get into operations that where that is actually not the norm, where you have the potential for example, if somebody's investigating a very violent gang, if somebody is investigating a criminal organization, and there's concern that the safety of that officer or their family could be at stake, then there may be a point where that officer's not displaying identification or is not at the front of the group that goes in to make an arrest or something like that. But as a general rule for local law enforcement, yes, there should be a means of identification. With respect to the masks and the gaiters that are being worn and what have you, it creates problems and issues. It's not a good look. But again, that's something that would have to be determined as to whether or not that would be supported by the circumstances. There have been cases where agitators have obtained information of federal agents. They have publicized it. They've put their home addresses up on the internet, their family members' names, things like that, which are, certainly actual doxing of those agents. And those agents are sensitive to that, and they don't want that to happen, obviously. And so you're going to probably see, as long as it's allowed, them being masked in these kinds of operations. Your second part of the question about the military, the use of the military, historically, we base our policing under, it comes from English common law, and the police, the whole reason we have a police force, or that they have one in England, derived from the fact that the military had been used to put down protests, rebellion, and so forth in England, riots that occurred because of bad economic times, people starving, didn't have jobs, and what have you. And the military that was supposed to be defending a country ended up using force against its own people. And the British people rose up against that. They protested it, and Sir Robert Peel, who was the Home Secretary at the time, decided there needed to be an organized police force that would deal with a variety of things, including civil disturbances, and do so in such a way that it was not the military using weapons of war against the populace, but was a police force that was using, if possible, just the appearance, their authority, and just their reasoning with people to get them to comply. And that was the basis of British law enforcement, and we really followed in those footsteps in many respects. And it is highly unusual to have the military involved in support of civilian law enforcement. It happens during times of, usually of major crisis, obviously things like the Watts riots and other examples in history where the military has been called in, but it's typically always previously been a kind of a last resort thing.
Supervisor Labanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we can't do anything about federal officials covering their faces and gaiters and those types of things, which, as you said, is a bad look. But what is our local policy?
On masks?
Yeah, covering the face.
Yeah, no, we don't use. The one exception to that might be if we're doing a special operation, where we have a barricaded suspect, where we may use certain munitions or something that could, as a safety measure, we may have masks being worn and so forth. But as a general rule, we do not wear masks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. You mentioned in your initial comments that there was a warrant for this circumstance, right? And it was a criminal warrant? And you said that's different than a typical sweep type operation?
Well, yeah, it's important to remember, I guess, that a criminal warrant is typically signed by a federal judge. ICE has the ability to produce administrative warrants, which are not recognized in California, but in many other states they are. And they have unique authority to issue those. That's been issued to them by Congress. And so the distinction would be between the different types of warrants. This was my understanding that the two warrants that were actual warrants issued by a federal magistrate that were signed by that judge. And they were issued in support, from what I'm told, of an investigation into this particular company hiring people who were undocumented as workers and also hiring minors in their facilities as well.
Has your department seen the warrant yet, by any chance? Is that something you guys have, it's been made available? Okay, just curious there. This is a little bit of a hypothetical, but I know you can't be involved in it because it has an immigration component, but if it was another type of investigation on another business in our county that didn't involve immigration, but it was something with HSI, you guys would typically probably be a part of the planning and then maybe the operations?
Yeah, unfortunately, what makes this more difficult is the fact that we're prohibited from cooperating or coordinating with ICE in any kind of immigration enforcement other than the jail releases or transfers under certain cases. And because of that, we can't really do anything ahead of time with them. And we're not involved in those operations. But you're absolutely right. If it was the FBI that was coming in to serve a warrant on a business, and they asked for our help, then we'd be able to go fully brief, being involved with them, actually maybe be on the perimeter of that operation, but we would be available to help them with that.
And we'd be able to help them establish the appropriate amount of threat and the appropriate amount of response and how that community might respond to that. We'd be able to be part of those discussions.
But we're prohibited from doing that now. And frankly, I wouldn't want our people doing that. I want us to maintain our credibility with the immigrant community, that we do not work with ICE in immigration enforcement in the field. We do not consult with them. We do not give them information. We adhere to the law meticulously, and we want everybody. If a woman is here who is undocumented and she is being beaten by her husband, we want her to report that to us. If somebody is here undocumented and they witness a shooting and they see a vehicle and get a license plate, we want them to come to us with that information. And we know that they won't do it if they believe that we are going to deport them.
Gotcha. So even if SB 54 didn't exist, you wouldn't work with ICE or Customs Enforcement?
Yeah, we would work with HSI. For example, sometimes we do if we have a Ponga boat incursion, for example, and we get a large boat filled with dope and oftentimes people that are being smuggled, and we are the first ones there, and we detain and stop them and find out what's going on. But once we find out what it is, we call them and basically turn that investigation. We would turn that investigation over to them. We would not handle that investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. You've answered most of the questions. I just have two. So just to reiterate, and the call you made to not have a presence there, and when things escalated, when there was smoke canisters, when there was these flashbangs, like when do you make the decision to come in to help keep the peace? I understand you didn't want to send the signal that you're cooperating, but at what point?
Well, I mean, in answer to your question, if something happened, if there was a disastrous outcome of some kind where people were being shot and killed, or where there were, there was some major tumultuous incident going on, and we were called for help, we would respond, obviously, if that was the case. But as a general rule, we're not going to respond to assist with any federal law enforcement endeavor. And the reality is, they didn't need our help. They came fully prepared. They had 50-plus people in our location.
But I think that the people needed your help.
Wow.
That's what.
As I told you, we are as a local law enforcement agency, we are not going to intervene in a federal law enforcement operation.
Okay.
Period. We're just not going to do it.
But what? Yeah.
Any more than we would want them coming in intervening in one of our operations. It's a recipe for disaster if you do that.
So my second question, and we're going to hear from Congressman Carvajal's District Director, Erica Reyes, but I think what's hard to hear your message, and I appreciate it, and it's this was a federal operation, and if there's challenges with it or problems with it, talk to them. We all feel this frustration. How do we talk to them? Our own congressman couldn't get anybody to respond, couldn't get any contact, was there trying to make contact and was denied. So if our own congressman can't make inroads, I'm glad they're communicating with you after the fact, but do you have any suggestion of what we could do as a Board of Supervisors, as a county, just to voice opposition to this raid, to this action?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Congressman Carbajal was having trouble getting in touch, because my understanding is that the public information officer gave him a card that he had at the scene, so that you should have had a way to get a hold of somebody. As far as what can anybody else do? I'm not saying it's you have to navigate the federal government, the bureaucracy of the federal government, but the reality is, if you're tenacious enough to do it, you should be able to do it. And whether that's through a phone call, whether that's through a letter, whether that's through an email, whatever way it is. But ICE does have an Office of Professional Responsibility. There's going to be ways to contact them that are going to be on the internet that people can find out. And they can contact them, and at some point they'll be contacted by somebody from ICE, I would imagine. So.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Can I just add one thing too? And I just wanted to say to the people who are here, as I said, I'm sympathetic. I have a lot of empathy for families that are struggling right now and scared right now as a result of what's happened. But I would say to you, you know, peaceful protest is one thing, and it's based, a lot of change in our country has been based on peaceful protest. But when that peaceful protest results in people, you know, turning to the point where they're throwing rocks, where in the case in Camarillo, where somebody pulled out a pistol and fired at the federal agents in their direction. I mean, that is getting to the point where it's absolutely unacceptable, and you're hurting your cause when you do that. You're not helping your cause. You're hurting it. And the only way that this is all going to change is when enough people are heard on both sides of the aisle by our legislators, and our legislators come together and craft and pass comprehensive immigration reform law, which needs to be done. And the problem is on both sides of that aisle. This has been a wedge issue that the parties don't want to solve, don't want to relinquish in many respects. And the reality is, I don't think it's that complicated. I think you could come together and come up with a solution to the problem that gives some form of, you know, our borders are pretty much closed right now. They're secured. We keep them secured. We keep our people who have been here, many of them for decades, otherwise lawful, the dreamers, build a pathway for them to legal residency, build a pathway for people to come into this country temporarily as workers, you know, to do the things that we need. We have winked and nodded at this problem for the last 50 years. And these people are our neighbors, they're part of our community, they're entwined into our economy, and you know, we have this disconnect when we're now trying to solve it simply by deporting people. There's got to be a comprehensive program, and it's going to take both parties to make that happen. And I fear that the closer we get to the midterms and the closer we get to the next presidential election, we're just going to fall back into place where we've been before. But now might be the opportunity for people on both sides to actually come out and do something meaningful and give the American people what I think most people want, a solution to this problem that's fair and a solution to this problem that works. And we haven't got that, and it's a shame, because we're here left to answer the questions that all of you have, questions that we can't, for the most part, even answer for you. So, anyway, thank you for the
Chair,
opportunity.
for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, next we'll hear from our public defender, Tracy Makuga.
Chair, members of the board, as you can imagine, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to keep my remarks brief because this hearing is important, and the people you actually need to hear from more than us in safety is the community that's here, the boots on the ground that were there and had the experience. ICE, however, has always been a very prominent feature in the criminal justice system. In my 33 years, defending the dignity of the most marginalized, and very importantly, defending individual rights under the Constitution, what is occurring in our community, what is occurring on the Central Coast, what is occurring nationally, can only be described as government-sanctioned terror. Over 361 people were taken by armed, masked federal agents during the Central Coast raids, July 6th through 10th. Of the 361, only 4 had violent felony convictions. That math leaves you at this, that the remaining 357 were farm workers, students, parents, and 14 minors. This data is published on the Department of Homeland Security. It's also published on what's called TRAC, T-R-A-C. None of the 357 individuals had any reported convictions. And as we all now know, One man died fleeing. These community members were not fugitives. They were not a threat to public safety. So what happened in our backyard was not justice. What happened in our backyard was designed to instill fear, suppress dissent, and send a message: stay silent or you're next. This moment will be remembered, not for what federal agents did, but how we as local leaders choose to respond. You holding this hearing today, listening to the community, is a brilliant and wonderful response. But I also want to go on to share a couple other simple facts as you decide how to navigate this chaos, confusion, and misinformation. Many of the people arrested last Thursday are currently detained in very inhumane conditions. Some in California, some in other states. Some have already been deported, and most of them have not seen a lawyer. The regular videos of police protests, arresting people, including minors, citizens, and military veterans, we've received those calls. My immigration team has received those calls. They call us to see whether they should come to court. They call us to say, is it safe to leave our homes? They call us to say, hey, is it okay to make a police report because I have been a victim? Over the past several days, we at the Public Defender's Office have worked very closely with our brothers and sisters in this room today, the 805 Immigration Coalition and volunteer attorneys, to try to locate, screen, and provide people with options. Unfortunately, many people were deported before any of us could speak with them. Given the lack of due process in the immigration system, the need for legal representation and education prior to these events is even more important. And I'll conclude by saying, because you started the constitutional conversation, Chair Capps, and I appreciate it because I've spent my whole career defending the Constitution. And I will say that we cannot claim to uphold the Constitution while standing silent as the Constitution is trampled. What happened was not enforcement, it was an eradication of trust, of safety, of rights. Your response, our response today, will shape whether this county is remembered as a place that protected its people or one that has turned its back on them. And I'm proud to see that I know you are not turning your back on our community. So thank you, and most importantly, thank you to everyone who's here.
Thank you. Any questions for our public defender? Actually, I have a couple, just because it's such a mystery, and it's a horrifying mystery of what actually happens to somebody. Can you just, you mentioned, can you just walk us through, because you've represented, and you and your team have represented some of these folks. So like what happened on Thursday, what rights are thrown out the window? Where are they now? If you had to take a guess, just give us some hypotheticals so we can understand a bit more and be educated on the process,
So
if we can call it a
first of all,
process.
I find myself very often agreeing with Supervisor Lavanino with your comments, because it is the unknown, it is the uncertainty. And I can honestly tell you that's what's so frightening.
Yeah.
Is each of us know people who have been taken, and each of those individuals, we cannot tell you with certainty where they are.
Right.
What conditions they're in. They don't have access to a lawyer. They don't have access to their people, their families. So imagine the worst nightmares in the worst countries where you get seized by an unmasked person, taken, not allowed to communicate with anybody, and then end up in a different state, end up in a different country where you were not born or you have no community. That's what's happening. That's the tragedy. I would like to give you a story of some dignified process. There's nothing dignified about what's happening on the national level.
Yeah. And I'm putting you on the spot here, but this lawsuit that came after the fact, or at least the injunction that came after the fact, the ACLU and the City of Los Angeles, that the judge actually ruled after Thursday, that put at least temporarily an injunction on these kinds of workforce raids. Can you speak to that in your can you just pontificate on your thoughts of that from a constitutional matter? Because certainly it resonates with me in terms of what my interpretation of constitutional rights are.
Well, first of all, there are many brilliant minds in this room here today, my brothers and sisters from ILRC, immigration attorneys that I think can talk very eloquently about this.
Yeah.
I can tell you that, like John Savernek said, following the rule of law is what we have dedicated our lives to, and what it feels like now, even with the ACLU literally charging the doors saying, follow the law, follow the law. Unfortunately, on the national level, with national law enforcement now, I don't believe they're following the law, and I think that's why these ACLU lawsuits are so important.
Yeah.
The reality of it is that ICE has been allowed to racially profile. ICE is racially profiling.
Yeah.
Period. And whether that can be stopped by a lawsuit, I hope so. I don't know so, and I encourage, when you talk to ILRC who's here today and other professionals, that they will offer you a better opinion than I can offer other than my utter horror.
Thank you, Public Defender Makuga. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear from Erica Reyes from Congressman Carvajal's office. She runs his operation here, and we'll hear from our federal representative here. Thank you for being
Good
here.
afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Salud Carbajal, who is in Washington, D.C. today and unable to provide a statement in person. My name is Erica Reyes, and I serve as District Director with the Office of Congressman Salud Carbajal and a proud Santa Barbara County AmeriCorps alum. Last Thursday, July 10th, 2025, DHS was conducting a raid at Casitas Pass Road in Carpinteria. The Congressman and I, as his staff, witnessed a disproportionate display of force against local farm workers and local community members who had gathered on Casitas Pass Road out of concern for the militarized operations occurring in their normally peaceful community. Upon hearing of the raid in progress directly from concerned constituents and live accounts on social media, Congressman Carbajal went to the site to see firsthand what was occurring in our community. Upon arriving at the barricade of armed, militarized Department of Homeland Security police, he was denied entry and not allowed to pass the established perimeter, despite identifying himself as a member of Congress attempting to get answers on behalf of his constituents. Concerned community members who had gathered at the site were fired upon with flash grenades, injuring Carpinteria City Council member Monica Solizano, along with other community members, including a young child. Later, smoke canisters and other projectiles were fired at the crowd, causing further injuries. Representative Carbajal condemns these aggressive actions. They do not reflect the America that we know and love, and the Congressman will continue to push the Department of Homeland Security for answers on this raid. There has been a troubling lack of transparency from ICE and DHS since the Trump administration began a second term, and responses to inquiries from the Congressional Office regarding last week's actions have thus far gone unanswered. To date, we have learned via press release from ICE that the coordinated raid between Carpinteria and Camarillo in Ventura County resulted in the arrest and detainment of over 300 individuals, 10 specifically in Carpinteria. Some of the individuals have already been deported, while others remain in detention. Reports from the larger Camarillo raid include the death of one of the farm workers. The Congressman is committed to continuing to press Department of Homeland Security for answers on what occurred, and will be writing a letter directly to the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem, requesting information on the nature of the warrant, the state of those detained, and the conditions upon which they are being held. The family and friends of those detained deserve to know the location of their loved ones and the condition of their well-being. The kind of chaos that was on display last week only serves to further traumatize families and tear communities apart. These militarized actions and detainments are not how you keep communities safe. They are a gross misuse of limited public resources and a fundamental betrayal of the values that define us as Americans. Unfortunately, with the passage of H.R. 1 into law, an unprecedented $170 billion is on its way to the Department of Homeland Security to dramatically scale immigration enforcement. What we bore witness to last week in our own backyard is a prelude to what is to come across the nation. It is incumbent upon local leaders and community members like yourselves convening meetings like this today to discuss measures to protect the most vulnerable in our communities right now. The Congressman thanks you for your leadership and looks forward to the continued partnership. I'd also like to offer both the Congressman's and the staff's thoughts with the families who did not wake up with their loved ones this morning, and with those that are continuing to live in fear for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Now, I would like to move to Jordy Scully, who is representing Senator Monique Limon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you to Chair Capps and the Board of Supervisors for allowing us to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of Senator Monique Limon, who represents the 21st Senate District, including all of Santa Barbara County. I will read a statement today from Senator Limon. Last week, we witnessed our community being terrorized by chaotic raids and that claim the life of a community member that has picked food that goes on our plates for over 10 years. I stand in solidarity with our leaders across the California Central Coast and our California Congressional District as they demand transparency. At the state level, which has been mentioned several times today, we have passed policies that protect our immigrant communities, including the California Values Act, SB 54, which Senator Limon voted in support of in 2017. This limits state and local government resources from being used to assist with deportations. This year, we passed legislation to fund $50 million in litigation funds to prepare for moments just like this. And with that funding, our California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, has filed 31 lawsuits and injunctions to put a stop to this federal overreach. The legislature has also put forth critical legislation to protect our immigrant communities and their families at schools, child care centers, and health facilities. Additionally, I am grateful that our state Senate has passed the budget that provides a total of $160 million for immigration legal service funding to ensure the state is working to protect due process for all residents. Enough is enough. These raids are a disproportional display of force and have made our communities feel less safe. Thank you to Carpinteria and to our Board of Supervisors and our nonprofit organizations for standing together with our neighbors and continuing to exercise our constitutional rights. I stand with our immigrant communities and everyone who calls this country home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scully. And another one of our government partners is Gunnar Langenhausen, who represents Assemblyman Hart. Thanks, Gunnar, for being here.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Gunnar Langenhusen. I'm a field representative for Assemblymember Greg Hart, and I'm here to deliver a statement on behalf of him. I want to express my deep outrage and heartbreak over the recent ICE raids on agricultural operations in Carpinteria and across the Central Coast. These actions were unnecessary, harmful, and fundamentally inconsistent with the values we share as a community. The workers targeted in these raids were not strangers. They are our neighbors. They are parents, community members, and essential workers who deserve dignity and respect, not fear, intimidation, or detention. The manner in which these raids were conducted, without advance notice, transparency, or coordination with local officials, inflicted lasting trauma on families and communities. Children are left in limbo, businesses are disrupted, trust in law enforcement and government institutions is shaken. The fear unleashed by these actions is not limited to those directly targeted. Immigrants across our region, whether they are undocumented, naturalized, or legal residents, are now living with the constant terror that they or their loved ones could be stopped, interrogated, or detained at gunpoint by masked agents demanding papers. This is not the United States we believe in. No one should have to live in fear simply because of where they were born or how they look. I have reached out to federal authorities to demand answers and accountability, and I will continue to work with state and local leaders to ensure that these unjust and damaging tactics are never repeated in our region. I am deeply grateful to the nonprofits and community organizations across the Central Coast, such as Immigrant Legal Defense Center, 805 UndocuFund, and many more, for their unwavering support of families affected throughout the region. This community has always stood for inclusion, decency, and compassion. These raids do not reflect who we are, and we must make that clear. Thank you for the opportunity to share these remarks on behalf of Assemblymember Hart, and thank you for your leadership on this important issue.
Thank you. And I also asked Julissa Pena from the Immigrant Legal Defense Center to just give her perspective as someone who represents the community.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Julissa Pena, Executive Director of the Immigrant Legal Defense Center and also a member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. I'm here not just for the immigrant families of color terrorized by recent ICE raids on the Central Coast, but for the very soul of our community and the future of justice. Under the thin excuse of immigration enforcement, heavily armed federal agents are invading our neighborhoods based on xenophobic assumptions. That's not probable cause. It's racial profiling and a blatant violation of our most basic rights. And because these agencies already have vast military resources, there is no justification whatsoever for our Sheriff's Department to spend our local tax dollars to voluntarily assist ICE, let alone to seek an exorbitant increase in funding when we are facing a community crisis. Cooperation only makes us complicit. Already, over 200 community members have been seized just in last week, held in a warehouse under horrific conditions, spit on, beaten, and many forced to sign self-deportation papers under duress. This is tyranny under our watch. Now's the time for the county to be bold, to show moral leadership that history will remember. And so I urge you, support the ACLU Southern California's lawsuit, including filing an amicus brief. Provide at least $1 million in emergency funding to immigrant rights organizations on the front lines, risking their own lives. Raise the minimum wage for farm workers to $26 an hour. These essential workers feed us. They deserve dignity, not exploitation. This isn't left versus right. It's right versus wrong. It's right versus wrong about whether we will let fear and unchecked power destroy the justice and humanity that binds us. Let's not stand by as our rights are dismantled. Let's stand up. Defend the families who are our backbone and the dignity that must never be up for debate. Thank you. I can answer any questions you may have about maybe our staff attorneys are working closely with the rapid response system and trying to locate these families. And so we can provide some information on that based on the information we've gathered directly from immigration officials and the family members who have been able to contact their loved ones.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly have a question about anything you can share that's appropriate to share. Certainly the heartbreaking story of the mother who was, I read in the newspaper that she was deported, the mother of 3 young children. Again, whatever is appropriate that you're able to share with in regards to those who've been detained.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the majority of the people that were taken last week have signed they've been forced to sign self-deportation. And immigration enforcement has made it absolutely difficult for us to access, just similarly as others have mentioned already, to access information, to access the processing center. These folks were transferred into a processing center in downtown in a federal building on Spring Street. It's called as B18, known as a basement. We're not allowed to go back there. And so we took a long list of community members that we're trying to locate that day. And we were only given a couple hours to see 5 out of the 80 individuals we handed them a list for. And we knew that they deliberately were taking their time to process people to limit their access to representation. But the very few people that we did speak to were telling us about the poor conditions that they were subjected to. There are pregnant women in there that were not even able to get their release based on humanitarian parole. There are pregnant women who we spoke to who said that they hadn't been fed in days. There's a particular woman that we spoke to that mentioned that folks were being dragged by four ICE officers to sign their self-deportation. They were slapping people. People were bleeding. People who are diabetic were being denied their insulin. And when we arrive there, we can't see their names. They have this electrical tape over their names, so we can't even report. It's so difficult to report these injustices. So in me coming forward and making this public is a way of trying to voice those concerns to you all. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. I mean, I go to sort of, I can't get my head around it, so I just have to ask a basic question, like, how do you even get a list of the 80?
Yeah, so the rapid response system is doing an incredible job. And so these people, we have now over 200 people, and I've just, spoken to some folks that are involved with the rapid response system. And so we receive referrals from them. And then we contact the families directly to try and locate their loved one. And if possible, if we're able to locate them, then we contact the detention center to conduct a legal consultation and see if they're eligible for some sort of immigration relief or bond. And so it's been just tremendously difficult to get in contact directly with immigration enforcement. So we've gone to the processing centers to try and find these people and speak with them. And so we find out through the community in partnership with the rapid response.
And you've shared with me that you've maintained good contact with a few different folks that work in the detention center so that you have at least some contacts that might potentially help you with basic information.
We need to understand, which is good, which is horrifically dangerous, is that immigration enforcement holds a huge amount of discretionary power, more so than ever with this administration. And so when we go there, we know that the place to fight is in the courtroom. So we're not going to get defensive with ICE agents because we know it could jeopardize our clients negatively.
Yeah.
And so we've made some relationships with them where we're able to convince them to use their discretionary power to sometimes grant us just release based on humanitarian parole. But that is not happening this time around.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned the ACLU lawsuit. Have we looked at that, County Council? Have we seen that, or is that something that we could be brought before us to see if that's something we'd be willing to sign on?
Supervisor Lavanino and members of the board, we just started looking at that in relation to some public comment that we've seen, so we can continue to do that, see what the options are.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see that in the near future.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for raising it.
Thank
you very much. Okay. Thank you to our speakers, and thanks for those who have been listening. We do need to take a break for the translators in about 10 minutes, but I would like to start 10 minutes of public comment of those who are going to speak for 1 minute each. Is that okay, Madam Clerk? So we're just going to do 10 public speakers to get underway, and then we were going to take a short break. So again, we're just encouraging those who can speak and make their point within a minute. Yeah, what's the total that we have,
Thank
Madam
you, Chair
Clerk?
Capps and members of the board. We currently have 99 requests to speak on this item.
Yeah, we're definitely going to close public comment at this point. I know. We're at 99. So again, it's your right to speak, but if you feel as though things have been said that you might not need to say again, then we can move on to some policy ideas that we have up here as well.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, I just want to make a brief announcement to members of the public who are providing public comment in person as well as via Zoom. We have published online and is also available in the room, in the back of the room, and a few were passed out, the public speaker list. So that will have your name and number associated with it. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara first, then go to Santa Maria, then go to Zoom. If you don't see your name on the list and you did sign up prior to the close of public comment at 1:33, please see Leah in the back of the room and let her know. We will figure that out. And then if you are on Zoom and you see and you do not locate your name on the list that we have posted online, please contact the clerk of the board's office immediately, and we will figure that out. So we are going to, again, to begin in Santa Barbara with 1 minute. And I know from a few, but if you would like to start lining up, we're going to go first with Jordan Rabani Jenkins, and then anyone else behind Jordan for 1 minute. Please proceed. Jordan?
Thank you. Thank you for making sure there's time for this important topic on the agenda today. My name is Jordan Rabani Jenkins. I am a constituent of Santa Barbara and a staff attorney at ILDC. I have been fielding these calls for the last few days to hear what is happening. On these calls, I hear how ICE's actions exemplify their lack of training and their lack of knowledge of the law. They try to arrest more people by lying, including telling people with valid work permits that they are not, and trying to detain them, and would have detained them had they not had a medical emergency. I hear how they sow confusion and discord to create a terrifying atmosphere when they take people, how they injure people, how they racially profile, how there are babies and children left at home without their mothers and fathers, how they refuse to give loved ones the necessary information to help, and how they refuse to speak with attorneys who are trying to help. It is heartbreaking, it is morally reprehensible. It is extra heartbreaking for me as an attorney knowing that I will not have the resources to take all of these incredibly deserving cases. I hope you consider more funding for immigrants' rights organizations. Thank you.
And I did neglect, please clearly state your first and last name so we can cross you off the list when you come up to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of 805 Andaki Fund. On June 10, I warned you that ICE was militarizing our streets. 30 days later, the raid at Glass House Farms in Carpinteria proved us right. Families are being torn apart. Teenagers are raising their siblings. Let that sink in. How much more pain must we show you so that you can act? We are demanding that you join the ACLU lawsuit against unlawful ICE apprehensions and kidnappings. Allocate $1 million, and honestly, based on the budget that ICE just received, those are crumbs for us. To immigrant rights groups for legal aid and community defense, and voluntary cooperation between ICE and our county sheriff. Raise the minimum wage for farm workers, the very people now being targeted and disappeared. Farm workers, keep us safe. Enough is enough. Take action now. Thank you.
My apologies, Jacqueline, before you go, I don't have your name on our list. Did you fill out a speaker slip?
She can have my time if she needs time.
That's up to the chair.
Sure, that's fine. Just, 1 minute.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, my name is Jacqueline Inda. I am the founder of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Foundation. I'm also the person with the team of folks leading the effort at Casa de la Raza. I'm here to speak truth to voice and power. There are things that you can do. Even the most minimal things make a difference. For example, it doesn't take policy to have the sheriff's office carry red cards and hand them out to community in partnership. I envision a world where when people are gassed, our law officials stand protecting our people and standing against the agents who are causing harm. Today, I stand with the family of the individual who died jumping off of a building because he was so scared. More so, I stand with all of the people that we're helping on a daily basis. Even yesterday, with all of our 300 dispenses that we had to give out to
Thank
families.
you, Jacqueline. That is your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Barrett. I'm on the steering committee of Indivisible Santa Barbara. We're proud members of the 805 Coalition. Supervisor Hartman, you mentioned brown shirts. I can tell you a story. In late 1935, someone knocked on the door of my grandfather's house in Berlin. Berthold, the man said, you are on the Gestapo's list. You have only a few hours left. You need to leave Germany. He fled Nazi Germany that night. He owed his life. I owe my life to a German rapid response network. I owe my life to the work this community is doing. We don't know the consequences, the ramifications of what we do. I'm certain that the person who spoke up at that moment had no idea he was saving my life. You do not know how important the decisions you're about to make are to the lives of people who have not even yet been born.
Thank you,
That's why
Larry.
I'm here.
Hi, my name is Martha Sadler. I just wanted to note that I think a couple of weeks ago, President Trump issued the edict that his black masks should back off the farms, and I think it was the hotels or the restaurants. Obviously, that's subject to caprice, but there's that. Also, I'm sure there are. I wonder what the costs are associated with responding to these illegal actions, and if that would that be part of an ACLU lawsuit, for example, placing citizen children, for example, in foster care if their parents are taken, and that kind of thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Sarah Thomas, Associate Rector at Trinity Episcopal Church in downtown Santa Barbara. I want to thank the board for all you have done to support our immigrant community and for your honesty and vulnerability in hosting this conversation. As a person of faith, I would like to add my voice to say that I believe this has gone beyond politics and that we are at a crucial moral moment. I urge the Board of Supervisors to boldly continue to do all in your power to stand up against the immoral and unconstitutional actions being done against our fellow human beings who are our immigrant neighbors. I urge the county to support the lawsuit by the ACLU in Los Angeles to halt the way ICE is using racial profiling in its cruel workplace roundups and not allowing access to lawyers. How people are being taken and detained is wrong. This dehumanization must stop. I also urge the board to allocate emergency funds and all of us to donate what we can to the local nonprofits who are at capacity helping our most vulnerable members. I hope we can all learn nonviolent direct action for this urgent moment and keep this conversation going. Thank you so much.
Can I have someone pass this out?
So I'm Ann Davis, and I'd like to share something from Sam Gallucci, who will be running for Congress. I think we all agree there is a crisis at hand, and we don't all understand the whole picture. Sam Galucci, I just met him recently, and I was able to get this from him, and he asked me to share it with you. So this is a pathway for undocumented immigrants and their immediate families to obtain legal access through a rigorous vetting process. I'm going to read you as much as I can, and then hopefully you will all look into this and make a pathway for these immigrants to come in, be part of our community. They've been working here, but we also need to vet them strictly. We need to get rid of the ones that are doing damage and harming our families, our cities, and causing the chaos. Participation in the California plan would be available to certified workers who can document at least 5 years of employment in the same field of industry with verified employment history. Certified workers who can provide 3 credible references attesting to their work, history, and character, including at least one reference.
That is your time.
From the business owner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My comments are in regard to the plan that Barbara was beginning to share with you, that you have copies of. I'm glad you got that.
And can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Kelly Avina. The underlying value of this plan recognizes that for over 40 years, we as Americans all share responsibility for illegal immigration. In every community across the nation, we have directly or indirectly benefited from the talents, creativity, and hard work of undocumented residents among us. This plan provides an opportunity for immigrants to come into compliance with the law, continue strengthening our communities and economy, and keep contributing their talents to our nation. Today is the Feast of St. Bonaventure. He was known for having a balanced approach in his life, heart, mind, soul. With our heart, we have real compassion, but it has to be real. We have to be willing to work on it, and this plan shows a way. Mind is order and logic. There's a place we need to have that. So we are centered on laws of nature and our relationship with God, and we need to do what's right.
Good morning, and thank you for listening. My name is Mary Ellen Reese. I have come here to speak to you many times over the last 20 years on behalf of children and families and our greater community. This time is really no different. I'm asking you to take action to protect the health and well-being of these same people. The recent ICE activities are an unprecedented attack on our First and Fourth Amendment rights, and we ask you to protect these rights. Stop ICE from terrorizing our community and causing irreparable harm to our children. What is happening needs to be called out for exactly what it is: white supremacy on steroids and lawlessness. It is wrong, it is shameful, and it must stop now. I do not share the opinion that there are good people on both sides. You all need to decide which side you are on, and you all need to decide which side you are on.
Okay. Thank you to those speakers. Again, we need to break right now. We'll take about a 15-minute break for our translation, and we'll come back a little after 2. And again, those with 1-minute comments will be prioritized. Okay, welcome everybody. We are back. We're back with public comment. Again, we are prioritizing anyone who would like to speak for 1 minute. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody who's raised their hand on Zoom for 1 minute?
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, I did. I do see a few members of the public on Zoom raising their hand, and I am assuming that they would like to speak for 1 minute. If you are a member of the public and would like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will go to you next. If we have any members of the public here in Santa Barbara that would like to speak for 1 minute, please make your way to the podium, and we'll go to you next. Thank you. We'll go to, actually, why don't we just go here in Santa Barbara, and please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Lay Tep. Okay. Hello, my name is Lay from Future Leaders of America. I urge this board to invest $1 million in immigrant rights and community well-being by funding legal services, rapid response networks, and know your rights education, not systems that harm our people. Everyday immigrant families, many of them essential workers, live in fear of separation. ICE continues to violate civil rights, and this county has a moral obligation to protect all its residents. Law enforcement should keep us safe, not support ICE operations. Just this week, Jaime Garcia Alanes, a fodder and farm worker with no criminal history, died fleeing ICE. His family is now left grieving, and you all may not control immigration policies, but you do control how local resources are used. So please allocate $1 million to frontline immigrant rights work, join the ACLU Los Angeles lawsuit, and all county collaboration with ICE, and raise the wages for our farm workers. Act with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm not seeing any more 1 minuters here in Santa Barbara, so we will go to Zoom with Linda Honigman. Linda?
I'm Linda Honigman. I live at
Go
the
to you next.
Are you
Please
ready?
proceed. Yes, please proceed, Linda.
I'm Linda Honigman. I live at the intersection of Hollister and San Marcos Road, where a man was taken out of his car and whisked away with his keys still in the car. My message to the board today is a strong thank you for caring about your constituents, all of them. The board has a history of guiding us through tough times, massive fires, mudslides, the pandemic, aftermath of George Floyd, and the threat of funding loss for services like AmeriCorps. I've observed all 5 of you having empathy. You don't always agree on specifics, but you interact with each other with respect and make decisions based on what you believe is best for your community and the county as a whole. That gives me hope. I'm in favor of any actions which will remove unnecessary causes of anxiety, including support of SB 627, the No Secret Policy Act, or any ACLU lawsuits. Thank you.
We will now go to Sari Dominguez, to be followed by Thomas Becker. Sari?
Hello, my name is Sari Dominguez, and actually I'm a candidate running for State Assembly, District 37. I have 3 words to say: law and order. This is what we need to keep chaos from happening in our community. It's very important that we have and we support all our law enforcement, sheriff, police, ICE, highway patrol, FBI, etc. Now, doing their job, I believe that they are doing their job to get rid of undocumented immigrants that have committed crimes. And that is their job. Now, I am a proponent for the Central Coast agricultural community. My great-grandparents came here legally and farmed in Apomo, and so did my grandparents. And also the community that works for them. I do feel that they need to be treated well.
Thank you. That is your time. We will now go to Thomas Becker, to be followed by Metzili Reyes. Thomas?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Tom Becker. Congressional oversight powers do not apply to unauthorized entry into an active crime scene area. Carbajal was and is fully aware that congressional oversight does not allow an authorized entry into an active crime scene area. Carbajal was and is aware that congressional oversight does not allow a congressperson to strike, push, or use any physical force against a federal law enforcement agent. And just for the edification of you people out there, including the 5th District Supervisor, it's a violation of California law for any person under the age of 21 to be on a pot farm. It doesn't matter why they're there. They could be visiting somebody, no person under the age of 21. So Larry, when you look at those pictures, or Steve, whatever your name is, 5th District Supervisor, when you look at those pictures of the underage
That is
kid-
your time.
Okay.
We will now go to Metzley Reyes.
And just for the record, our congressman did not strike anybody, I have to say for the record.
Then we will return to Santa Barbara. With any further 1-minute speakers. Metzley.
Hello, my name is Metzley. I am with Future Leaders of America, and I urge you to stand against immorality, inhumanity, and lawlessness. We need your support in investing $1 million in protecting those you serve, including allocating funds for immigrant rights groups such as legal support, organizations focusing on rapid response, and Know Your Rights campaign. We want you to join the ACLU and LA lawsuit against unwarranted ICE apprehensions in the county of SB, and to stop collaboration and cooperation between the county and ICE, and to raise the wages of our hardworking farm worker community. ICE continues to terrorize our communities, and last week was a violent reminder of that terror. Last week, we suffered the loss of a community member where he fell 30 feet trying to avoid being kidnapped by ICE. His name was Jaime Garcia Alanis. He was 57 and had no criminal history. His family knew him as a loving father and a hard worker, and today he is no longer with us. Please stand on the right side of history today. Thank you for your time.
We will now return to Santa Barbara, and if there are any other members on Zoom that would like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature. And here in Santa Barbara, if you can please make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name is Lucas Zucker. I'm with CAUSE. Farm workers in the Central Coast are being repeatedly targeted by ICE. Local farm workers asked you for a living wage last year, telling you they were already struggling to survive before these raids. Now workers are making the impossible choice between losing the wages they need to pay rent next month or going to work knowing they may never make it home to their children. Farm workers already do one of the most dangerous and deadly jobs in America. They show up for work for extremely low pay through wildfires, pandemics, and now ICE raids and tear gas. Glass House had a pattern of labor violations. Yet it was not the owners, but the workers who were taken away in handcuffs. Workplace raids will add gasoline to the fire of labor abuse of immigrant workers who will be more afraid to report violations to government agencies. And when the new federal budget bill kicks in, supercharging ICE, this is going to get so much worse. Now more than ever, farm workers need financial relief and a living wage. Please support all 4 asks from the public today. Join the lawsuit, fund legal aid, raise the wage, and end the collaboration. Thank you.
Chair Laura Capps and to the board. My name is David Moore, and I want to first of all recognize Jaime Garcia Alanis, who was martyred last week. I am grateful for those who are here, for the voices that we have heard, and for the information that has been provided today. I am glad to be part of the people who are my friends. I'm among the people because I don't have a constituency. I can't be voted in or out. I can't be fired. So I represent my ancestry. I represent my conscience. And when I stand before you, I want to say that I recognize that I don't have to be circumspect. I can speak as I see it, and that is, we are dealing with a neo-fascist federal government that is white, Christian, nationalist, supremacist. That's my time.
My name is Chelsea Alexandra Lancaster. Jaime Garcia Annalise presente. For the media watching, I would like you all to know that we have been here for over 4 hours, and this room had 3 times the amount of people here, but they did not have the privilege to stay and listen to politicians wax poetic about all the things they cannot do. I was in Carpinteria. I was front lines in Carpinteria. I had my body in between those militarized thugs for 5 hours. I was the one that a guy gave me a signal and threw a flashbang at me with an 8-year-old child right next to me. I'm tired of coming to meetings for years and years hearing all about all the things that you can't do. What can you do? You keep calling on us to defend our communities, and we're doing it. And then on the same token, you treat us like we're crazy, like we're hyperbolic. The Democratic Party ran on the threat of fascism, and now fascism is here, and the Democratic Party tells us that they don't have a plan. What is the plan? What are you going to do? What risks are you willing to take? I recommend that every single one of you read Dr. King's letter from Birmingham County Jail about the white moderate, and that it is our duty to disobey unjust laws. And we will continue to do so, and we will continue to hold our electeds accountable. Roy, I appreciate your comments today, and I think if anybody can understand this experience, it's you. So I honor that. Thank you.
Any further requests for 1 minute here in Santa Barbara? Please make your way to the podium and state your first and last name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Weiss. Boy, I agree with a lot of what's been said, including from the dais today. I'm here to thank you for what you have done. I'm here to urge you to do more, to listen to the folks in the room, our nonprofit leaders, the requests that they have. You know what they are. I don't need to repeat them. I also wanted to offer an idea, an observation from everything that I have heard today, and I appreciate the spirit, Chair Capps, that you brought about learning today, trying to understand the situation. Also, I try to be a student of history, and so to kind of unpack it that way. The biggest learning that I've had is that it seems to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the main entity, the main person who actually has access, cooperates, and the ability to connect our Board of Supervisors with the federal government, with ICE, is our sheriff. And so I want to ask the question about how that could be leveraged. Are there moments, could the de-conflict announcements be shared with our board? The sheriff talks about going to DC. I understand he's the president of the association.
Thank you, Nancy. That is your time.
There's influence and opportunity there, and so I encourage you to work with him as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Board. Thank you for hearing this today. My name is Sarah Bacon. I'm a resident, and I'm also a member of the UCSB Police Accountability Board. I'm demanding an independent audit and public report of all sheriff activities related to ICE, including notices, communications, detainees, and costs. Further, I ask the board to require full transparency on things like license plate, data sharing, ALPR, alternative sentencing rosters, and spending, including the $4 million budget shortfall that the sheriff has requested of our money to fulfill overages on salaries and overtime. Sheriff Brown's concluding remarks today were very concerning. He concluded by condemning protesters who are protecting our community as completely unacceptable. But I didn't hear him condemn over-the-top militarized operations in our streets and federal agents who casually roll flashbangs into a peaceful crowd. And Sheriff, that is completely unacceptable. And I would like to remind Sheriff Brown, you serve the community, not ICE. You're elected by us, funded by us, and subject to recall. Your next election is in 2026, but I say to others in the room, why wait? I again demand an independent audit and public report on communications, activities, and spend related to ICE. Thank you.
Any further 1 minute speakers here in Santa Barbara? See, we have a few on Zoom, so we're going back to Zoom with Daniel Gonzalez. Daniel?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samuel Gonzalez, Executive Director with Unidos 805. Like many of the speakers here today, I was shocked and appalled by attacks on our community this past week. Families are being separated and children are being left to fend for themselves. This is not how things should be, especially not here in our Santa Barbara community. I'm here today to urge you all to take action by reallocating $1 million funding to support immigrant rights groups and provide legal services, rapid response, and know your rights education. Additionally, I urge the county to join the ACLU Los Angeles lawsuit challenging the unlawful ICE apprehensions taking place in Santa Barbara County, stop all collaboration and cooperation between county and ICE, and raise the wages for our farm workers and laborers. We know you care deeply about this community as much as we do. We're asking you to honor your oath you took to serve and protect all the residents in this county. Now is not the time to hesitate. Now is the time to stand up for justice and the rights for our immigrant community. Thank you.
We will now go to Jillian Ellis. And then if we have any other further requests to speak for 1 minute, please raise your hand on Zoom or please line up in the hearing room here in Santa Barbara. Jillian?
Hi, my name is Jillian Ellis. I live in Goleta, and I work as a florist in the wedding industry. It's an industry that brings a lot of money into this county, and it would immediately collapse without the immigrant workers who work at the flower farms, the floral wholesalers, the event rental companies, the catering companies, the hotels, and the event venues. Dozens of small businesses and entrepreneurs in this county rely directly or indirectly on their labor. Immigrants, including those who are undocumented, make my job possible. So I'm here to support the demands to provide funding for local immigration nonprofits, to join the ACLU lawsuit against ICE, to end cooperation between the county and ICE, and to raise wages for farm workers. There is no Santa Barbara County without immigrants. They are our community, and they deserve all the support and protection that the county supervisors can provide. Thank you.
And that looks like that concludes our 1 minute speakers. Alrighty, we are going to return back to Santa Barbara with Fernando Martinez to be followed by Jennifer Sanchez. Fernando? Is Fernando here? I'm also going to assume that no one is in the Planning Commission room anymore since we have plenty of room up here. Hopefully that is correct. If not, if you're in the Planning Commission hearing room, please make your way upstairs. We have lots of open seats up here. We're going to Jennifer Sanchez to be followed by Bobby McGinnis. Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Sanchez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Casa de la Raza, a community center that has served my people in this region for over 50 years. Casa is not a government-owned entity. It's an independent, cultural, and organizing space grounded in trust, community, and longstanding relationships with the Mexican government officials and immigrant families across generations. From its founding, Casa de la Raza has upheld one principle above all: migrant rights are human rights. Today, we respectfully ask you to take urgent and deliberate action on the following points. 1, declare a public health emergency. In response to the ongoing trauma, fear, and instability facing our immigrant community, and activate county-wide coordination with the 805 Immigrant Coalition and our partners in the Office of Emergency Management. This is not just a policy issue, it's a humanitarian one. 2, instruct our county sheriff's office to distribute red cards and community resource materials that help immigrant families understand their rights during encounters with law enforcement. Casa de la Raza has requested this previously, and we believe it's time to take meaningful steps to build this trust and transparency. 3, call on our district attorney to publicly and denounce any affiliation or participation with the so-called Guardian Angels Act. Our county should not be one of the 5 jurisdictions aiding and promoting this type of targeting. We ask that the DA clearly state our county's non-participation. create a more effective and swift system to have our DA's office sign applications on U visas. Currently, it takes victims years to complete the application process because the DA's office waits to complete cases. Finally, we urge the DA to actively build relationships with community-based organizations and human rights advocates who work every day to support and defend the dignity of our immigrant families. Our immigrants need your leadership now more than ever. Thank you.
We will now go to Bobby McGinnis to be followed by Alma Rosa Middleton. Bobby?
Hi. I'm Bobby McGinnis. I am the county chair of the Republican Party, and we're here today to ask you to stop the chaos. And yes, I'm from the Republican Party. We want to stop the chaos. We also want you to know that we respect law and order. What happened in Carpinteria was unfortunate on a couple of things. Number one, there's so many military guards going in after 10 or 15 minors. But I ask, why is law enforcement allowing minors to work in the cannabis industry when you guys made the rules? They're not supposed to be there. That's a drug facility. And we don't know the full story, and that's why I have learned a lot today. I came here to say certain things, but now I realize that some of them are going to feel hollow because of the comments that are made by the DA and by the Sheriff's Department. So what our party would like to see happen is that we need to stop the chaos. We think that can be done with more transparency and more collaboration between the sheriff, the local county sheriff, our police departments, and ICE. ICE are citizens that are doing a job that they were out to get the people who have been criminals. And don't forget the victims. I was trying to bring today a list of victims in our county, and we have numerous. And the only one I could find was Marilyn Ferris from 15 years ago. Remember, 66-year veteran, Steve, in your district. She was brutally murdered with a hammer. She's one of many victims. And this is why ICE was created in the first place, is to get the criminals out of the county. I realize that you guys are very limited on what you can do. Please stop the chaos. I think collaboration with the sheriff and police department is the way we can get peace back into our communities. Thank you.
We will now go to Alma Rosa Middleton to be followed by Ivan Vega. Alma? Is Alma here? We will now go to Ivan Vega. And I believe Laytep already spoke. So we will go to Wendy Santa Maria after Ivan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ivan Vega, and I serve as the Associate Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to urge the board to not allocate an additional $2 million to the Sheriff's Department, and instead, I ask you to invest in these funds where they are truly needed in the safety, dignity, and well-being of your constituents. Let me begin by saying the simple truth. If you had any food today, thank an immigrant farm worker for picking your food. Just a few years ago, during the COVID-19 pandemic, farm workers were labeled as essential. Today, they are being hunted by the federal government. Immigrant workers are the backbone of Santa Barbara County. They are the reason this county is a world-renowned destination. Yet, despite their vital contributions, ICE continues to terrorize our communities. Just this past week was a violent, heartbreaking reminder our neighbors, farm workers, parents, siblings are being unlawfully detained and disappeared. Their civil rights, which every person is entitled to regardless of immigration status, are being stripped away. This is a grave injustice. ICE is not only targeting undocumented immigrants, they are racially profiling individuals and detaining people without due process, including U.S. citizens. As part of the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network, I have spoken to U.S. citizens who are reporting that their U.S. citizen spouses are detained by ICE and they have no idea where they're at. Since they are citizens, they will eventually be released. However, undocumented community members are not so fortunate. A man died during the ICE raids at the Glass House raids last week due to the aggressive tactics used by ICE. These are not isolated incidents. They are systematic and they are violent. So I ask you, How many more lives must be lost? How many more children must be separated from their parents? How many more community members must be sent to ICE detention centers, which are modern-day concentration camps, before the board takes decisive action? I urge you to reallocate $1 million towards protecting those that you serve, invest in immigrant rights organizations, provide legal support, rapid response teams, increase the payment for farm workers.
Thank you,
and their
Ivan. That
wages.
is your time.
Take action now.
We will now go to Wendy Santamaria to be followed by Brooke Lutz. Wendy?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Wendy Santamaria. I'm the City Council member for the east side of Santa Barbara, which is District 1. I'm not here representing the city, but I am here representing myself as an individual, representing the east side of Santa Barbara that has been heavily targeted by these ICE raids. This morning around 6:10 a.m., a man down the street from where I live was kidnapped by one of these ICE agents on his way to work. I just found out moments ago, later this morning, 2 entire families from the Adelante Charter School were also taken. Not just the parents, but the children too, as the parents were dropping off their kids at a summer camp. This is hitting home for so many people. And as electeds, we have no idea the terror that this is causing in our communities, far beyond just for the families that are getting torn apart and disappeared, but for everybody else. I understand that our local jurisdictions can't overrule federal actions. I understand that you might feel like you don't have all of the answers, but when you don't have all the answers, I am begging you to go and look at your community, look at the people who voted you in, because the community being affected are the ones that know best what they need right now. I'm not going to sit here and repeat or stand here and repeat all of their demands. They've said it eloquently themselves. I am urging you to do what you can and stand with me, because this community is standing in solidarity with each other, but electeds, we need to stand in solidarity and in a coordinated effort to respond to this, because we are only as strong as our weakest link. And right now, our weakest link is anybody willing to put our own tax dollars into contributing to this modern day concentration camps that we are seeing. I am urging you, with everything that I have, please, I need you to act on what the community is telling you. There are families being disappeared. This is not an exaggeration. We need to do something now. And if you won't do it for the constituents, at least do it so you can sleep at night. Because this is all getting recorded, and one day we're gonna look back on this and we're gonna see who stood on the right side of history and who didn't. Thank you.
We will now go to Brooke Lutz to be followed by Waleed Afifi. Is Brooke Lutz here? We will now go to Waleed Afifi to be followed by Audrey. Waleed.
Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Waleed Afifi. I'm a professor and associate dean at UCSB. I served as president of the National Communication Association, and I served as board chair for a local justice nonprofit. Thank you for your leadership roles. In your roles, you make difficult decisions all the time. Those conditions may sometimes make it so the importance of particular decisions get lost. This cannot be one of those moments. Every so often, we find ourselves in a particular moment of leadership that especially tests our commitment to justice, or find ourselves encouraged by the status quo and by strong structural norms to not act in the ways that we know we should. Or we find ourselves in a very clear moment that demands us to get out of the comfort zone, to dig more deeply into our budget reserves, to act boldly and loudly in ways that make us feel uncomfortable. This is one of those moments. My life experiences that also make me sadly all too familiar with the strategies of authoritarian or supremacist regimes. The steps taken by the Trump administration are unsurprising and familiar. With all respect, the lack of information is part of the strategy. The purpose is to make you all feel like you can't do anything. If you feel that, imagine what the rest of us feel like. Yet, we have hundreds of people, and here is a shout out to the heroes of the Volunteer Rapid Response Network, who leave their work, stay up until 3 a.m., devote every minute of their lives to put their bodies on the line to respond to ICE sightings or drive around looking for suspect cars. You can do something. You have budgetary control, you have significant local power. Act, please. The local is ground zero for resistance. Responding to kidnappings, assaults, and deaths of our community members is not just to listen. It is not. I urge you to support the federal lawsuit by the ACLU, invest $1 million in emergency funding to bolster immigrant rights organizations, and raise the minimum wage for farm workers to $26 an hour. The last two, out of time. Thank you.
We will now go to Audrey. Is there an Audrey here? We will now go to Becky Norton, to be followed by Bridget Day. Becky?
Hi, my name is Becky Norton, and I am the co-founder of the Carpinteria Immigrant Rights Coalition, and I'm here today with my co-founder. I had planned to make remarks more related to who we are and what we've been up to. We've been aware that this was going to happen for some time and really trying to prepare our community for this eventuality. But what I really want to share after hearing all of what has been said today, both with council and the staff that presented in the comments, is I want to tell you about a couple personal stories. So one of our functions as a coalition is our partnering organization is the 805 Undocu Fund, and many of us have been trained legal observers. And we were, 2 days before the raid happened, we were on patrol in the morning, and there were 2 cars of 2 people, and we came upon an abduction. I'm going to call it an abduction. These are not detentions. They're abductions. And what happened was we got there a little bit after it was underway. And so the people that were calling themselves agents, which had, faces covered, actually 2 of them didn't have their faces covered. 1 did. And I want to be fair. And then there was no identification on their vehicles. So we think that what probably happened later when we looked in the car that was abandoned, it was his employer's truck. So the man lived in the neighborhood. He had just left for work. He was a landscaper. He was using his employer's truck. Was stopped by these agents. His wife and children overheard everything, and they were in hiding when this happened. We are pretty sure that he tried to present an ACLU rights card to the window. He did not roll down his window. That was ignored. So basically he was saying, hey, I want you to show me the warrant. I have constitutional rights. Hey, I don't want to talk. I have an attorney. Okay, that was ignored. Now, at this point, we were there to witness and film. I was saying in Spanish, don't talk, ask for a warrant, ask for an attorney. All of that got ignored by the agents.
Thank you, Becky.
And they smashed the window and abducted him. Thank you.
We will now go to Bridget Day, to be followed by Jennifer Smith. Bridget?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Bridget Day, and I'm a political coordinator with the Central Coast Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Our council represents 75 labor unions across the Central Coast, collectively speaking for over 70,000 workers across all sectors of the economy, including agriculture. We are here today with a clear message from the workers of this region. It's time to fight back. The idea that one can come to this country, work hard, and set the next generation on a path to freedom and opportunity is slipping further away from our reality. Rather, the essential workers of our community are being targeted, their safety and dignity being stripped away. These workers must be protected and treated with the respect they deserve, not only because they are hard workers, but because they are human beings who are valued members of our community. Every worker in this country, regardless of their immigration status, has a right to safe working conditions and a fair wage. Any one job should be enough to put food on the table and keep a roof over your head and send your kids to school. Before you today are proposals that not only protect this community, but empower and uplift the workers who help run it. Our democracy is on the line, and today you have the opportunity to stand up for your constituents who are under attack. Supervisors, we plead that you do everything in your power to ensure farm workers come home safely and are paid what their labor is worth. Show our farm workers that you're fighting back and raise their wages today. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Jennifer Smith to be followed by Linda Foster. Jennifer Smith. We will now go to Linda Foster. Bay Molina. And after Bay, we will have Anastasia Sanofsky. Bay.
Beatriz Molina. I am a daughter of an immigrant. My first language was Spanish, is Spanish, but I'm going to address it in English because I want to be very clear. And I'm going to take a little bit of a different direction. This issue is impacting all our community. We are all impacted by the prices that is raising our restaurants, our businesses on the east side, on the west side, and I talked to the ones in Goleta, are hurting because people are afraid to go to work. People are afraid to go into the businesses. People are afraid to leave. I have a friend who lives right in front of Franklin School. Not only have they been stopping people at Adelante, they've been stopping the Franklin School. I will tell you that at least 3 times a week, and correct me if I'm wrong, ICE has been on the east side. I've also seen them at Home Depot and Goleta. So it's not rumors. This is real of what's happening to our community, and our community is scared. And it's just not the undocumented community that's scared. Everyone who has papers are scared. People who have been here 2 generations are scared. I have talked to seniors where I live who won't come out of their apartments because they're afraid of being approached because they're brown. That is no way to live. And this is our problem. This is not us. This is our problem because you are representing us and you are our elected officials. So I'm going to ask for one thing. Well, I'm going to ask for 2 things. Come out with some public statements that this kind of behavior, when ICE has been going out, people in this community have turned ugly. They have been very, very discriminatory. I have even been personally attacked. And most of the people who know me here, that's a hard thing to do. You don't take B. Molina on. You do not. If it happens to me, what about all the other people who are afraid? We cannot allow this kind of behavior to continue in our community. This is our community. We take pride. We have paid taxes. We have contributed. Our Latino community are the roots of this community. Look at all the names of the streets. Look at all the buildings. Look at the history. Do not diminish that. Please help us. But you have to be part of the answer. And you have to give out a message that it is not acceptable for people to treat other people with discriminatory language or because we are supporting our undocumented workers. No.
Thank you,
We
Babe.
have the right to say and believe what we do. Please help us.
We will now go to Anastasia Sanofsky. My apologies if that's mispronounced, to be followed by Ted Rhodes.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Capps and supervisors. My name is Anastasia Sanofsky, and I'm here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. We stand in solidarity with the residents of Carpinteria who are alarmed and afraid as they've witnessed ICE activity move from silent acts in unmarked vehicles to large, targeted displays of militarized power. At PPCC-AF, our vision is a future where all people have equitable opportunity to experience health and wellness, including high-quality sexual and reproductive health care, provided with respect and without judgment. These militarized immigration enforcement operations stand in clear opposition to our vision and values. They are inflicting trauma on our communities. We hold in deep gratitude the elected officials who responded swiftly when the call to action arose, and gratitude to the community members compelled to act when the safety, security, and families of their neighbors were at jeopardy. We ask that this same urgency now be utilized by the full Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County to act for the protection and preservation of the health, safety, and dignity of all community members. Right now, unmarked vehicles, masked agents, and uncertainty about the role of law enforcement in protecting the community continues to perpetuate fear. People are afraid to call local law enforcement, and this undermines public safety and erodes trust. Our neighbors are fearful to leave their homes, let alone seek the health care that they need and deserve. This fear and intimidation directly impacts the ability to care for patients and their families. We are calling on you to provide specific information to the community about the county's role in responding to these responding to the militarization of our community, allocate funds to support local immigrant populations, and publicly commit to doing all within your power to protect our community from this dangerous federal overreach. Thank you.
We will now go to Ted Rhodes to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Ted? Is Ted here? We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by Antonio Gonzalez Bradford. Karen?
This is not an honest farm worker issue. This is an organized crime issue. I have to ask, are most of the people who showed up here today organized crime apologists? It would be an extremely ignorant and Pollyanna attitude to deny the fact organized crime is controlling and managing illicit crime in our communities, and they are controlled by cartels from out of our country. We do admit that we have a crisis of illegal drugs and human trafficking caused by Biden's open border right here in our county. We've admitted that multiple times. There is estimated to be well over 2 million gotaways in our country that entered under Biden's watch. That are people who snuck in, evading all detection. ICE has arrested over 750,000 people at the border since 2020, with 1/3 of those arrested having serious criminal histories. It is documented that the Sinaloa Cartel, Jalisco Nueva Generación, y Mara Salvatrucha are all active in our county. The law enforcement in California is the best in the world. Let them do their jobs. Thank you.
We will now go to Antonio Gonzalez Bradford to be followed by Deborah Dentler. Antonio?
Hello, supervisors. Good afternoon. Today, I come to you not only as a UCSB student, but also as the grandson of a farm worker and the great-grandson of a bracero worker. After my time at UCSB, being able to hear from farm workers, grocery clerks, public servants from every corner of our economy, one thing has become extremely clear, and it's that the values that I grew up on, good, strong union values that ensure treating every worker like a human being, are more essential now than they ever have been. Supervisors, Supervisor Nelson, I ask you, when you sit down from now on at your dinner table, I want you to think about the farm workers who are underpaid, overworked, and underappreciated, who work tirelessly every day to put that food onto your plate. Through global pandemics, hazardous wildfires, and now a military attack by our own government, farm workers have shown us that they deserve our deepest gratitude and respect. Today, I urge you not to tell farm workers that you appreciate them, but instead to show them by raising their wages and start treating them like human beings. Thank you.
We will now go to Deborah Dentler to be followed by Florence Ha. Deborah?
Thank you. My name is Deborah Dentler. I'm a resident of Carpinteria. I'm a recently retired attorney. I'm a co-founder of the Carpinteria Immigrant Rights Coalition. You'll see us, recognize us by our badges. We have hundreds of interested members and supporters in our little town, and we have worked hard as a coalition to be preparing for predictable ICE activities in our small town. For many months, we've been working towards this moment. Carpinterians, if you're listening, you can find us at Instagram at Carp Immigrant Rights Coalition. We also have an email address and a sign-up sheet, and I'll be out in the hallway afterwards. We are here today to ask the Board of Supervisors to take a few concrete actions. We ask the board to convey to the sheriff our community's expectation that deputies should make reasonable efforts to determine the identities of persons appearing to be acting as federal agents. This board's power over the sheriff is the power of the purse. Do not approve budget increase requests by the sheriff if he declines to protect our community. The sheriff should investigate and arrest anyone illegally impersonating a law enforcement officer. We ask that you intervene in the lawsuit filed by the ACLU. This suit has been joined by the city of LA, 7 smaller cities, and Los Angeles County. And last night we asked our city council in Carpinteria to consider intervening as well, and they'll be discussing that with their city attorney. Please adopt a formal position of support for 2 pending bills which are urgent and are pending immediately in the state legislature. SB 627, that's the No Secret Police Act, and SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act. We urge you to establish a fund to provide free or low-cost legal consultations for immigrants lacking attorneys. Free legal consultations could be provided at a public resource like the Santa Barbara Library. LA Public Library has been doing this for years, making legal consultations free, available by appointment at the library.
Thank you, Deborah.
The coalition is grateful for the concern of the supervisors, and we're particularly grateful for the attention from our supervisor, Roy Lee. Thank you.
We will now go to Florence Ha to be followed by Phyllis Cohen. Florence? No Florence. Phyllis Cohen to be followed. Oh, Sarah Phyllis. Bob Smith to be followed by Shauna Stillwell. Bob?
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Bob Smith, and I live in Carpinteria. I came here and talked to you a few months ago about sanctuary law SB 54. And I said at the time there that SB 54 was going to cause a lack of transparency, and it was going to cause crime in our neighborhoods. And here we are, and Carpinteria is the example, right? So we have a marijuana grow in our neighborhood, which is not agriculture. And it's supposed to be following compliance here, which is not, right? There was child trafficking going on there, and the 5 and 101 corridor here is like the #1 trafficking in persons corridor in the United States of America. We have children being trafficked there, and everyone said they didn't know about the information, but the public defender sure did. She came up here and knew all the information. There were 4 violent criminals there. So, when I first met Supervisor Lee many moons ago, he told me that the smell of the marijuana was a problem in our community, and that the crime it's going to cause is a problem. And I woke up this morning again to another moon that passed, and my house smelled like a family of skunks lived into it. And I had to realize again that 2 blocks from my house, there are violent criminals living there away from my 11-year-old that were convicted for rape, child molesting, kidnapping, and we don't bring that up, right? So I'm a very fair and balanced person here. I think that we need communication here, and I think that we need transparency, and I think that we need to also acknowledge that we had criminal activity going on here against county, state, and federal law. And that's not being addressed at all, and that's very concerning to me as both a resident and someone here. And I think that we've had legislators in office here that have not done anything about the federal law to reform it, right? So it's time to start getting those people out of doing that. So I think that if sanctuary law was not in place, right, we would be able to have better communication. So all of these people in the government that got up here and spoke today, they all could be informed, they all could be there. The legal services could be provided up front. We would know where people are or where they're going. It all could be done, but we're creating this atmosphere of not communicating. Every single one of them said, I don't communicate, I don't communicate, I don't communicate. There's no transparency. It's very clear. Thank you.
We will now go to Shauna Stillwell to be followed by Tanya Reyes Diaz. Shauna?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Capps, supervisors, and county staff. My name is still Shauna Stillwell, and like many others here today, I'm wearing white as a symbol of unity, dignity, and collective action. We are here because what happened in Carpinteria on July 10th was not just a federal operation. It was fascism, period. Masquerading as federal ICE raids, sweeping through agricultural fields, places where people work long hours in the sun to support their families and fuel local economies. Workers were detained in front of their coworkers and friends. A man died while trying to escape fascist ICE agents. A professor from CSUCI was one of the innocents kidnapped. Children were left without answers. This is not the time for silence, complacency, or symbolic concern. Our community demands real action from this board. That includes joining the ACLU of Southern California's lawsuit challenging the unlawful ICE apprehensions that took place in Santa Barbara County, allocating $1 million to immigrant rights organizations for legal defense, rapid response, and know your rights education. These are basic protections, and this county has the resources to make them real. Ending all forms of cooperation between Santa Barbara County and ICE, including information sharing and operational support. Raising the wage for our essential agricultural cannabis workers who are still being underpaid while being targeted and detained. With all due respect, does it matter what kind of farms or if the children are 5 or 17? These are human beings who deserve respect and dignity, regardless of the circumstances. The board has the power to act against actual fascism, and your decisions today will tell us whether you see these residents as part of this county or not at all. We're wearing white today for every family left in fear. We're watching, we're organizing, and we expect action. Thank you.
We will now go to Tanya Reyes Diaz to be followed by Jonathan Martin. Tanya?
Whoa.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Board Supervisors. The militarized raids and additional ICE activity that has been ongoing throughout our county, including actions that you've already heard about today, are not about community safety or upholding the law. They are about terrorizing and traumatizing families and tearing the fabric of our community apart. They are designed to instill fear and suppress dissent. They are a prelude to authoritarianism and a glimpse of where our country is headed. Earlier, the sheriff spoke about acting within and upholding the law, yet we have seen these thugs continuously act lawlessly, violating the Constitution time and time again. They are disappearing people without any oversight. They are covering their faces and acting covertly and harming them using undue force. Once abducted, our community members are treated atrociously in these concentration camps, which you've heard Julissa from the ILDC speak about. These are hardworking members of our society who deserve dignity and respect, and above all else, justice and due process. History will remember how you responded and what you allowed. This is a good start, and I commend you for it, but it is not enough. The community urges you to condemn these actions and support the families that are being impacted, which are all mixed status families, and most importantly, they're your constituents. We urge you to support the ACLU's federal lawsuit challenging unconstitutional ICE raids, allocate $1 million in emergency funding to immigrant rights organizations, raise the minimum wage for farm workers to $26 an hour, and end the collaboration between the sheriff's department and ICE. You must protect our community. They are counting on you, and the elections are coming up, and we will be watching and voting accordingly. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Martin to be followed by Victoria Voss. Jonathan?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair Capps. I had a prepared statement to say regarding all of the ICE raids and going on and some of my own personal knowledge, because I'm a history major at SBCC and I got my GED last year. I also am a first generation American here, sorry. It's hard because this is a very emotional issue. I have a cousin who has kidney failure. He is a dreamer on the DACA program. With these laws in place, you're literally signing a death warrant. My father, who overcame addiction, is an immigrant to this country. He's a naturalized citizen. He runs AA meetings that are empty now because of fear of being picked up and kidnapped. I came here today because I thought the board of supervisors, our district attorney, or our sheriff could have answers, but it seems like they don't even have a solution for us. So my one plea would be that every organization or business in this county should establish today guidelines for how to deal with federal agents that show up to their doors to say that you are not allowed to enter private property without a warrant, and you need to cite exactly why you're here. I need to see badges, I need to see warrants. This is happening within the county. Guidelines need to be set up to protect migrant workers who were called essential workers during the pandemic, and they were fleeing what our own administration called a foreign terrorist organization south of the border. These are people fleeing crime-ridden areas for a better life, like my father. Please understand, this is just the beginning. Cannabis farms were low-hanging fruit for ICE. They will go for regular farms afterwards. They will go to our restaurants, and they will pull our community members out without any due process.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Please take the situation seriously. Thank you.
We will now go to Victoria Voss, then we will go to Santa Maria with Ramon Elias. Victoria?
Thank you. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara and a business owner here. I am here because I am disgusted and heartbroken as I watch the fabric of our democracy being torn apart. This is my first time making public comment, so please excuse me. I am hearing so much about Thursday's actions, but abductions have been going on in our neighborhoods nearly daily for months. In fact, I'm wearing this shirt because I came here directly from doing a volunteer response in my neighborhood where multiple people were abducted just this morning, right next to my son's school. This is not a singular, showy, militarized incident that deserves lip service and a space to make the community feel heard and then go back to business as usual. This is happening every single day in our community, and we need immediate, substantial action. I'm also not here as a white woman of privilege only to stand up for my brown-skinned friends and neighbors who are being terrified, abused, and kidnapped. This is not a charitable contribution of my time over 6-7 hours now without food. I am here to stand up for myself and my family and all of you because this impacts all of us. We are all collectively being traumatized and manipulated in an attempt for us to capitulate and normalize something that is completely inhuman and un-American. I do not believe it will stop with targeting those who are the most vulnerable among us at this moment. We are all vulnerable. We might just not know it yet. Your tangible action on this issue should not be seen as a support of charities, but an absolute necessity for every single person in your jurisdiction and beyond. I have a question about the sheriff's. The sheriff was here. I don't see him now. He didn't even bother to give us the respect to stay and listen to the people that are here giving their testimony about what happened on the ground. He says that he will be there in the streets if people are being shot and cleared, but I wonder if he would be there if we're the ones being shot and killed in the streets. I hear from him a resounding no to that, and I expect that you will, as the people above the sheriff, do what you can to make sure that we are protected here. That's all. Thank you.
Can I just make a quick clarification there? We are not above the sheriff. Just so you know, the sheriff is independently elected, and he does not, no, he does. Okay, we control the budget, that's it. We do not tell him what to do. All right, no, I get it. I just wanted to correct that because a lot of people think we can tell him what to do and we cannot.
Yeah, thank you.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Ramon Elias, to be followed by Claire Weinman. Ramon?
Yes, my name is Ramon Elias. I live in Santa Maria. Good afternoon, supervisors. I am not in favor of any action by the board. I am a Mexican Hispanic American. I support the efforts of ICE. I have many Hispanic friends who also support the efforts of ICE. At least 10.8 million unvetted illegal migrants entered the U.S. from 2021 through 2024. Unvetted means the worst of the worst entered also. And at least 5.25% of the world's population are known criminals. And this does not include terrorists and spies. Therefore, about 600,000 illegal criminal immigrants or more have entered the U.S. and California and pose a threat to us citizens. This is an unfortunate human tragedy that has been perpetuated by politicians for selfish political reasons. Sheriff Brown's comments are spot on. Thank you.
We will now go to Claire Weinman. Then we will go to Zoom to begin with Dorothy Largay. Claire?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm with the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. Santa Barbara County's agricultural workers play a critical role in our local economy in producing the nation's food supply. Our members strongly support their safety and well-being. We emphasize the importance of sharing accurate, current information with members of the community. We would also like to acknowledge the great work across many spaces: the Santa Barbara County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, the county's Farm Worker Resource Center, agricultural organizations, the Mexican Consulate in Oxnard, nonprofit organizations, and many other individuals and organizations sharing information and resources. We urge all parties to respect due process and the rights of workers and employers to support safe and orderly communities and workplaces. Thank you.
We will now go to Zoom to begin with Dorothy Largay, to be followed by John Richards. Dorothy?
I cede my time. Thank you.
We will now go to John Richards, to be followed by Anna Huen. John? John, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute to provide your comments. John, if you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. Alrighty, we will now go to Anna Wen, to be followed by Jill Palmer. Anna?
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Anna Wayne. I'm the program director with MyCop in Santa Barbara County. Today, I would like to uplift the reality of the support that will be needed to take place after the fact. I'm thinking long-term. I'm thinking the families that are going to continue to be impacted. We're already needing to step up, step in, because we know that we are what the community is needing. We know that the community is relying on us, those of us providing that immediate support, that rapid response. So I would like to echo all the comments that were shared with you all today on what is currently taking place, the raids, the arrests, the separations of breastfeeding babies from their mommies. Our office is receiving many, many calls as well from family members wondering, mom and dad were arrested, we don't know what to do. Can we file for temporary custody? What are all these? There's so many questions that we're needing to address in order to provide care for babies being separated from their mommies. And I'm also thinking about long-term. So this is why we are here today. We all know that all of this is only going to increase. What's been happening in Southern California, LA County, what happened in Ventura County, we all know it's only a matter of time. It's going to impact us in Santa Barbara County. It's going to continue to impact us throughout the state. So can we all please consider also long-term solutions? So my requests for you all today, respectfully, County Board of Supervisors, can you please consider allocating funds, more funds to the immigrant rights groups providing legal services, rapid response, and know your rights educations. Now more than ever is more than needed. Again, let's please all consider long-term solutions. Thank you.
We will now go to Jill Palmer to be followed by Athea Paradis. Jill? Oh. Looks like Jill has left the Zoom meeting. We will now go to Athea Paradis to be followed by Beryl Kriesel.
Hi, my name's Alethea Parody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Excellent. Good afternoon. Thank you. I've been in this meeting since 9 a.m. I am an associate professor of history at Santa Barbara City College, and I'm here to request that the $2 million budget increase that is requested for the Sheriff's Department actually be reallocated to organizations that are supporting the immigrant community. It's not hyperbole to say we've entered a phase of white nationalist authoritarianism. And if you've ever wondered what you would have done during the World War II kidnappings of Jewish people during the Holocaust, you're doing it now. Sheriff Brown says that if our community had a gang of masked armed thugs snatching people off the street and workplaces, that police would show up and protect the people, unless he shrugs, it's agents of the federal government. Brown's rationalizations about statutory compliance and agency jurisdictions, yet stating on record an unwillingness to intervene, not even to protect Supervisor Roy Lee from ICE agent harassment, it is appalling. His budget needs to be frozen and funds should be allocated instead to immigrants' rights organizations. Unaccountable masked thugs are seizing our people, and Sheriff Brown is finger wagging at people for throwing bricks to protect their loved ones from abduction. It's shocking. Shocking. Representatives, this is a time of history. You've heard this over and over and over again today. And you say that you don't have any power, but actually holding space for us is very powerful. Holding the budget of the sheriff is very powerful. And thank you, Representatives Hartman, Lee, and Capps, to state that you would like to support immigrants and push back on Santa Barbara cooperating with ICE. We see you, we thank you. Representative Nelson, you can't possibly think that nervously reading a "don't believe the hype" op-ed into the record actually meets this moment. Your words do not assuage a terrorized community. You can do more. When California entered the Union as a free state in 1850.
Thank you. That is your time. We will now go to Beryl Kriesel to be followed by Thomas Ritterer. Beryl? Unfortunately, Beryl appears not to have a microphone connected with your viewing device, so I'm unable to unmute you. So we will now go to Thomas Ritterer to be followed by Kathy Fletcher. Thomas? Looks like we lost Thomas. Is Kathy Fletcher on? Kathy Fletcher. If you can unmute yourself to provide your comments. We will now go to Michelle Peterson, to be followed by Dylan Carr. Michelle? Michelle, if you can unmute yourself to provide your comments. We will now go to Dylan Carr, to be followed by Mary Janik. Dylan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Dylan. I'm a direct descendant of one of America's founding fathers, John Jay, and I'm deeply disturbed by what I've seen happening in our community and across our great nation. United States law enforcement is supposed to protect and serve. Who's protected by ICE's actions? Not our community. No, our community is terrorized and living in a constant state of fear. Our neighbors, coworkers, family, and friends are terrified to live ordinary, law-abiding lives because masked men may descend upon them at any moment for no crime other than simply having the wrong color of skin. Who does ICE serve? Not the Constitution or the American people. They increasingly violate the Constitution and violate the rights of the American people with draconian measures. No, ICE is protecting Donald Trump's ego and serving Donald Trump's every whim. This is un-American and should outrage every patriot who claims to love this country. Right now, the community's trust in law enforcement agencies is waning. Our community is enduring racist harassment from First Amendment auditors and enduring National Guard tear gassing our community's children as they call for their parents. We've seen local law enforcement agencies direct traffic for ICE and stand between peaceful protesters and ICE as ICE breaks into a hospital. Santa Barbara can and needs to do better. Leverage your power of the purse over the sheriff and force him to listen to everything that your constituents have brought to you today. ICE agents need to be held accountable for every law they break while operating in our community. We didn't choose to be at the epicenter of Trump's war against America, but it came to us all the same. The soul of America hinges on the actions taken by the elected officials in this room. The rest of America looks to our community to find the strength to resist the persistent attacks against our Constitution in hopes that they can find their own courage. Or they may look at our cowardice and likewise continue to allow Trump to trample everything our flag stands for: liberty and justice for all. We're counting on you, supervisors, to stand up for our beloved Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Dylan. That is your time. We will now, it appears that Mary Janik left the Zoom meeting. We are now going to Susie Anderson, to be followed by Justin Shores. Susie?
I cede my time.
We will now go to Justin Shores, to be followed by Cressida Silvers. Justin?
I think you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, I do want to kind of echo what Bob Nelson said, and most of our local farmers are okay, and we're seeing that this is a catalyst moment, right? Last week it was Glass House that caused all this, so all of this anger should not be towards ICE. If you look at videos of the first guy that got there, the first police officer, he tells the manager, "This is not an ICE raid. This is not an ICE raid. Don't worry. This is a federal raid." It was a law enforcement raid stemming from the employment complaints from their own employees. You all say you're for the workers, but you're not listening to Glass House workers. There's a class action lawsuit against this massive pot organization, the biggest one in California. Glass House, if people don't know, was both raids, Carpinteria and Camarillo, one huge company that they're being shady. They have shady business practices. None of us should be here yelling at ICE. It should be this company that is in the spotlight. Why are we allowing them to have these business practices that will allow them to sell weed at $300 a pound, to undercut everyone else, to kill the market. It's hurting the weed market because you're allowing undocumented labor at this place. You guys, where's the DA? Where's the sheriff? Why aren't they doing something about it? You say you care about kids, but this is just a money grab for all the same NGOs that got money during COVID. The same NGOs that got money every single crisis that the Democrats create in California, all with their hand out, all saying, no, you got to give us more. Empty out the coffers. Empty them out because this is a crisis. And guess what? You don't let it go to waste. You're not going to. You see the moment. You don't have anything else. You don't have USAID money. You don't have COVID money. All of a sudden, this cause gives them something to fundraise off of. And they're going to do it. They're going to demonize law enforcement.
Thank you, Justin. That is your time. We will now go to Cressida Silvers, to be followed by Michelle Peterson, who is our final speaker. Cressida?
Hello. I'm Cressida Silvers, and I live in the 2nd District. I wanted to speak to Supervisor Nelson's introductory comments regarding good journalism and multiple perspectives. I agree wholeheartedly. Good journalism and a free press are critical to democracy. And I encourage the supervisor and his constituents to work against the current extremist culture that attacks, endangers, and defunds the very kind of journalism encouraged in his comments. I was present in Carpinteria last Thursday, and I can speak to the same experience others are so compellingly sharing today. Instead, I just want to mention a piece of good journalism I saw in the immediate aftermath of Thursday's events as I was looking to see how accurate the coverage might be. I believe it was a KTLA video, although I may be mistaken, but there was a brief interview with an employee of the Glass House facility. This was a white guy who was working inside the facility. Of course, he wasn't taken. But he was working inside the facility at the time of the raid and was an eyewitness to the sweep. The reporter acknowledged that there was a warrant involved, then asked the employee if the agents were going down a list of names from the warrant, which, as I understand, is required. The witness responded without hesitation that they clearly were grabbing anyone they could and definitely not looking for specific individuals who may have been named on the warrant, if there even were names on the warrant. It is what we see when they sweep Home Depot parking lots and day labor lines, when they pull over beat-up worker trucks and older cars, when they grab people off their bikes as they travel to and from work along Fairview and Patterson, where I live, to name just a few examples that I am personally aware of. And it is undeniable from the numbers shared earlier by the public defender. It is absolutely delusional to claim that these masked, armed, unidentified people are carefully selecting only violent criminals. And I hope Sheriff Brown has stayed in the room long enough to hear these truths. Lastly, I urge you to join the ACLU lawsuit to provide monetary support to the organizations who are on the ground serving your constituents directly affected by these raids, and hold the sheriff accountable through your power over the budget. Thank you.
We will now go to Michelle Peterson, who is our final speaker on this item. Michelle?
I cede my time.
All righty. That concludes public comment on departmental item number 7.
Okay, thank you so much to the members of the public for speaking, for hanging in there, for your passion, for your respect, for participating. Really appreciate it. So now it comes back to the board for any policy direction, comments, questions, anything you'd like. Supervisor Lee.
I did. Supervisor Capps, I see that you have brought forward some discussion points, and I want to just talk with you and the board about it.
Sure.
And what would you like to propose?
Well, the first place to start is, and Supervisor Lavanino already teed us up here in his opening comments, is that we really don't have a lot of information consistently, and so a natural step to go would be to request information about who's detained, who's deported, the names of those who've been deported, detained, the tactics by which they've done so. That is an executive order that I believe the mayor of Los Angeles has just signed, and I think an important thing to do. And so one policy direction we could give is to ask our CEO to send that Freedom of Information Act request to the federal government. Again, I'm not sure what the response might be, but we will not get it if we don't ask. So that's where I'd start, is that we don't have, I mean, I think it was unusual that they actually gave us a number with this last raid of 10 in Carpinteria and 361 in Camarillo. But that is not the norm. Normally there's zero information. So that's a starting point for me, is to at least attempt to get some basic information.
I agree with that.
Okay, and I'd spoken with our CEO yesterday, and so I'd be happy to make that. I don't know, maybe our county council can weigh in on what format we should do these pieces of direction.
Chair, what did you say? Weigh in on which piece?
Just how we handle this in terms of this is our item is a discussion and potential direction. I just teed up a direction. Do we vote on each piece? I don't know how many there are, but I would like to just do this in a way that's above board.
Madam Chair, it's really your discretion, but
Okay.
it's fine to go through and talk through each item as you just
And see if
did,
there's
and then at the-
consensus.
And then at the end, we can do a motion with all the direction.
Okay, so yes, so that's the first one. There's consensus, it appears. Okay. And then the second one I had, which would have to come back, you can't do it in one step, but Supervisor Hartman and I serve on our legislative committee, and our legislative platform is quite outdated when it comes to just on immigration. It just calls for immigration, comprehensive immigration reform. And I think it should go a lot further. I propose language, but it would need to be fine-tuned and worked out through staff. And so my request is that we provide direction to update our legislative platform to be more comprehensive about the need for due process, the need for, I think we heard repeatedly, to not have, have law enforcement not wear masks, and potentially support legislation to that effect. So I have proposed language. There's a lot of rhetoric in there because that's the way I feel, and so I wanted to just put forward the way that I personally feel. I'm sure that's not shared word for word by everybody, but I wanted to just start with the way that I personally feel about what our platform should be when it comes to immigration policy. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would suggest that we amend our legislative platform to include language, and we can offer up, and then it can come back, but that we don't wait until our next year, but we do that now. And then we also heard in Leg Committee, and we've heard from public comment about Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act, and Senate Bill 627, the No Secret Police Act. And I would like us to consider supporting those bills, but we can't do it because we don't have a legislative platform that would support it. So we need board concurrence on that. And I guess we could get some information now, or we could have it come back.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. You know, I can support, and I do support more aggressive immigration reform. And I do think whatever we can do there to encourage the federal government to address those issues is something that I think we're all on the same page on it. And it's the details that are going to get us starting to get sideways with each other. And so for me, to make it as broad as possible is a good thing. You know, that way we could get unanimous support and bipartisan support. Is we get too far into the weeds on some of these things and the characterization of law enforcement and some of these things, that's where I start to get really nervous and I don't feel comfortable. So, I mean, but if you guys are fine moving forward without full support of the board, you know, that's a decision the board can take, but that's where I start to have problems.
So Supervisor Hartman, Supervisor Lavender.
I would just say, so I just got back from Philadelphia from the National Association of Counties. We adopted that's why I'm sick today, everybody. So I'm sorry if you thought I wasn't paying attention or whatever, but I'm really fighting through it today. We just passed a resolution. The resolution that was presented on immigration was probably I want to say didn't have the flowery language, you know? So we actually, we went to a voice vote, and I'm talking about that there are thousands of members at this thing.
Sure.
Counties represented all throughout the country. And you have a cool app on your phone, Election Buddy. And so they actually went to a vote of the people, and we changed it to be more comprehensive, more probably softer. But when you get into this immigration battle, I still come back to, I worked for a member of Congress who had been there 23 years, and I asked him, what were you doing 23 years ago? And he said, immigration reform. So I think somebody said it today that everybody talks about it every time they're running for Congress or every election cycle. We hear it. We got to do comprehensive immigration reform. It never happens. I don't think it ever will, just because it does help each party in its own way draw its voters out. So I don't want to be pessimistic. I'm pretty optimistic most of the time, but I will support generally almost anything that you can come up with immigration reform. I will just tell you that it was the number one issue at the National Association of Counties.
Sure.
So then again, I don't know how many people in the administration are listening. So
Yep. Yeah, Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, we already do have a plank on immigration reform, but what I'm asking is to amend that to include, and to Supervisor Nelson's point, I mean, we can offer up language. This has to come back, and we would have to hammer it out. So at this point, we're just looking for direction. Could we amend our platform so that we're a little more nimble in the future? And then secondly, could we, would you like to at this meeting or come back with more information about these two bills that passed the Senate and I guess went to the Assembly today? I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, just to double down on that clarification, I want to go beyond just a call for immigration reform. I want to touch on issues such as detention practices and masks of law enforcement. And it sounds as though from County Council, I believe we can't take a motion to be supportive of those two pieces of state legislation on law enforcement masking. Is that accurate? Or could we make that motion today?
Madam Chair, both with the legislative platform change and the specific legislation, my recommendation would be to come back with those so that the board can, on the legislative platform, the board can consider it as a noticed item that we're changing the platform and considering that, and then same with the legislation.
Okay.
And I made a mistake. We had an comprehensive immigration plank a year ago. It's not in there now. So we would need that as well.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
somebody keeping track of all these? Okay, good, because I think we're going to have a long list of staff recommendations.
I'll hit some of these points in my closing comments, but so part of this mask discussion that a lot of people are bringing up and take this as vigilantism. There's a lot of ICE workers or ICE employees that didn't have masks on. Those are typically the ones that are not from your area. The ones that are actually masking are typically the ones that actually work in your community, that go to church with you, that coach your kids' Little League team, that are getting doxxed out there. I mean, just look at the Independent. They posted a picture of everybody didn't have a mask, every one of those ICE workers. I think there's about 15 of them. So it's a real problem out there that we actually have law enforcement officers, people that are sworn, make the same oath that we all do up here, having their families attacked. Attacks are up significantly on these law enforcement officers. So, I understand this mentality that if they have a mask on, it's in part because there's some kind of secret police or some kind of closet Nazi. But I think these people are really just trying to protect themselves and their families. And I really just think it's a bad look for us to make that call. And so, that's where I'm not going to be able to support that if that's where we end up going in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. I just see it differently. Yep. And these pieces of legislation are moving quickly, and so I hope we can bring it back as soon as possible.
And Supervisor, just for clarification, so on this particular item, you're asking us, directing staff to come back with an amendment to the ledge platform to advocate for improved immigration reform. Supervisor Cap specified she'd like in that, and then we come back to include things on, specifically on due process regarding detention of individuals.
Yes.
And allowing language that then would speak to this issue about identification of ICE or other enforcement individuals. In addition, we'd come back with Senate Bill 805 and AB 627, I believe are the numbers, for the board to take a position on it. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then I'll keep going. I was very motivated by a lot of the public comment today, and as well as Supervisor Lavanino's question. Joining the lawsuit is, for me, very crystal clear that we should be exploring that as well. I've spoken to county council, so if we can explore that as well. I know there's some legwork that needs to happen in terms of how that actually happens, but that would be something else that I would put forward.
I agree.
Probably going to lose me there, but I think it probably still be about the majority.
Okay.
It's on my list too.
Okay. I'll pause and let other people jump in here before I keep going. So Supervisor Hartman, do you want to jump in?
I think county council wants to.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Surprise,
members of
yeah.
the board, I'm happy to look into that. That ultimately would be a closed session decision, but I'm
Yes.
happy to look into that. So I just asked that it not be part of the motion today, but I will follow up.
Okay,
Might be able to keep me a little longer.
thank you. Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm trying to think forward. We have not only an agency whose budget has increased by 300%, but we have a federal government, all hands on deck, really trying to reduce the size of government and reduce benefits to undocumented people. So I'm worried about what kind of information the government is going to be requesting from county departments. And so I'm interested in considering an ordinance that would say that our county departments won't voluntarily disclose personal identifying or locational information. I'm worried that it'll be coming for health information and mental health information and others about people to see if we're serving them. So we don't give out this information unless we have a valid judicial order. And it's something to explore. I mean, I'm not certain that that is exactly how that would work, but I would like to explore it. And I know school districts are doing this.
Guess I'm just, Chair Capps?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. I just kind of trying to understand, if it's a program that somebody's ineligible for, how does that then work when we're delivering it?
We don't ask about immigration status.
Understood.
And maybe some departments may have it, others don't. And I think it's not something that I would be inclined to want to give to the federal government without a judicial warrant.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I'm just curious, from county council, what would that look like? I mean, are we going to be able to demand judicial warrants from the federal government before we gave them information? I just don't want to, I agree with you, but I don't want to, one of the things I want to leave here with is not giving people a false sense of hope of, oh, we're not going to do this, and then the federal government comes down and puts their foot on our neck.
Yeah,
and you end up-
we don't want to put a target on our citizens' back.
Exactly.
I hear you.
Supervisor Lavanillo, to address your question. So there already are some state laws that prevent the county from releasing certain information without some type of judicial order. We have a lot of different types of information, but a lot of our client information is protected by other laws due to privacy or it depends on the particular client, but there are a lot of laws that protect that information. We generally can't release it if it's confidential already. So, I mean, we can certainly look to see if there's anything we could do with that. But again, I just wouldn't want it to seem like we're going beyond that. We already have the protections in place.
I think what we're seeing is the federal government coming in and saying, whether it's legal or not, you won't get money unless you do this. And I want to at least get some level of protection. That at least a court, that at least there's a judicial warrant.
I'm all for exploring it. I just
Yeah,
get
I
some
agree.
legal advice to come back.
Supervisor, just so that we're clear, we'd be exploring, and Supervisor Hartman did submit information with the record, so I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. It's to explore looking at a county ordinance requiring that no ICE, no, that's not it. Explore adopting a county ordinance where we would not be voluntarily sharing personal identifying or locational information with ICE. Is that correct? Thank you.
Well, certainly. I mean, I'm 100% behind that as well. I get that we don't already, that's what our council is saying, but just to make sure and to codify it where there might be any ambiguity. I'm happy to support that. Okay, any other ideas on the table?
I do.
Yes, Supervisor Lee.
Can we contact ICE if they have a PIO and just ask them? Can we contact ICE if they have a PIO and ask them to just be here and talk?
I'm
have a
happy to.
conversation?
When the sheriff said that, yeah, we should just be tenacious, I took that as an invitation. I'm going to give it a shot.
Yeah, I got word that they were raiding food distribution centers, that came down last week to some of us, and I contacted ICE myself, and they said that they weren't. At least I heard directly from our local offices. It was news to them as well. So I do think communication is important. I think that's where, I don't think this would get support, but, one of my items is let's reestablish cooperation with ICE because, the Immigrant Defense Legal Center is actually, when they have cooperation, they're actually able to serve their people better. And I think that's partly, and again, I'll have these in my comments here, I think it's part of the reason why we're having the problems that we do is because we don't have insight. We don't have cooperation. And I think that's part of the problem here where we want both things. We want to be able to understand what's going on, but at the same time, we want to give them the Heisman. And those are two things that don't necessarily, accomplish the same thing. So, I think we need to pick at some point. If we really, my belief is that we're really going to serve people in our community in this environment, we do need to have a relationship with ICE. Because I think that is the only way that we're going to eventually be able to, navigate these waters that we're in.
I mean, I appreciate your optimism. I do agree with one of the public speakers, the UCSB professor, who said that the misinformation and the chaos is the strategy. I absolutely agree with that, but let's give it a shot. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm in agreement with you that we're on thin ice and that what we are trying to guard against is not having to use local resources being co-opted into this endeavor, but to stand for what we believe in.
Yeah. But I think we're here, yes, I think to Supervisor Lee's suggestion, where I'm hearing consensus, so we can add that to the list. Any other policy direction suggestions? And I hope the public understands we really listen to you and we really appreciate the requests, the very thoughtful requests that have come across. Any other requests? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to thank Chair Capps for really halting the trains and saying this was so important. We needed to address this today and change the order of our business to do it. I have a feeling this isn't going to be the last of such things. But I do hope people understand we are all in this together and we're trying to figure it out. And we're learning from you who spent your whole day with us. And it's one thing to have an organized raid at a business, but this is happening on our streets. And we heard that. And I know people too, myself. And so it is really radiating fear throughout the community. And there's a couple reasons for that. But one, the administration has a policy of creating fear so people will self-deport, making it really, really hard. And I think for people in Washington, it's difficult to understand a state like California, where the border has been porous and where people have gone back and forth over time, and people are integrated into communities. And so I don't know how we explain that it's not like it is maybe someplace else, that so much of our history, our culture is intermingled. So again, I think this is just the first in a long and difficult road that we have, especially with the new budget that's been adopted by the federal government.
I've got
Supervisor
maybe a
Levanino.
request is, after hearing from the city of Santa Barbara, personally, not as a city official, but I know they're having a hearing tonight.
Yep.
And we've just ponied up $360,000 to deal with some of the impacts. To get to that $1 million, it'd be nice to have some of our other partners. I know Carpinteria went in with 5,000.
10.
10? Okay, great job. It would be nice to see City of Santa Barbara step up in a meaningful way and add to that pot.
Yeah. And Curita and all the other cities as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Do we each reach out to those in our district?
Sure.
I'm sure they're watching.
Supervisor Nelson.
If there's no, is there any other policy, or we just
Do
going
we
to make
want to
comments?
do we want to review, just so everyone's
Yeah,
clear?
get them back to us so we know
I
what we're doing.
can. So it seems that the motion is to direct the CEO to write to ICE or other federal agency under the Freedom of Information Act request and ask who from Santa Barbara County is or has been detained. Number 2, direct staff to return to the board with an amendment to the legislative platform to advocate for improved immigration reform, including provisions regarding due process of those detained and identification of enforcement officials. Number 3, return with information on State Senate Bill 805 and AB 627 for the board to take a position. 4, explore enacting an ordinance prohibiting voluntary sharing of personal, identifying, or locational information with ICE unless compelled by a judicial order. 5, I'm not sure if this was asked, have the chair reach out to ICE to appear before the board at a public hearing to answer questions. And then not part of this motion, but the board discussed exploring joining the ACL lawsuit, which county council said she will follow up.
Yeah, just specifically, and I can provide this information, it's based on other jurisdictions in terms of the Freedom of Information Act request. It's formally seeking transparency from federal agencies requesting detailed records on all ICE activities and arrests in our jurisdiction, including the following. We want to know exactly when and where ICE raids and arrests are happening in our county. We're asking for the names of people who have been detained and the specific reasons for why they were picked up. We want to see the rules and policies federal agents are following during these raids, and especially how they identified themselves. And then also with the detention, it's also the names and information for those deported. But I'll make sure you have that information. Okay. So do you want to go to closing comments? I know at least one supervisor would like to make closing comments.
Sure, I'll lead off.
Okay, Supervisor Levanino.
All right, so I thought it was interesting today because for those of you that's your first time here, we have never had a 7-hour meeting on one issue that I can remember. So for those that are thinking that we're not putting in the time or we're blowing this off, that's not the case. And I did sense a lot of anger and hostility today at public comment, but I think that's because it's rooted in frustration. People are worried and they're scared and they want someone to tell them it's going to be okay, and that's usually what this Board of Supervisors does. But I can't tell you that because I'm watching, there's a pecking order in life. And when I see my congressman, Salud Carbajal, can't get information, he's stonewalled. And I know all of you saw a United States Senator, Alex Padilla, tackled and handcuffed when he was trying to get answers. I'm not up there. I'm down here. I'm going to do my part. But for me to be able to come in and tell you, hey, we're going to fix all this and I'm going to block ICE from doing that and that, my U.S. Senator can't get it done. So I don't think I don't think anybody's going to Alex Padilla and Salute and say, why aren't you doing anything? So, and we are doing things, and it's not symbolic action. As somebody said, is it symbolic or is it real concern? We just allocated an unprecedented $360,000 to deal with the impacts of the ICE raids. We allocated another $250,000 for rental legal assistance. That's going to go, a majority of that's probably going to go to people that are undocumented. We've directed our county council to explore the ACLU lawsuit and come back to us with a recommendation. I think everybody up here supports due process, and I think we all condemn militarized response. I think it'd be surprising for people to know too. We provide health clinics. I mean, when you look at what the county does, we provide health clinics for people without asking what their immigration status is. We have the Farm Worker Resource Center. And I know you're going to say it's not enough. And I agree with you. It isn't enough. But if you came here every week and you saw that it also wasn't enough of what we're putting into social services, it's also not enough what we're putting into mental health or better fire protection, or we're not investing enough in First Five, or your roads are a mess. Because when you go home today, you're going to hit a pothole and go, hey, who's in charge of this? That's us too. So there are a million things that are out there. This is number one right now. Okay, this is number one on everybody's plate. As I said, I just got back from this National Association of Counties. It's the number one issue at the national level. But don't think, I don't want you to get this misconception that the five of us are going to sign a resolution and life's going to be better. Elections have consequences. I don't know why anybody's surprised. I don't know why anybody's surprised. This was in the campaign. People voted that way, and now it's happening. So maybe, as we said at the National Association of Counties, somebody said, well, in 3.5 years, there might be a change. And somebody said, well, that's based on if there's an election in 3.5 years. So I believe in the American democracy that will happen. But I encourage everybody, and I know people got upset because I think I said, you know, this is all of us, this is you and us. But don't have this misconception that we're going to fix this. We're doing everything possible to stand with you and work with you. But there are people much more powerful than us that are being stomped down. We're going to stand back up and we're going to keep fighting. But there is no secret pill. There is no magic wand that we can wave and fix all this. We'll take incremental steps and fight at every front and try to fix this. But I know that's not what you want to hear. And for those that were like, well, we're going to remember who you guys are and all that, that's fine. We get told that every week. And believe me, I have to go home and I have to answer to my grandkids that are all Hispanic. I have to answer to my wife, who's brown and Hispanic, and my mother-in-law, who was a farm worker who raised 9 kids on the west side. So don't think that we're all just blowing this off just because we say we don't have the magic solution.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanito. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I said earlier I was going to reserve most of my comments towards the end. I wanted to get a chance to hear from the public. I'm going to start off with some quotes that I wanted to share. First one is, if you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. Another one is, we are deporting those who are here illegally and are a danger to our community. Another, we want to prioritize deporting violent offenders and gang members, not families or children, but we still have to enforce the law. And the last one, we've been focusing on deporting criminals. That's been the priority, and we have actually done more on that front than anyone else. Those aren't quotes from President Trump, but from former President Barack Obama. The same facilities that are today described as concentration camps and same employees who have been disparaged as brown shirts were built and hired during the Obama administration. I think too many of us, too many people are getting caught up in the messenger rather than the message. I'm disappointed that we've allowed the term immigration and illegal immigration to be conflated. We are a nation of laws, and all of us, by virtue of the oath of our office, have sworn to uphold and defend them. It's troubling in today's divisive environment, we can't even agree that criminals who are in this country illegally should be removed. Too many of us in the public are getting caught up in anecdotes, rumors, and rhetoric. This is a national issue, and it's a defining issue of the last election and this current administration. The failure of the Biden-Harris administration on this front is one of the key reasons Donald Trump now sits in the Oval Office. Despite what some might think, it was not the far right that elected him. It was this issue's appeal to moderates, the middle, and Hispanics. 2016, President Trump got 29% of the Hispanic vote. In 2024, it's 48%. According to Pew, 51% of foreign-born Hispanics voted for President Trump. Leadership starts with self-evaluation, and I've never hidden that I'm the most conservative member of this board. Still, I've worked across the aisle to build relationships. I fund and deliver social safety nets regardless of immigration status. I've helped establish and built the most successful farm worker resource center in the state with my colleagues. I chaired the largest farm worker carpool program in the country. And I've also worked closely with the Mexican consulate to help immigrants get the paperwork they need to come out of the shadows and join the legal community. My approach is I ask questions and I'm slow to judge. I encourage others to do the same. I believe in the days and the months ahead we'll learn that the glasshouse warrants had more to do with criminal activity than immigration enforcement. Unfortunately, many of our immigrant residents were collateral damage, but we lack insight because we refuse to cooperate with the federal government in enforcing federal law. SB 54, though well-intentioned, has unintended consequences. As we heard from our sheriff today, had his department been involved, they could have added nuance to the operation. Yes, the federal government can be a blunt instrument, but if we want precision, we need a different approach. If anyone believes that increasing resistance to ICE will result in less intention from the federal agents, we're kidding ourselves. And that's one of the reasons why I support further connections with ICE and with our federal government here to build those relationships so that we actually know what's going on the ground. And then further, as we talked about already, push for federal immigration reform. Those are my two highest priorities on this, and I thank you for the chance to have my piece.
Thank you. I'll just conclude and thank everybody for hanging in there with us and for sharing your comments. I heard a lot of despair today. I've been hearing it all year, but most acutely since Thursday. Saw some tears today. I know there'll be more tears. I know that there's so much sadness, there's so much fear, there's so much terror. A good friend of mine told me that her prayer group that meets once a month, usually about 100 people show up, and last month just 4 did. So I guess I just want to tell you that as much as we can, our county wants to be here for you and in the services that we do provide. I looked out today as my pastor was here, and next to her was a woman who's dedicated her time to driving people to services so that they don't feel intimidated and get there. And I know so many people have dedicated their time and their energy. These are people who have many, many jobs and kids and loved ones to take care of. So I can't imagine the fear and the terror that you feel. I do believe, as has been said, that this is a time in history that we will be judged, and I carry that with me to try to be on the right side of history here. So much has been said. I just want to end with, again, District Attorney Savernak's call for peace, because what happened on Thursday was horrific, but I'm so proud of our community because those who objected did so peacefully. And if we continue to do that, we will be on the right side of history. We will not give them what they want. And he said it so eloquently. Thank you, District Attorney Savernak. You did so much good today. And that's the words that I want to just keep in front of me to inspire to keep going. And I hope that as a board, we continue to find solutions. I know we didn't satisfy the requests of all of you today. Keep pushing us. And I do think that we made some strides today, and I appreciate the advocacy, and I know where it comes from, a deep belief in this country, a deep belief in Santa Barbara County. Thank you. So with that, I will entertain a motion as has been described by our CEO. I'm happy to make it. I'll make the motion. I don't think it needs to be repeated, that mouthful. We can do a roll call. I'll entertain a second, if anyone would like to second.
I'll second.
And we can do a roll call vote.
Before the roll call, I'll just say that I actually inclined to support what you're asking for right now. I think some of those pieces, as they come back to the board, I might not be able to support.
Sure.
But I'm always, again, someone about transparency and getting as much information as possible. So would be willing to do it. So you might be able to do a voice vote here.
Voice vote? Okay,
So do it.
great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thanks, everybody. Okay, with that, we are going to move to general public comment. That's what we got. Madam Clerk, how are we doing?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we initially had 32 requests from the general public comment, but I believe a number of members of the public have left our meeting. So I will just go through, and if you are here, thank you for sticking with us today. We're going to begin with Karen Howenstein to be followed by Leo DeCascos. Karen?
And we're going to do general public comment of 2 minutes, given the hour.
Great. My name is Karen Howenstein. My YouTube channel is Coast Audits. My telephone number is 805-944-8110. I encourage anyone to contact me. Organized crime, what many refer to as white-collar crime in this county, has literally destroyed my life. This type of organized crime hides in our communities. They pose as law-abiding residents, but they are often very affluent and very arrogant. They like to flaunt their wealth and their illicit power. Thank you today for the opportunity to place on public record the commercial cannabis growing relationship between Juan and Luis Cisneros of Cisneros Future LLC and Arabal Jean, which was utilized after April 18th, 2019 at 1807 West Highway 246. I must make note of several civil cases brought right around this time. 19CV01222 and 19CV02126, and additionally related and judicially noticed 19CV05333 and 19CV05394. We have entered into a new era in communications between all domestic and international law enforcement agencies. As Jesus is our Savior, I pray all of our law enforcement personnel are protected.
That is your
and
time, Karen.
God works in their hearts to fully recognize and respect the civil rights of every individual in Santa Barbara County, including me. Thank you.
We will now go to Leo DeCasas. Is Leo here? We will now go to Kate Stevens. Is Kate here? Susan Bueno. Elizabeth Santos Hernandez. Veronica Morales. Rudy Marcelino. Harry Mara. We will now go to Zoom with Emily Bangle to be followed by Kate Wynn Rogers. Emily? Emily, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Emily, we have unmuted you. If you can please unmute to provide your comments. Alrighty, we will now go to Kate Wynn Rogers to be followed by Lisa Medina. Kate? Kate, we have unmuted you. If you can please unmute to provide your comments. We will now go to Lisa Medina, who is our final speaker available on Zoom. Lisa? Alrighty, I believe that concludes general public comment.
Okay. So D2, we are going to D2, which is the senior overlay ordinance amendment. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, Chair. Oh,
Before, okay. Thank you, Chair Capps. Before this item gets read into the record, since this process began, there was a death in my family, and I unexpectedly inherited a mobile home. As a result, I will need to recuse myself from this item today.
Sounds good. Thanks for letting us know.
and Chair Cabs, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding case numbers 25 GPA 2, 25 ORD 3, 25 ORD 4, 25 RZN 1, and 25 RZN 2 to approve the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance Amendments Project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. As Ms. Alexander read into the record, we have the Mobile Home Park Overlay Project that we're bringing forward that addresses both senior and regular mobile homes. Today we have Lila Spring, who will be making the presentation, David Lackey, Alex Tuttle, and one of our junior planners, Danielle Moore. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Spring.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. As Lisa said, my name is Lila Spring, and I'm here to present the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance Amendments Project. Given the late hour, I intend to be brief in my presentation, so please feel free to ask questions or ask for any further clarification if I move too quickly. There are currently 21 mobile home parks in the unincorporated county, 10 all-ages mobile home parks, and 11 senior mobile home parks. The primary goals of the project before you today are to preserve existing mobile home parks and to prevent the conversion of senior mobile home parks to all-ages mobile home parks. The need for affordable senior housing is reflected in the waiting list for low-income seniors that are maintained by local housing authorities. And in the face of such high demand, the preservation of existing affordable housing, including mobile home parks, is clearly important. However, the county currently lacks regulations to prevent the conversion of senior mobile home parks. The Board of Supervisors considered issues related to conversion of senior mobile home parks at a hearing on October 8th, 2024, and directed staff to do two primary things. One was to place a temporary moratorium on the conversion of senior mobile home parks to all ages mobile home parks through an interim urgency ordinance. And the second was to develop zoning code amendments to implement long-term protections. The board adopted the interim urgency ordinance on November 5th, 2024, and about a month later extended that ordinance to end in October of this year. Today, we are here to present staff's response to the second part of the board's direction. The proposal before you today includes zoning ordinance amendments to the inland and coastal zoning codes to establish 2 mobile home park overlays and to amend relevant definitions, zoning map amendments to apply the overlays, and select changes to land use and zoning designations for 2 mobile home parks to bring them into conformance with existing policy and land uses. Now to provide a bit more detail on these zoning overlays. So although the focus of these amendments, as indicated by the project title, is on senior mobile home parks, staff also proposes a mobile home park overlay to apply to existing all-ages mobile home parks. The overlay is intended to promote the continued use of mobile homes as an accessible housing option and to establish mobile home parks as the primary allowed land use. There are no other development standards associated with this overlay. The Senior Mobile Home Park overlay is intended to preserve a significant source of affordable senior housing and to ensure that senior mobile home parks are not converted to all ages mobile home parks. The overlay also includes specific age requirements, which is that 80% of occupied sites be occupied by at least one person aged 55 years or older, and that mobile home is that person's primary residence. There are also age verification requirements under which the owner or operator of the mobile home park must verify the age of tenants and report that to the county every 2 years. In addition, senior mobile home park and the age requirements must be included in signage, advertising, rental agreements, and leases. The second component of the proposed ordinance amendments are modifications to the existing definition of mobile home park to more closely align with the state's definition and adding 2 new definitions for senior mobile home park and all ages mobile home park. Staff proposes to apply the overlays to a total of 19 mobile home parks, 11 senior mobile home parks, and 8 all ages mobile home parks. 2 mobile home parks are not proposed for inclusion in an overlay due to surrounding and site-specific zoning as well as existing development. Staff created an interactive map where viewers can see the overlays proposed to apply to each of the different mobile home parks throughout the unincorporated county. And staff also produced regional static maps that are included as appendix or attachment J to the board letter and at the end of this slide deck. As a component of this project, staff is recommending consistency zoning and land use changes to 2 mobile home parks. These changes are proposed to apply to zoning and land use designations that align with existing land uses, as mobile home park is not currently allowed use under the existing land use and designation changes. These proposed changes are summarized on this slide, and the following slides include maps on the left of the land use designation and on the right of the zoning designations for the new Kuyama Trailer Park and St. Marie Mobile Home Park. Staff brought these amendments to the County Planning Commission on May 7th of this year. The commission received public comment and recommended minor edits to the senior mobile home park overlay to clarify that the mobile home must be the primary residence of the person aged 55 years or older for purposes of meeting the age requirements. With these changes, the commission voted unanimously to recommend the project to the board for approval. Following the hearings, staff reviewed the commission's proposed changes and noted there were additional subsections that could benefit from the clarifying language. Rather than add that language at each instance, staff is recommending defining occupied by to mean it is that person's primary residence for the purposes of this ordinance so that that requirement applies more broadly. Staff also proposes minor consistency edits to the versions post the Planning Commission hearing. These edits are incorporated into attachments D and E of the board letter. The changes proposed by this project are consistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning codes. In particular, these changes support policies and programs of the county's 2023 to 2031 housing element update, including preserving affordable housing and providing for the needs of seniors. In addition, the land use and zoning changes improve overall consistency by bringing zoning and land use designations into alignment with existing land uses. This project is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state CEQA guidelines sections 1561B3 and 15265. Staff recommends that the board take the actions indicated on pages 1 and 2 of the board letter and summarized on this slide. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Spring. Any questions? Supervisor Lee.
Can you briefly touch on enforcement and any violations? What happens?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, there are no additional development standards related to enforcement, so that would fall under the existing codes that the county has already established for all enforcement actions.
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. So our enforcement is based on complaints, right? So if we receive a complaint about a violation, let's say a mobile home park is trying to convert to a all-age when they're designated as a senior, then we would investigate that and work with them to determine if there was a violation, and then we would work with them to correct that violation.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak on this item. There are a number of members of the public that are not logged into Zoom. But we will go first to, I'm sorry, I thought we had someone in Santa Barbara, but we will first go to Santa Maria with Gary Halter, to be followed by Beth Kaiser. Gary?
And I just want to thank our public speakers. I know that they've been waiting around for a long time today. Appreciate it. We're going to try to keep our comments to a couple minutes.
Is Gary Halter still in Santa Maria?
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you. My name is Gary Halter, and I'm a resident of Del Cielo Senior Mobile Estates. First, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Chairman Capps, our County Supervisor Bob Nelson, and the entire board and their staff for the support you have shown residents in Santa Barbara County who will benefit from the senior park overlay that is being approved today. Senior parks are very special places for our older population in a multitude of ways. Unfortunately, I am less hopeful for Del Cielo under the ownership of Harmony Communities. Harmony Communities has deliberately ignored the moratorium that was put into place by this body, this board. In October of last year, all residents of Del Cielo received park rules and regulations effective May 24th of this year. They have contacted every real estate office in Santa Maria and surrounding areas, insisting they advertise Del Cielo as an all-age park, then follow through with approving only non-senior buyers. Since January, the Sheriff's Office has visited Del Cielo a minimum of 10 times, sometimes twice a day. The most frequent calls are related to drugs or domestic violence. We are frequently denied the use of our clubhouse, which is against Article 5, Section 798.51 of the Mobile Home Residency Law for simple weekly gatherings like senior chair exercises, bingo, or donuts and coffee, which have been attended by Del Cielo seniors for decades. I now watch too many neighbors sell their homes who just don't want to live like this anymore, which only plays into Harmony's hands. They are schoolyard bullies in suits, bigger than me, louder than me, backed by a swarm of people who don't care about anything but control and their bottom line. And like bullies do, they look for weaknesses, for emotion, that moment when we flinch so they can pounce. I want to stand firm. I want to enjoy the senior park I love so much. I will not let Harmony Communities win by default. Too many of us are willing to speak out. That's how the request for a senior park overlay got started. The bullies just don't go away. They grow bolder. We must expect someone to enforce the requirements put forth by this board for the good of all senior parks.
Thank you, Gary.
At
That
the
is your
end of, I'm
time.
going, thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Beth Kaiser to be followed by Gary Hall. Beth?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Beth Kaiser, and I too am a resident of Del Cielo Senior Park. I agree completely with the remarks of Mr. Halter. I would like to give you just a couple of examples of what we have to deal with. When these individuals swarmed into our park to introduce themselves, somebody asked a question. Mr. Evaldi and the group did not like the question. Thereby, they removed themselves from the clubhouse and locked themselves in the library. Another example is some of us like to use the pool in the summer for our exercising. The pool has remained unheated, and for the last month and a half, the pool shower, spa, and bathrooms have been out of order. They finally became available this past Sunday, and before I got all happy, I realized that the reason they fixed it is because of this meeting, and hopefully they will assume we are old and will therefore forget. Another inconvenience, I still have a minute 34, is the ridiculous speed bumps. Some of our folks use walkers, and they cannot lift the walker in order to get over the speed bump to move on to their next activity. I personally have been living there for 6 years. 4 of them have been exactly what I'm looking for. We all come from different backgrounds, different upbringings, and we all get along beautifully. We greet each other on our walks. We say, have a nice day. We chat for a few minutes. And now when we pass somebody, we say, now what? Now what have they taken away from us? Now have they further disrespected us and completely treated us like we do not exist? We do exist, and we have as many rights as any other citizen of this great country. As seniors, we appreciate your help, and we beg you for more, including this senior park overlay. Let us please, please have our lives not further interrupted and ruined by these people who are filled with lawyers and no respect for the seniors. Thank you so very, very much.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Gary Hall. Then we will go to Zoom with Kristen Cahoon. Gary?
Good afternoon, supervisors. You've had a long day, and I only need 1 more minute. My name is Gary Hall. I'm a senior retiree and a resident of Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates, a seniors mobile home park located in Santa Maria. I represent the North Santa Barbara County Mobile Homeowners Team, or NSBIT. First, let me say thank you. Thank you for taking up this issue and addressing it with speed I didn't think possible. Please approve the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance amendments as presented. Senior mobile home park residents deserve to be protected from greedy park owners that would convert a senior park that was designed to be a seniors community into an all-age park. Seniors like me buy homes in senior parks, knowing our neighbors will also be seniors, knowing the park amenities are specifically designed for seniors, and knowing the traffic is limited where the streets are mostly quiet and a good place for a senior to take a leisurely walk. Senior mobile home parks need to be preserved in Santa Barbara County since they remain one of the few affordable housing options for seniors. One final thought. Please consider helping us convince the Santa Maria city leaders and especially the City Council, that a senior overlay is equally appropriate to protect Santa Maria senior mobile home residents and needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you in advance.
We will now go to Zoom with Kristen Cahoon to be followed by Nick Ubaldi. Kristen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Kirsten Cahoon, and I'm here today as a daughter, a community member, and an advocate for our seniors. My 85-year-old mother has lived in Del Cielo Senior Mobile Home Park in Santa Maria for over 20 years. She's not just a resident, she's part of a community. She's fought cancer there, she's lost her vision and her hearing there, and now she's tortured daily with dementia there. Yet, she continues to thrive thanks to the safety and support of her neighbors, people who bring her home when she gets lost, who check in on her and allow her to maintain some dignity and independence. This isn't just about her, though. It's about all of our seniors. Santa Barbara County does not have enough affordable senior housing. We are seeing a growing number of older adults falling into homelessness. Shelters across the country are being filled with seniors unable to maintain housing on fixed incomes. I know this firsthand. These are people who built this community, who taught in our schools, worked in our hospitals, raised generations here. They deserve stability and peace in their final years. Creating a senior overlay on mobile home parks is not just a policy, it's a promise that will protect our elders, a promise that they can age in place safely, with dignity, surrounded by their peers and support. Let's do what's right. Let's protect one of the most valuable parts of our community, our seniors. I urge you to adopt the senior overlay and show that Santa Barbara County stands by those who have given so much up for our community.
We will now go to Nick Ubaldi, who is our final speaker on this item. Nick?
Hello, you have me?
Yes, we do. Please proceed.
Nick Ubaldi with Del Cielo Mobile Home Park. For the record, this ordinance is unfair to families looking for affordable housing in the county, and it exposes mobile home parks to liability under federal housing laws. To be clear, Del Cielo has never met the requirements for a HOPA exemption to the Fair Housing Act's protections against familial status discrimination. This means that, legally, Del Cielo has always been an all-ages park. All the park did recently was update the rules to reflect this reality. Our decision has not and will not cause the loss of housing to any senior, nor does it have any impact on the park's rents because of the county's rent control ordinance. This ordinance promotes redlining and will have a disparate impact on families, minorities, and other marginalized groups. We do not believe any park should be forced to discriminate against families or minority groups, especially when it comes to affordable housing. Although Santa Barbara County's recent moratorium on park conversions did not apply to Del Cielo, as it was already an all-ages community, we believe that the decision to designate the park as senior only did and should remain solely with the property owner. This position was publicly affirmed by County Planning Director Plowman during the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 8th, timestamp 1/10/20. Supervisor Lavagnino says, "What is the process for an owner-operator to transition to all ages?" Planning Director Plowman says, "Right now, that is a decision that they make on their own. There is no approval needed from the county. The county has many tools at its disposal to promote senior housing in the county. However, instead of taking a leadership role in addressing what they claim is a serious issue, they've chosen to pursue a path that involves government force instead of solutions. I believe the county should build senior housing if it says it's so desperately needed, not force private owners to bear the burden on their own." Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much again to our speakers for hanging in there with us and waiting. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Lee.
Just a comment. So I come from a city that has 7 mobile homes, and while I was on the council, I supported specifically for senior housing. So I support this board recommendation. And I'm gonna go back to Mr. Halter's comment about bullying. One thing that I don't like is bullies. One thing I hate more is bullies who pick on seniors. So I'll be more than happy to make the motion.
Yeah, I just want to, Supervisor Lavany, no.
Thank you. So, yeah, I will, definitely talk to the city of Santa Maria. I know it's an uphill battle with them. But, yeah, the owner's position, honestly, of claiming that we are discriminating against poor families when he's got 80-year-olds sitting there next to him asking us to protect them kind of baffles me. But, I guess everybody owns a business, and I'd just rather have you say, hey, I can make more money if I made it all ages. So this seems a little strange. I appreciate all the seniors that stayed for this, and I appreciate the fact that they understand that it was quick, even though it did take a while. For us, it was pretty much lightning speed. So, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I would agree. Yeah, I appreciate the speaker who complimented the speed by which this moved. It did move quickly because, again, it's just such a compelling action to take. And thanks to the advocacy, again, to those seniors who live in these mobile home parks. I'm honored to represent you. I have a few of them in my district, and you're so organized. Everybody votes there. Everybody's active. It's amazing, just the people that show up for just a simple birthday party. It's inspiring. So this is a great ordinance. I'm happy to support it, and I appreciate the staff work that went into it. So I'm happy to make the motion unless someone else would like to make it. I think it's A through F.
I'll make it.
Okay, go for
I
it.
move A through F as in the recommended motion.
Great. Well, I'll second it then. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks, Martha. Okey-doke. We're going to move on to item number 3.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2025 through 2026 Orchid and Providence Landing Community Facilities District Special Tax Levy.
Good morning, Chair Capps and
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry. It is afternoon. I apologize. So good afternoon, Chair Capps, supervisors. The item before you is the annual update to the Orchid Providence Landing Community Facilities District tax levies. The Orchid Community Facilities District was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2002 for the purpose of levying a special tax on residential and commercial properties in the Orchid planning area. Specifically, the tax is used to offset operational and maintenance service costs associated with the build-out of the Orchid Community Plan. The special tax funds 4 areas: sheriff protection services, fire protection and suppression services, maintenance of parks, and flood and storm protection services. For fiscal year 25-26, assessments within the CFD will be increased by the Los Angeles Urban Consumer Price Index 3.42%, or whichever is higher. In this case, 3.42% was applied. Similarly, Providence Landing Community Facilities District was approved in 2005 to fund the maintenance of a 12-acre community park. The method of apportionment specifies that the maximum special tax levy be based on expenses of providing services within the district, which Providence Landing CFD is the cost of maintaining and operating the park. The increase in the Los Angeles urban CPI was 3.42%. However, no increase to the special tax rate is proposed for the current year, as the CFD has built up adequate fund balance. For 25-26, the parcel levy will remain the same as it was in 2006 at $672 per parcel. The recommended actions before you today are to A, receive the administrative reports, adopt resolutions levying the special taxes, and certify the list of all parcels subject to the tax. And F, determine that the actions are not subject to CEQA.
Okay, thank you for that quick report. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. As far as the ORCID CFD goes, I'm sorry I came in a little bit late, but just want to make sure, so those funds are above the residents' property taxes, is that right? Is that how that works?
That's correct.
So it's another set of dollars that go towards additional services in that community and provides for parks and flood control and a little bit to flood control from Walter. Fire and sheriff. Okay, and then the way it works, if I understand correctly, is that when the ORCID key sites get developed, one of the conditions is that they have to join that CFD. Is that accurate?
You and I had an opportunity to touch base on that question, and let me do a little bit of research to confirm that understanding, because we have encountered a recent situation where that was not the case, and so I want to verify that that's indeed the situation.
Okay, that was my understanding, is that's the concept behind it, was that new development would have new impacts and would need to be funded, and therefore
And
be a part of that.
it's fairly common when cities and counties create these types of facilities to have the condition as you've described, so I just want to verify that.
Okay, thank you. And so I've been on both sides of this over the years, just because I felt like that, you know, it's somewhat, there's an unfairness, you know, where there's other incorporated communities that don't have to pay these fees. But I've kind of shifted a little bit more to say, okay, this is a chance for ORCID to leverage those funds to invest in itself so it can do more. You know, again, it's still our largest area in the unincorporated, in the county it's unincorporated. It's larger than the city of Goleta in population, yet doesn't have municipal services. So it does need additional funds. And you know, everybody that moves into one of these properties, it's disclosed when they purchase it. So it's kind of buyer beware on those. It was not retroactive to other ORCID residents. So I'm going to be able to support it at this time. I'm going to continue to be committed to trying to make sure those dollars are utilized in the best form and fashion available to maximize those tax dollars for the constituents there in the ORCID area. And this board's been really helpful to me in doing that in the past, and I'm counting on that in the future as I try to, you know, deliver those municipal services to this large unincorporated area. So I'll be happy to support it and make the motion when it's time.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's check to see if there's public comment. Madam
Chair
Clerk.
Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff recommendations A through E.
Yep.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We got one more for you. Item number 4.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Consumer Price Index, CPI, adjustment of the fiscal year 2025 through 2026, library special tax rate for County Service Area CSA number 3, Greater Goleta.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Capps, supervisors. The Community Services Department, apologies. The Community Services Department coordinates changes to the CSA 3 Special Library Tax Rate, Measure L, a voter-approved measure in 1990, annually increased by the Los Angeles CPI. For 25-26, for parcels located within the CSA 3, the tax rate will be increased 3.3%. The CPI increase results in a total assessment of approximately $254,000, a $7,000 increase over the prior year. I would like to note that all revenue generated from the special tax is remitted to the city of Goleta for library operations. And so the recommended actions before you today is A, to adopt a resolution that confirms the report and increases the special tax rate in CSA 3 by 3.3%. And B, determine that the actions are not subject to CEQA.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if there's any public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay.
I move to approve A and B on staff recommendation.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thanks to you both. And now we will move to item number 5, floodplain special flood hazard areas.
Getting my steps in today.
Our Public Works team, thanks for your patience. Mr. Rupakalpa.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the floodplain administrator's recommendation to supplement special flood hazard areas in County Code Chapter 15A with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's FEMA's preliminary flood insurance rate maps and associated preliminary products for Santa Barbara County, and this is in the 1st and 3rd districts.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Walter Rukava with the Flood Control District, and this item's in regards to the FEMA preliminary special flood hazard area maps, which we'll refer to as flood maps for simplicity. Matt Griffin will be doing our presentation today, and we also have Katrina and Aurora here in case we have questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, board members. Yes, I'm Matt Griffin with County Flood Control. I'd first like to start off by providing some background on the National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP. NFIP was created by Congress in 1968 and makes federally backed flood insurance available to communities that participate. The County of Santa Barbara adopted NFIP in 1979. The county also participates in FEMA's Community Rating System Program, or CRS, where we have adopted standards higher than the NFIP minimums, and that allows unincorporated county residents to receive a 20% discount on their flood insurance. NFIP and CRS regulations are primarily based on the flood maps. Flood maps are developed by FEMA and regulated by the county in accordance with Ordinance 15A, floodplain management. The 2017 Thomas Fire and subsequent January 9th, 2018 debris flow drastically changed the physical conditions of the watersheds in Carpinteria and Montecito, making the flood maps obsolete. At the request of the county, FEMA developed what's called advisory flood maps to allow the county to safely regulate the rebuilding process. These advisory maps were developed more conservative than the pre-existing FEMA flood maps to account for the changes in the physical conditions of the watershed, and this resulted in higher standards that needed to be met. FEMA processed the advisory maps in record time, and the board approved the use of those maps in June of 2018. The advisory maps are used for local regulation only. They are not recognized by FEMA for NFIP purposes. So what that means, since 2018, we have been regulating to both maps with the higher standard being applied. In 2018, FEMA also initiated a formal remapping effort, and once that process is finalized and adopted by FEMA, those maps would replace both the existing FEMA map and the advisory flood map. Next slide, please. Here's a timeline of the FEMA remapping effort. In 2018 to 2023, they provided technical work, including new topographical surveys, computer modeling, draft map panels, and quality assurance and quality control. In 2024, FEMA released preliminary maps to the public. And in July of 2024, FEMA with Flood Control held a joint public open house that coincided with a 90-day appeals period. After reconsidering public input, FEMA revised and reissued the preliminary maps in May of this year, which is where we are at now. FEMA anticipates that the preliminary maps will be finalized and formally adopted in spring of 2026. The preliminary flood maps are far enough along where they can be considered to be the best available information. The recommendation before you today is to stop using the advisory maps and instead apply the preliminary flood maps to regulate development. The watersheds have significantly recovered over the past 7 years, and many of the conservative assumptions that were used to develop the advisory maps are no longer valid. The pre-existing FEMA maps will still be continued to be used for regulation until the preliminary maps are formally adopted by FEMA, and that's to comply with the NFIP requirements. This map shows in the yellow grids locations of where the map panels are being updated. In addition to the watersheds impacted by the debris flow, FEMA included a handful of watersheds in the San Ynez Valley in the remapping effort because those maps were previously scheduled to be remapped anyway. These are the recommended actions before you today. The replacement of the advisory maps with the FEMA preliminary maps has received widespread support from the development community. Implementation of the advisory maps in 2018 has been a success. They allowed the community to rebuild in a timely and safe manner, but they were always intended to be replaced, and we're now at that point. Before we conclude, we'd like to thank FEMA for their hard work in responding to our request for help in 2018. And we'd also like to thank retired Deputy Director of Flood Control Tom Fayram and retired Engineering Manager John Fry for their foresight in seeing the need for the advisory mapping in 2018 and for their determination in getting those maps implemented. With us today are Katrina Brunasso and Aurora Zimjanis from our Development Review Group, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lee. Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. My understanding is that using the more restrictive maps so we can have a lower insurance rate. Is that how that works? Is that part of it?
No, the advisory maps do not play a role. They're not recognized by FEMA for flood insurance purposes. So we're lowering the standards, but that won't impact insurance rates.
I guess maybe our overall philosophy, though, as a county, we typically go with that more restrictive in exchange for a lower insurance rate.
Supervisor Nelson to the chair, yes, that's correct.
Do we have any idea actually how many people in our county actually have flood insurance?
Supervisor Nelson to the chair, I do not know that number. I mean, it's quite a few. It's anybody who's in the floodplain is required to have the insurance, but it's not held only, anybody in the county could have flood insurance, they just purchase it. Okay. All those in the unincorporated area get a 20% discount because we have a higher standard than what's the minimum FEMA requirement.
And is that across the entire county, or is it in different zones? If a different zone had a less strict standard, I mean, could it be broken up by zones?
Supervisor Nelson to the chair, it's included for all areas, unincorporated areas of the county. The cities have their own requirements.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand, because sometimes our, flood control standards make projects more expensive and are just, obviously it's the best, possible way to build it, but that necessarily it may make a project, cost prohibitive. And so maybe a lesser standard might still make that project now economically feasible, but maybe they'd have that higher rate. So that's what I was just trying to, think about from a development perspective. If we wanted to encourage development, maybe we'd, if there's not a lot of residents that are utilizing the insurance program, I think we at some point we need to ask ourselves the question: is it worth it to have that higher standard? And so that's where my question was coming from. Was, I just want to understand that a little bit better in our utilization, because we're not really utilizing it as, as a community.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. Ordinance 15A, the floodplain management ordinance, is written to be countywide, unincorporated countywide. So it does not distinguish between our different flood zones.
I mean, that's our ordinance, so it could be potentially.
In theory, it could be revised.
Yeah, and so, would it just apply to those areas that was done if it's broken up into different areas? I'm just trying to think this through as how it would be operationalized.
That might be a challenge. We'd have to talk to FEMA. We're one community. I don't know if they would recognize different variations of our CRS participation in different
We have
locations.
so many different flood zones in this county too. That's why, it's trying to treat them all the same is a little bit, might be not ideal in that process. It was just a question. The other question I had on this issue was the remapping that happened in, South Coast and in San Ynez. When are remapping efforts going to be happening in the Santa Maria and Lompoc valleys?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson to the chair. We haven't been made aware of their next round of remapping efforts, but their remapping efforts are routine. So those will be coming through at some point.
Are there things that we have to kind of initiate or lobby to get those included? Because, once the built environment starts to take shape, some of the things change a little bit, obviously. And so,
Yeah, I believe that they would accept, a request from us to do such, but typically they do it on their own.
okay. Well, I know it's been a long time since those ones have been remapped. And, some of the assumptions are probably not as accurate as they were when they were originally mapped, but it causes a lot of concern and engineering that might not even be appropriate. So this would encourage, those are our high growth areas and areas for development, that be something we look to in the future, is encouraging the remapping. So it's the appropriate amount. I mean, there might be areas that should be mapped that aren't mapped and other areas that are mapped that shouldn't be. So we need, if those things are looked at, I'm guessing what I remember from the Lompoc Valley, it's 40 or 50 years ago that was done. I imagine Santa Maria Valley, something similar to that. And, as we've seen, a lot of things have changed since then. We had floods, obviously, in the Orchid area a couple years ago. There's other issues that take place that need to be looked at. So just wanted to highlight that as we went through this. So thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, just in case they're watching, you wanted to know how many people have flood insurance. And I will say that because of a generation that came before us, a partnership between my dad and her mom brought $49 million to Santa Maria to fix the levee, which saved 17,000 homes from having to pay an extra $1,000 a year.
There we go.
Got to give your mom all the
that.
credit. Yeah.
All right. I like that a lot. She
That
was.
was
I
a
don't know
layup.
at this
I think
hour,
it's late
so
for my
it's-
dad
yeah.
at this point.
Larry's
I
map.
doubt it. There we go.
He's checking to make sure that pool at the senior center is heated.
That's right. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. I mean, I don't, my curiosity is sort of along the lines of Supervisor Nelson's, just curious how many properties this might impact, but I don't think you probably have those numbers, so.
Chair Capps, we don't have the exact numbers, but I would hazard it's in the hundreds.
Okay. Additional, so more, hundreds more in the,
100 or plus or minus properties that would be impacted by
Okay.
the map change.
okay. All right, well, I will entertain a motion to accept.
I'll move A through C in today's board letter.
Okay.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take just a 5-minute break and check on one thing on the next item, and we'll be right back. Right? Yes. You looked at me. Okay. Until closed session. Okay. And so this is item number 6. If you could please read it into the record.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2024 through 2025 Sheriff's Office fiscal year and budget revisions to address shortfall, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Chair and supervisors, I'm just going to kick this off. We'll try to be as brief and to the point as possible. This is just part of the year-end close. You already had an item earlier. The auditor needed to close the books and post entries, and so the actions you're being asked to take today have already been acted upon by the auditor. You've given the auditor that authority, but because these were unusual, we wanted the board's affirmation of those actions. So that's what's before you today, and I'm going to have Katrina Fernandez, our principal budget analyst, go through what the information says.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As the CEO mentioned, I'm here today to request board approval of 2 revisions to the Sheriff's fiscal year 24-25 budget that were necessary to close out the fiscal year. The requested revisions total $4.2 million and include a $1.8 million revision to salaries and benefits for salary increases and voluntary overtime incentives related to the Deputy Sheriff's Association side letter. This increase was anticipated and funded with general county program dollars that were set aside for this purpose when the side letter was approved by the board in August. The second revision is for $2.4 million of unfunded salary and benefit costs, mostly related to overtime and custody operations and lower vacancies, which have historically produced salary savings that offset overtime costs. Additionally, after filing this board letter last week, the Sheriff's Office identified an additional $2 million in unfunded costs, which are also likely due to increased overtime usage, although further analysis will be required to confirm. This shortfall was masked by budgeted revenue that was ultimately not realized, leaving unfunded costs at year-end that will fall to the general fund. No budget revision was necessary to address these costs because the department had already established expense appropriations related to the unrealized revenue. Further analysis of these cost overruns will be conducted by our office and the department over the next several weeks, and findings will be presented to the board with the 4th quarter budget report in early September. Additionally, in light of the increased overtime usage in custody operations, the CEO has requested that the auditor conduct a review of the sheriff's overtime usage. This next slide provides a high-level summary of sheriff overtime costs, which totaled $20.4 million in fiscal year 24-25. Approximately $12.6 million, or 62% of that cost, was incurred in custody operations. Compared to the prior fiscal year, overtime costs grew by $2.5 million and were primarily driven up by an increase of about 23,000 overtime hours. Further analysis of the factors driving overtime usage will be a focus of the auditor's internal review and the CEO's 4th quarter analysis. Looking at the sheriff's year-end position over the past 5 years, we see that costs have regularly exceeded budgeted sources, in some years much more than others. Negative positions in the general fund departments fall to the bottom line at year-end and are commonly offset by savings or surpluses elsewhere in the general fund, and in the case of the sheriff, use of Proposition 172 fund balance. Of note in this table is the large NFI in fiscal year 1920, which was primarily driven by overtime associated with backfills for new hires and extended leaves of absence, as well as COVID-19 response and mutual aid for disasters. As background information regarding this year's NFI, in addition to the $4.2 million in requested budget revisions and the additional unplanned $2 million shortfall discussed in the first slide, a total of $5.9 million in general county program set-asides was released to the sheriff to close the 24-25 fiscal year. This funding was for costs related to one-time payments in the DSA side letter, increased jail medical contract costs, and recruitment and baseline overtime costs. The costs were unbudgeted but anticipated during the fiscal year, and funding was set aside in the general county programs department to be released at year-end. Looking at our year-end close process, as has been the case in prior years, the auditor was delegated authority from your board to record budget revisions necessary to close the fiscal year. Under this authority, the auditor has already posted the requested revisions to the sheriff's fiscal year 24-25 budget. Now that the fiscal year has closed, the CEO will work with departments to conduct a fourth quarter analysis and will present the report to the board in early September. The report will further detail drivers of the sheriff's negative closing position. That concludes our office's presentation of this matter. I'll now turn over the presentation to the sheriff for comments.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon from a long day.
Long day.
I'll be very brief here with you, but I just want to go through a few things to just answer some questions you may have. Although there were a number of confounding factors that can be distractive in this, the true cause of our budget overage this time was as a result of the use of overtime to close the combination of our office's chronic structural staffing deficit and the greatly diminished number of vacancies within our operational positions. The overtime used was necessary to perform the core 24/7, 365 functions of the Sheriff's Office. Unlike during the last few years, the majority of the costs for this operational overtime could not be mitigated by or hidden behind budgeted vacancies and their resulting salary savings. As pointed out within the board letter, we experienced a similar fiscal challenge in the fiscal year 1919-1920 when the Sheriff's Office vacancy rate dropped to 3%, which resulted in a negative net fiscal impact of $5.24 million. Allow me to quickly address some of the factors that led to this year's shortfall. The first are the hard vacancies. In partnership with your board, with the CEO's office, and our Sheriff's Office HR team, we have made some extraordinary progress in closing the long-standing challenges of filling our vacancies, with a significant emphasis on positions that impact custody operations and our ability to meet the operational requirements of the Murray Settlement Agreement. Over the past 18 months, we have hired 69 custody deputies and 34 sheriff's deputies. We have traditionally run 2 custody academies per year, but given the numbers that we had last year, we had to run 3 academies. And one of those was held, that extra class was held occurring in the fourth quarter of fiscal year 24-25. As of last week, we have just 2 custody vacancies, custody deputy vacancies, which is a remarkable 0.8% vacancy factor. And we only have 8 sheriff deputy vacancies, a 3% vacancy factor. Unfortunately, as good as that news is, in the short term, that hiring success is really a double-edged sword because these new hires require 6 to 12 months of initial training before they can become a productive asset for us. On the positive, if we are able to maintain the current low number of vacancies, once these new personnel complete their initial training, the amount of backfill overtime is expected to decrease dramatically as we move into the second half of fiscal year 25-26. Another factor were the soft vacancies that we've had to struggle with. As we close the hard vacancies, the temporary or soft vacancies caused by the initial training of deputies, along with longer-term leaves like FMLA, military leave, 4850 time, and so forth, are the primary driver of backfill overtime. Underlying all of this is the chronic structural staffing deficit the Sheriff's Office has been living with and constantly advising the CEO's office and past boards about for many years. The reality is we are operating at a minimum staffing situation. So we don't have the ability to move people around. We don't have the ability to fill positions when they're not there because of illness or leave or what have you, with anything really other than overtime. A number of reports have been generated both by the Sheriff's Office and in the case of custody operations by consultants paid for by the CEO and the board. All of these staffing analyses have highlighted the presence of that structural staffing deficit that is caused by the county's inability to ensure that an appropriate staffing relief factor is present to account for the 24/7 operations of our custody and our patrol services. Current patrol and custody staffing full-time equivalent allocations do not properly account for the training, the vacation leave, the sick leave, and the other forms of authorized long-term leave, as I mentioned, that are afforded to the employees by the Deputy Sheriff's Association's MOU and/or by state and federal law. Then there were some additional ancillary drivers of the overage as well. The first were major incident or investigative expenses that occurred. Those totaled $1.13 million. They came about from a number of events. One was the Lake Fire. Another was Deltopia. Another was an unanticipated vacation visit by then President Biden, who came and stayed in our county for over a week with his family. We also had significantly increased jail medical expenses, including $3.3 million across CFMG and other providers, and a $300,000 increase over budget in our pharmaceutical costs. And then lastly, we struggled for some time with an understaffed fiscal team. As with the remainder of the sheriff's office, even without vacancies, our fiscal team has been understaffed for many, many years. This is based upon the size and the complexity of the budget that they are responsible for managing. We are budgeted for just 8 fiscal staff, 4 of whom are entry-level staff. And this was compounded by, this past year, by 40% of the team being in training throughout the year, and an extraordinarily important Accountant 3 position that was unfilled for 1/2 of the year. We have requested a budget expansion in prior years for that fiscal position that would focus on project and grant oversight, but we were told not to request this in the current fiscal year due to funds not being available. And I just want to say that this highlights a flaw in our budgeting process in some respects, that the needs, specific departmental needs, are not always understood by the board because we don't really have a chance to bring them up to you. They're sort of denied or not funded in the budgeting process before the budget gets to you. But the reality is there's a lot of positions that we've asked for many, many years that we haven't been able to get. And I just think we need to keep that in mind, and we need to keep you informed of it, obviously, but it's something that we have struggled with because of the inadequacy of the staffing in our budget. So that concludes my presentation, but myself and my staff are available to respond to any questions about the budget situation that you might have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Lee.
Did the federal government reimburse you for the presidential visit?
No, they did not.
They did not, okay, thanks.
There is, interestingly enough, there is a piece of legislation that, if it passes, would allow for some reimbursement for local law enforcement augmentation to Secret Service operations and the expenses that the locals incur. But unfortunately, the proposal is that it only be retroactive to January, and this visit occurred prior to that.
Supervisor Hartman.
I'll wait till after Supervisor.
Okay, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, any ownership on the department's part?
Yeah, well, I was going to say that one of the problems, I think, for the lateness of this being identified was that some revenue was masked in that it had been included into the budget, but some changes had been made during the year in terms of staffing that budget was supposed to pay for. And that was not caught by us, by our financial people, or by our frontline management staff. Some of that we are going back and redoing some cards, some pay cards that will allow us to recoup some of that funding. But unfortunately, it really boiled down to, and it was primarily a situation where we had a vacancy that occurred in a position that would have been paid by CCP monies, and for about half the year, it was unfilled.
So who, and I know it's not you because you're the executive, but who in your department is the person that communicates with the CEO's office and the budget team that says, hey, this is an issue, so that we don't hear about it after we pass the budget? I mean, you got to see it from our perspective. It's either that you didn't know, your team didn't know, which is bad, or you did know, and we didn't know, which is even worse. So I'm just trying to figure out who, and I don't want to see a show of hands,
You
but
want me
it's
to point
like,
my fingers?
yeah, well, I would hope somebody would step up and go, hey, I'm going to own it, you know? It won't happen
Any
next
takers
time.
on that?
Because this hasn't happened since 2018. So what happened?
It'll fall on me and my team. And so what we're doing is we are looking really closely at where this problem lied. It was masked. We missed it. The county finance folks missed it. And we're working together to find the root causes of this and address it. Now, the bottom line is, like the sheriff said, man, we got a structural staffing deficit that's going to drive overtime, and that's not going to stop until we get a proper manning. But there are things around the edges that we can fix. We can work on the time card coding. We can work on tracking like certain grant reimbursements. And a couple of those got discovered during this process that we are in the process of working. It's going to be around the margins, though. It's going to be maybe around $500,000 going back into the general budget, general fund after we sort this out. But like I say, the main problem is the overtime.
So
the overtime is caused by the
right. But you guys knew you hired way more, which, by the way, is a great side story to this. And I don't know what changed with the anti-police sentiment, and we had low pay and working conditions were bad, and all of a sudden everybody wants to work for the sheriff's department. So I don't know if we can talk to that. Maybe it's the bonus.
Bonus plays a
Okay,
big part in
great.
it,
Seeing a lot of shaking heads there. That's good. So the bonus worked, but we hired those people. I'm assuming it wasn't last week. So we hired those people, so we knew we were going to have to train them and have overtime. So this thing seems like it would have ran a red flag like 3 or 4, 5, 6 months ago and said, hey, we're going to have a big problem at the end of the year.
So I'll jump in on this. So you're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for some time, saying that we knew this was coming to a head, that our hiring was going to lead to a point that we weren't going to have those budgeted or salary savings that we have in years past. Unfortunately, ultimately, what caused this last-minute problem was a failure to recognize that we had unrealized revenue. It was still showing up as revenue. It masked how deep of a problem we had with the overtime.
What was that revenue?
So it was mentioned, so for instance, AB 109, we found out that we had custody deputies that were not coding their time cards correctly, and because of that, we didn't have the proof to be able to show that the CCP funds could be used to pay for their thing.
Okay.
That can be fixed retroactively and refund the general fund. It was recognizing that we had held several positions open that were being paid for by outside entities. But it still showed up as a positive on the ledger, so to speak, but in reality, we could not ask for that funding because we did not provide the services. And it's catching those that we failed at and we're going to get better at. We've already been brainstorming how we do this, right? Not that we put it all on the accountant 3 that was unfilled, right? I mean, that is part of the problem, but we've got to have some fail-safes in place so that even if that accountant 3 is empty, that other people are going to catch it at various levels throughout the organization. And that's what we're currently working on.
Okay, and then I think one of my last ones is, so how much projected overtime are we supposed to spend for next year? Do we have that in the budget yet? Like, what are you projecting out? Do we know what
So
the...
budget
Yeah.
is 5 million? probably 5 to 6 million, right? I mean, it's not the problem is that does not take into account the reality of the structural staffing deficit that we
But
have to.
that seems to be gone at this point.
So not the structural staffing deficit. Once
This
they-
is the thing. You need 30 more than what we got.
Correct. Once we get the existing staffing filled, we're going to get rid of that piece of it. But they still have the problem of, when they take vacation, or they're out sick, or they go out on military leave, we still have to fill behind them to make sure that those posts in the jail are being filled. And, it should diminish the amount that we are using now, but it's not going to erase it.
We had a similar situation when we were in the process of building the Northern Branch Jail, and we hired the staff for the Northern Branch Jail while that jail was itself being completed. They went through training, but there were a number of months that we were sort of super staffed in terms of having all these people. And the overtime just plummeted or disappeared, during that time. We've done the same thing in the past. Under Sheriff Malekian put a study together where we did one station that we super staffed and watched to see if we were able to get through a quarter with no overtime being used as a result of the fact that it was properly staffed and we had people that could cover other shifts on a different day, or the shift was staffed sufficiently that they could operate without one person that was one or two persons that were sick or on vacation. And so basically that's the problem. The problem is that we're literally staffed at minimum staffing. And so if two people are gone because of long-term injury and one's gone because of a pregnancy or whatever, we have to fill those two positions. And the reality, unfortunate or not, is that it's cheaper to fill that position with overtime than it is to fill it with a full-time benefited position. And it's challenges on you because that cost is significant to do it. But the problem is we were doing fine when we had all these vacancies because the salary savings would pay for the overages.
I don't want to go back to that.
We're a victim of our own success. It's a good news, bad news kind of a thing that we have those positions filled. Now, eventually, as I say, it will get better once we get these people through their training. But it's a significant training time. You're talking about the academy and then a 14-week training program or so for people to get through the various stations in the jail that they have to learn how to use. So it's not like it's just a couple of weeks of training.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. In the past, Prop 172 fund balance has been used to cover some of this. Is that being exhausted in this year? How are those funds operating here?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we, as part of our budget development policies on an annual basis, we set aside $2 million of Prop 172 fund balance annually so that we can accommodate overhire and new hire incentive practices within the Sheriff's Department.
Does that refresh every year, or?
Yeah, it's an ongoing set aside.
So did we go that down to zero for 24, 25?
Yes.
Okay, and then, but that's budgeted into 25, 26, is it for?
Yes.
Potential option there for us, okay. How much would our Workday implementation, would this play into this at all? That we'd be able to catch some of these things a little bit sooner?
I'm gonna flip it to our CFO, Hope Vasquez, to talk about the specifics, but in a word, yes. We think that the new system will have a feature that Finn does not have that will help observe some of these things.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So Workday, from my understanding, is the positions will be attached to the funding source, so we'll be able to catch them easier. The current Finn system doesn't have that ability to show the vacancy with the funding source. So it requires a lot of review and re-review of time cards data in order to catch the items that got missed on this go round.
I think thank you for that. Ms. Vasquez. What would be helpful for us to see when we look at the overtime numbers, also look at kind of, I don't want to call them dead hours, but those that are not getting, like our trainees, to look at those side by side so that we can see that, that's going to go down and that's overtime, and having those next to each other might help us understand that a little bit better in the future. I think just as something to track, maybe track those at the same time. These are, positions or hours that we're paying, but we're not getting the same type of service level that we do for a normal position. And, again, as that goes down, then hopefully, or that goes up, I guess they both should go down in the future. And so they should be somewhat near each other. It did hit me, I don't know why, for the first time right now, that whole staff, that structural deficit. And, I think there might be time for us to have a conversation about, do we just need to right size the department to that, to what our current staffing, instead of running at a position of we're always at, minimum staffing, why don't we relook at the organization and say, okay, what's the service level reduction, that we have to take to just make our current employee base work for what we have? And I know, I'm just thinking we keep adding positions, but we're still falling behind. And why is that? And I know we had positions for, warrants or NARC officers and things like that, but that's not dealing with that. Those are special items, and I get it.
Those are ones and twos, and those are not really impacting. The reality is...
And they're not backfilled, right? If somebody's not showing up, you're not going to go pull somebody off overtime to fill the warrant position.
And here's the problem. We have a significant amount now of our staffing is based on our contract cities staffing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we have to provide, which we charge them for the relief factor, and they, in exchange for that, they get 100% service. The reality is that when you start to look at where you could even theoretically start cutting, it's pretty bare bones all the way around. That is the problem. It's not like there's a huge number of people. We are still, at this point, I venture to say that we are probably, when I came on in 2007, we were at the zenith of the staffing of the sheriff's office. And we lost 93 positions, I believe, in the Great Recession. 93. And we are still down about, correct me if I'm wrong, Hope, but it's about 40 of those positions. Now, we've added positions for the jail, the new jail that we built and what have you. But of the positions that were actually cut, we never got them restored. And so that's part of the problem, is that we are kind of already approaching this with one arm tied behind our back.
Okay, so let me take a step back. So on the corrections staffing, are we still at minimum staffing there too? That even with all these new corrections deputies that we've hired, we're still at minimum staffing? Okay, and we're still in, anytime that anybody's gone, it means we have to do
the difference
overtime.
is, if we can get fully staffed, we can minimum staff without using overtime. So the budget will not be negatively
But
impacted.
anytime anybody goes on vacation, we're gonna have to use overtime.
Well,
Or goes out.
yeah, but it's not going to be as bad. It's been bad because at one time we had 46 or so, 47 custody vacancies at one time. So, there was so much being used, but on the same token, there was that salary savings that was able to pay for it. And this is, like I said in my remarks, this is almost identical to what happened in 2019, 2020, when the number of vacancies was lower, and we still needed the overtime for the people who were new and in training, but we didn't have the salary savings to offset it.
So if we have everybody, working in corrections, we shouldn't have to exercise overtime. But on patrol, that's not true though, right?
There is, once we get to the point with the new facility, the staffing model that was done by Chief Wazlewski, it does include a relief factor. So we should see a benefit to what we're seeing versus now, where we don't have that factor built in.
So I guess my two parting comments are one, I do think we need to look at all our overtime strategies. What else is going on out there? I know that sometimes there's ways that people, code their time cards that encourages overtime. What other policies can we put in place to reduce that? And maybe even reducing service levels to adjust to that as necessary. I'm not advocating for less law enforcement out there, but at some point we got to get our arms around this so this doesn't happen again. So I'd be interested in hearing back from the Sheriff's Department on what those strategies are and are there recommendations, are there policies that the board can be instituting, HR policies that can help you guys arrest that? That would, pun intended. Then, we want to help you do that. The other one is, and I don't know if it's an academic exercise, but look at with our existing staffing, what would right size it where we wouldn't be at minimum staffing for our organization? I mean, is there an exercise that we could go through and take a look at what we wouldn't do if we wanted to have a functional, not a minimum staffing organization? It seems that you've continued to provide a law enforcement level of service at this level, even though we haven't given you those employees. What about if you say that, no, we're going to give you what you're paying for?
I mean, we in theory, we could do the exercise, but here's the reality. The reality is, as you mentioned, like, for example, the warrant position or the specialty positions are typically 40-hour-a-week positions. The patrol positions and the jail custody deputy positions are all 24/7, 365 positions. They're posts.
Yeah.
And those posts require not one person like the warrant deputy position does, but it requires 5.3 people to make sure that that position can be filled, taking into account sick time, overtime, training, all the rest of it. So that's the problem is that where we can look at nipping at the edges, it's going to be on those positions that are weekly type positions because we are already at the minimum of where we need to be with our staffing in terms of, and particularly in terms of the unincorporated areas. That's the other problem is we have the staffing for the cities that we contract with because they're paying for that, but we don't have the staffing in our corresponding unincorporated adjacent areries.
Yeah, I completely understand that I might be the victim of this exercise. I just think that at some point we got to understand what's going on here because if we're being honest, we've already made significant investments in the Sheriff's Department over the last few budget cycles, and we will be into the future, and we're not even talking about more, deputies and those types of
And you
conversations.
have, and we appreciate that, and we recognize that, but I would caution you that it is, the sheriff's office, as I've said before, is like about 5 different departments rolled up into one. And putting the money into custody, which we need to do because of the jail and because of the Murray settlement and all of that, that's one thing, putting money in there. But it doesn't address the patrol function and the investigative functions and the coroner bureau and all the other areas of the sheriff's office that are equally important.
And we're sympathetic, because we have 21 other departments that have the similar functions, that they're multiple departments rolled into one. And that's what's, I guess, is what I'm trying to say is that, and all those departments have needs too. And so I just, looking to the future, we know that the corrections issue has been, urgent. It's been an emergency. It's been something that's been pushed forward because of litigation, and we've invested. We've taken our medicine and made these hard decisions and have done that. It's just, we're moving into negotiations next year with law enforcement. There's just not going to be a lot of extra dollars out there is what I'm warning, and just making sure that, so knowing that's the environment that we're moving into over the next 3, 4, 5 years, what kind of operational adjustments can we make to not get in this place?
Well, I think we can
And
look
so-
at the operational impacts and adjustments that can be made, but I think respectfully, it also is incumbent upon you guys to look at how can we enhance the county's revenue. And the reality is, we in the county are the only ones, the cities pretty much to a single city have all passed supplemental taxes that help their public safety. And we don't have that in the county, and that is an issue. And I know it's like everybody hates the idea of it, but the reality is, without that, again, we're all operating with one hand tied behind our back.
Understand.
Supervisor Hartman.
It's the end of the day, and I guess I'm maybe less tactful than I'd like to be, but what kind of message does this send to the other departments? Every department worked really hard to keep their budgets without any expansions. And then this comes in after the budget. I just felt like a real kick in the gut. and on two levels. One, the process, and we financed a department, the financial officer to be, bolstering all of this. And then actually, after we've invested so much money and we're socking away money for the jail and we're foregoing our priorities to do this, and then to be blindsided and really to hear you now, Sheriff Brown, say, well, it's a structural deficit and I'm just different than other departments and, it's just going to be, we're going to be the overtime will go down, but we're still going to be over budget and you've got to figure out how to deal with it. I mean, I think if we're all part of a team and we face limited resources and we know this, we are going to have less money from the state, less money from the federal government. Even if we had a tax, I don't know that we could give you all that you wanted from 2007. And that's why we're trying to invest in more efficiency opportunities. That people can work smarter and that we can manage better. And I think that's incumbent on all of us. And I just don't see that. And it's terribly frustrating to hear, or at least what I'm hearing you say is, I'm just going to be over budget and you're going to have to deal with it because I've got a structural deficit. And that, to me, we've got to figure that out. That's not acceptable.
Well, I agree with you that we have to figure it out. And I think that, the reality is that there's no easy way to make this work without some additional revenue and without some of those positions being filled. Because the reality is we have, if it got to worst case scenario where we had to start making cuts, as I said, you'd have disproportionate impact to the unincorporated areas. Some counties have gotten so draconian that they've said, okay, fine, we can no longer have deputies out on patrol between 2 in the morning and 6 in the morning or whatever. And, the first time that happens and we have a residential burglary at 5 o'clock in the morning, there's going to be people crying, what's going on? Why aren't you staffed? And the reality is, and you've heard me say this before, government's fundamental duty is to protect its people, its community, and that is what we need. And the reality is, for year after year after year, we have this same problem because we haven't been adequately funded for those positions. And there's been choices made to spend that money elsewhere and to do what have you, which is your prerogative. But I can't operate a jail with an unsafe staffing complement. I can't allow my deputies to go out on the street and not have a backup that's close enough for them to operate safely. I mean, the reality is it's not fair to them, it's not fair to the community if we don't properly staff our functions. And again, there's not a lot of fluff in the sheriff's office. I invite you to come over and take a look. I mean, those who have done so know that we feel most people would be kind of horrified to figure out how many deputies we have on at any given time in the county. It's a minimal number. And I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not a magician, and neither is my staff. We have to work with what we're given. But I'm just saying that we have to implore to you, we need more than that. And we need to figure out a way to get there. As I mentioned, even looking at the potential for trying to get a sales tax passed, which I know is a huge hurdle, but we need it. We need it significantly.
Supervisors, if I may, I know the hour is late and we have 6 requests to speak still, but Katrina, could you show slide 4 again? I just want to say hope is not lost. The sheriff has actually done a pretty good job in the last few years without a negative impact. Can you put that up? Just really quick, slide 4 again. Because when I came onto the county, the 1920, even before that, we had a lot of ups and downs. It was the issue about getting staff trained and at one time, et cetera. So they've actually done a much better job in the last few years. And so we'll continue. I don't think we can have this conversation without actually looking at the data, quite frankly. How are people coding their time? how's the time related to the overtime with the additional positions that Supervisor Nelson. So I think we will all come back with more data that we can have a more specific discussion about it.
So when do we come back?
We said we'd come back in September. We have the fourth quarter budget, so we close out the quarters. We give you a report on how did we end the year. This is kind of accelerated because the auditor needed to close the books, and because we're going to Workday, we had to close off in. So all that happened sooner than typically, but we will come back to you with a fourth quarter update, and we will work with the Sheriff's Office, the auditor, trying to get more data and understand the specifics.
Madam Chair. I just wanted to close on the idea of a sales tax increase. It's not a big hurdle. It's based on the polling we did, which we spent money on polling to go see. It's not doable. I mean, it's not like if we all went out there and just busted it for this sales tax and drug it over the thing. It's not going to happen. So we got to get that out of our heads that we're going to get this extra $10 or $12 million for a sales tax increase. The polling was what I thought it would be. It was abysmal. People do not feel like they want to pay more for the services that they feel like they're getting right now. So I'm interested in everything coming back and talking about whether to right-size the department or right-size what you need. But that idea, I just want folks to understand that that is definitely dreamland. So.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. And I was asking about right-sizing the department as an exercise to better understand what we're tackled with. I mean, again, I would probably be the person most impacted by what I was asking for, but I just want to have that understanding as we look kind of fresh eyes on the department as we're trying to tackle these things, because I just don't see that money coming anytime in the future. So I'm just trying to figure out the reality of what the operations we're in. I just know the board has made a lot of investments to this point. There are things ahead of us that we know that are knowns. And so that's what I'm trying to get after. I don't want to see the department getting any smaller. I think that we're already understaffed in a lot of other areas. But I just think we need to understand that a little bit better. Maybe I do. Maybe that's something I just need to go dig in with your staff to better understand those things. So I just don't throw it out there in the middle of a meeting at 6 o'clock at night. So I do appreciate you guys. It does sound like we're working towards this not happening again in the future. I'm hopeful that, Workday and lessons learned and all the hiring, and I have to just, I've been one of the biggest critics about the hiring practices in the past. I just have to commend you and your team for really getting after that. The numbers that you guys are sharing are really historic for the organization, and there's something to really be proud of. And we knew there was going to be some growing pains because of that, but I just don't think we knew it was going to be this big. We were told that this hiring incentive wasn't going to work. It worked, which is great. So, glad that it did and that we're in this position. This is kind of a good position to be in instead of the other way around where we're still struggling to put people in seats. So I'm ready when we're ready to move forward with this. And obviously we have to get going on and start moving on to 25, 26. So thank you.
Yep. Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Pam Flint Tambo. Then we will go to Zoom with Tori Dunn, to be followed by Ian Err. Pam?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the board, through the chair, I'm Pam Flint Tambo. I'm part of a criminal justice work group comprised of members of CLUE and the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. We're deeply concerned by this untimely request for additional resources. And we realize, too, that the shortfall suggests that the Sheriff's Department was not tracking or managing overtime costs to bring them in line with the prior approved budget, despite the board having authorized a high-level position to assist the sheriff in managing internal operations. We note that this comes at a time when the county needs to shepherd its resources to be able to afford the extremely high cost of additions to the North Branch Jail, and we continue to oppose any addition beyond 1 unit, a maximum of 256 beds, and look forward to getting data to determine costs of using part of the northwest wing of the old South County Jail only so long as needed to reduce the jail population numbers through better coordination of all the public safety agencies. Increased diversion, addition of community services, and cooperation of our courts. In the past 5 years, we've noted that the sheriff has had a negative year-end position, and referencing the fiscal years beginning in 2019 and ending in 2025, it is evidence that this has been an ongoing problem that's existed for many years and seems to get worse every year. And I think you folks are all well aware of that situation. So 4 questions come to mind. What's the scope, extent, and purpose of the CEO ordering the auditor controller to conduct a review of the sheriff's office overtime usage? 2, would an audit by an outside independent auditor be more appropriate given the multi-year series of increasingly large annual overtime cost overruns? 3, given the multi-year history of annual overtime cost overruns, how will the sheriff's staff 1.5 pods of new jail beds without incurring continuing massive overtime cost overruns? And 4, what is the plan to staff the additional 1.5 pods without incurring annual increased overtime costs? In conclusion, a thought has been rolling around the state of California in some other groups that the League of Women Voters is involved in at the state level. Many California counties have established sheriff oversight committees, and we think that perhaps it's time that this county consider doing a similar thing. Thank you very much. Good luck.
We will now go to Zoom with Tori Dunn to be followed by Ian Tori?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Tori Dunn. I'm a board member of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I've been a deputy sheriff for the County of Santa Barbara for the last 6 years. I'm here to speak about the staffing deficit that is happening on both the law enforcement and custody sides of the Sheriff's Department. Our great deputies are doing all they can with the staffing that we have. We are currently coming close to being employed to our allotted FTEs, but we are finding out that is not enough to serve the growing community of Santa Barbara County. Patrol is almost at what we call fully minimally staffed. This means that we are able to cover the very basic needs of the county. However, if someone is to call in sick, go on vacation, have a baby, then there's overtime behind them to make us get to our minimum staffing. In 2008, dozens of FTE spots were removed that we have not yet gotten back. The county has grown by over 25,000 people since 2010, but our FTEs have not. Our department currently does not have detectives assigned solely for the investigation of property crimes. Our Criminal Investigation Bureau has been stripped of positions due to FTEs being unfunded and putting more work on less detectives. In the past, when a deputy took a day off, there was not a need for overtime because we were above minimum staffing. The day off did not incur overtime, as opposed to now we need to use someone on overtime to get our shifts at minimum staffing. Because we don't have proper FTEs, the sheriff office will continue to incur overtime to fill our minimum requirements set by contracts with cities and policy. As deputies continue to be overworked, their productivity will be diminished. Our jails have been found by the Murray settlement to be understaffed. They still struggle to meet their minimum levels of staffing, even with mandatory overtime. They continue to work mandatory overtime with some hope in sight. Looking at the true numbers, even at our current fully staffed numbers, it may not be enough to provide a safe environment for our custody deputies and inmates. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Ian to be followed by Max Moore. Ian?
Good afternoon. My name is Ian I'm a member of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I've been a custody deputy for 11 years, and I'm a lifetime county resident. Today, you've heard a lot of opinions. I would like to give you some facts. Without the overtime staff present today, the North Branch Jail would have 350 inmates and 8 non-supervisory staff members working the floor. The main jail would have 440 inmates and 10 non-supervisory staff working the floor. With the mandatory overtime and volunteer overtime staff working today, both facilities are still 5 custody deputies under the agreed minimum staffing level. That is about a 25% understaffed on a random Tuesday in July. This is not unusual. During the last shift rotation, custody deputies selected 14 mandatory overtime days. The true number of mandatory overtime days that needs to be selected to reach the minimum safe levels is between 20, 25, and 30 mandatory overtime days every 4 months. It's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years, ever since we opened the North Branch Jail. If we do some basic math, the average custody deputy is currently asked to work mandatory overtime during 25% of their days off. If we were to truly attempt to reach the safe minimum levels, it would require custody deputies to work 40 to 50% of their days off. With these staffing levels, we are only able to provide the bare minimum services. One person can be tasked with managing between 32 and 64 physical inmates. We do not have low-level inmates in our facilities. We have inmates with current active murder charges being found in possession of shanks and jail-made weapons. These inmates are free to roam around in their day rooms in the presence of our staff and other inmates who they do not get along with. The reality is, even with the FTE positions being completely filled, we will still be below the minimum safe staffing levels. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Max Moore to be followed by Jeff Kohler. Max?
Hello, sorry, I'm having some problems. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Let me just pull this up real quick. My name is Max Moore. I'm a custody deputy at the sheriff's office. I've been with the sheriff's office for the last 10 years. Mandatory overtime, as my partner just stated, has been a recurring issue almost during my whole career here. And you've heard the numbers. I won't reiterate those. But overtime, we're not just filling gaps. It's holding a system together that is under strain. Our custody staff continue, though, to show up and serve despite the burnout, fatigue, and personal sacrifices this creates. What we're asking for in funding FTEs and additional FTEs is not excess, it's adequacy to protect the safety of the inmates and well-being of our staff and the liability exposure of the county. We need a modernized staffing model that reflects this reality. This isn't just about internal operations, it's about legal compliance. We're subject to oversight from the Murray Settlement, the Disability Rights California group, which continues to monitor conditions related to inmates with disabilities, especially their rights to services, programs, accommodations to the American Disabilities Act. Inadequate staffing directly impairs our ability to meet these standards, as well as the Title 15 regulations, which mandate minimum standards for staffing, inmate supervision, healthcare access, and safety. Chronic understaffing places us at risk of noncompliance and opens the county to litigation, fines, or other state level enforcement. Put simply, without increased staffing and FTE allocation, we are being asked to meet legal and constitutional mandates with insufficient resources, a position that is not sustainable nor legally defensible. We want to work together with the board, but until FTE levels are corrected, mandatory overtime or voluntary overtime for that matter remains our only option to ensure legal compliance, maintain facility security, and meet the basic rights and needs of those in our custody. Thank you.
We will now go to Jeff Kohler to be followed by Gail Osharenko, who is our final speaker on this item. Jeff?
Hi, my name is Jeff Kohler. I'm a sergeant with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, where I've worked for 13 years, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I'm here to express our strong support for the budget revision. This overtime is not a luxury, it's a necessity caused by a long-standing structural deficit. For more than 15 years, our custody deputies have been working mandatory overtime. Many are experiencing burnout from the sheer number of shifts they're required to work. The Sheriff's Office simply has not been allotted enough FTE positions to provide basic and routine services. We are not asking for anything extraordinary, only staffing required to meet our fundamental obligations. Even if every FTE is filled, we would still be operating well below minimum staffing levels. This reality puts deputies, inmates, and the public at significant risks. From my own experience working inside the jail, there are days where we don't even have enough staff to safely transport inmates to on and off-site medical and mental health appointments, let alone provide their legally mandated services under Title 15 in the Murray Settlement. This level of staffing jeopardizes both compliance and safety. Overtime is currently the only tool we have to meet minimum staffing. We rely on it not by choice, but by necessity to keep our facilities safe. We urge you to approve the budget revision, and more importantly, we ask that you recognize the urgent need for substantial increases in FT allocations moving forward. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to our final speaker on this item, Gail Osherenko. Gail?
Chair Capps and members of the board, it's been a long day. I don't want to take up much of your time. It's 9 o'clock. It's after 9 o'clock where I am, and I've been listening most of the day. I think there's a real, and I'm speaking as an individual, not as a member or representing a group. I think there's a real problem of over-incarceration. You've got people who have been 10 and more times, maybe even 20 times, many times, in the jail, who are not getting identified as having some serious mental illness and are staying quite lengthy times in the jail. You have people who were brought in during Deltopia, which was one of the reasons the sheriff said, well, we didn't anticipate all this. Deltopia happened just before the April 1 hearing, and I think the sheriff brought in a whole lot of people who should have gone to the sobering center or been taken elsewhere or left in the tents for sobering up at Deltopia. I'm really sensitive to the overtime concerns. It's not good for people to be working so many overtime hours. It's also not good for the budget, but it's really not good for the deputies. So we're concerned about that, but I'm really concerned that we have a problem of over-incarceration all over the country. Jails are finding that they need to bring down the numbers in the jail. And you can see that we didn't have a lot of crime when we had to empty the jail during COVID. And we need to work on this. And it's not just the sheriff's problem, it's a whole problem with the criminal justice system. When I sit in a courtroom and I watch somebody who's being convicted for stealing 4 beers, there's a problem. You got a lot of costs of the county going into a lot of expense that this is a person who's been in the jail many times before, and the jail is not solving the problems of mental illness because they're not identifying them. We have a real problem, and I hope you can solve it. And I hope that you do continue to audit what's happening with the budget at the sheriff's office, and we'll continue to work with the subcommittee of CCP on how we reduce the numbers in the jail. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to our speakers and to our team here for their perseverance. And so other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Labanio.
Thank you. And I feel for the deputies, but I didn't hear anybody say, man, we got 69 new employees. Nobody, it's just like, that didn't happen. That's a huge investment in this county. I don't know where everybody thinks this money is going to come from. Redirecting revenue at the county, I would love to see, okay, here's what we're projecting to get more deputies. Here's what we, as the sheriff's department, think should be cut from the budget. Just to give us an idea, give us some ideas of what do you think isn't important enough that jumps over a custody deputy position. I'm very proud of the fact that we put out the the bonus. It's worked extremely well. And the other thing that caught me a little off guard was when the deputy said that now I'm among individuals that are kind of roaming around. I thought that was the whole idea of the new jail. Instead of the old linear, we kept being told that the old linear jail is very dangerous and it's labor intensive and everything. And we want this new open space, and we do it and invest freaking hundreds of $1 millions in a new jail. And now it's like, oh, that's a problem. I'm not looking for a pat on the back or a thank you or a, yes, I think you guys are doing a good job. But dang, man, I mean, at some point, we all have to get on the same team here and be like, okay, you know, we've got a problem. We're going to try to address it together. But going back to 2007, I'm trying to remember how old I was in 2007. That's like water under the bridge. The world has changed. And I don't think we're going to go back to 2007 numbers. We have to do things smarter, more efficiently. And I appreciate every single guy and woman that goes inside that jail or is out on the street. Believe me, my son's a CHP officer. I pray every day that he comes home. So it's not that I don't have empathy for that. That's a great job, and I appreciate everybody that's done it. But at some point, there are limited resources in this county, and there are so many needs. And we're going to have to work together to address it. And just telling us like, oh, well, you guys should probably increase the tax, it's not going to work. We've got to figure out ways to do things better, quicker, faster, more efficiently. So.
Supervisors, I just want to remind you, it wasn't just the bonus. You actually gave pay increases to the DSA. So that's why some of these overages are occurring now. It wasn't just the one-time bonus. It was ongoing salary increases.
I'll move this item. You know, honestly, there's not really anything else we can do. We are over a barrel, and legally, I will move this forward.
Second.
I'll just weigh in on that one point. Everything else has been said, but you know, I when this came forward, I said, well, what options do we have? And the answer was none. Yet you do have a community out there, you heard them all for 4 or 5 hours today, that think we do have options. And I just say with folks sitting here, I'm not sure whose job it is to meet with the community, both those who care about immigration rights, but also Pam and those who, you know, are more broadly related to criminal justice. But there's just a lot of really caring people out in the community who do pay attention to how funds are spent. And we can't explain it because it's not our job. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to do more to explain this situation, but just more broadly how the funds are being spent. Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
And a second.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, for clarification, that's to approve staff recommended actions A through C.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are now going to move into closed session. That's it for departmental items. County Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session, conference with labor negotiators for employee organizations, all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. The agency designated representatives are CEO Mona Miyasato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt. We have two cases of significant exposure to litigation. Ruben Lopez Salazar and Nadia Medina, and they both submitted claims that are attached to the agenda. 2 cases of deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, and then 1 item of existing litigation, which is Sable Offshore Corp, Pacific Pipeline, and a number of others versus the county, and it's a central district case, which is in federal court. And the original time estimate for closed session was 1.5 hours, but we've worked to consolidate things, and I'm hoping for 45 minutes, no more than an hour.
Okay.
And Chair Capps,
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman has something to say.
Just wanted to make a quick
Excuse
announcement.
me, but in the back, hello. Shh.
I just wanted to announce my participation in a closed session item dealing with the Sable Pipeline permit transfer. In 2017, I obtained a letter from the FPPC confirming my ability to participate in a decision related to a specific remediation action related to Plains All American. Since that time, the Fair Political Practices Commission revised its regulations, tightening the distance thresholds that restrict public officials from participating in land use decisions due to potential financial conflicts of interest. Based on the proximity of my residence to the pipeline, it appeared I would be disqualified from participating in related decisions related to land use. Given the ongoing county board decisions related to the pipeline, we recently sought clarification of my participation in a narrow issue, the transfer of ownership, and the FPPC advised that I may participate in this narrow issue.
Okay. All right. We'll be back in an optimistic 45 minutes. Hi, everybody. We are back to adjourn. County Council, will you please give us a report from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session, a conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation on 2 cases listed in the agenda, Sable versus the county for existing litigation. In closed session, the board considered the decision to initiate litigation as to 2 cases. The board authorized County Council to initiate litigation. And the details of that will be disclosed once the action is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. All members were present, and it was unanimously voted in favor of initiating litigation.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. We will see you in August.